We almost lost who we are. Now we got a fresh start. The pieces in the puzzle no longer falling apart. Yeah, we run through the night. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night.
I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. I make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Tell me what you want. Better make it crystal clear. We can keep it up front. And I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Is it sunshine or rain? Is it good times or pain? I can help you to learn how everything will work out. Always for the better. Don't get stressed out. No, never. Gotta be a hard worker, a little clever. I go all out with every endeavor. Take your time out, you be doing fine now. Let's go. Watch me ride out. I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. Make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Gon' get it, yeah. Let's get it now. Take your time out, you be doing fine now. Let's go. Watch me ride out. I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy.
And the most exciting rivalry in 2026 got even more exciting. Welcome to the Saturday Showdown. It is the reigning world champions T1 up against the MSI champions Hanwha Life Esports. Degon here alongside Huni and Wadid. And these guys know each other so well, inside and out, have played against each other almost, I think, 15 times over the last year. And still, they found a way to make it even more interesting. Welcome, guys.
I'm so hyped. Yeah, guys, this is gonna be so banger match, yo. Like, I don't know, man. It's a T1 against HLE, man.
But on top of that, we have some breaking news.
Even better.
I'm actually so excited. We'll get to that in literally just a second. T1 to defend the top of the Legend Group versus MSI champion Hanwha Life Esports in the need of a rebound after a 3-series losing streak. And there it is. 16 times these guys have done battle, and it is on the way of T1, but just recently, thanks to the EWC quarterfinals and the Kespa Cup final stage round 1.
To be fair, whenever they play against each other, it's the same matchup, same team, but it feels like it's completely different just because of the meta, but also the way how they play it. It's this complete new scenario. And today as well.
And specifically today, the news has just dropped. If you have not checked Twitter over the last 30 minutes, T1 have announced they are starting their T1 Academy jungler Painter for the first time, making his debut in the LCK. They said as part of the coaching staff's preparations, T1 Academy's jungler Painter will be making his LCK debut in the starting lineup. Please send your energy and support to the team. That also means the other half of the equation, Owner is not playing, or at least starting this series here, Huni.
It's crazy. I mean, it has to be. I feel like it's a long-term project that I feel like aiming for the playoff, you know, for final, even so, like it could be for the preparing the international tournament, right? Because it could be easily 6-man roster, 7-man roster, and he could be part of it. And also, like, I think one thing, like at least in my experience, like, or they could be really confident or like really comfortable spot right now. It's like, let's say they drop one game, they still have a faith, they do have a belief themselves that they can just easily just come back even though they drop one game, and they think it's worth it to give the experience, give a shot to the rookies and then get comfortable playing on stage.
I think many people start to talk about like call up some players from the academy roster, especially for T1, because I think the reason why they struggled a lot is because of their inconsistency. I think it was mainly their top side, especially top and jungle. So I gotta say, we could see it coming, but at the same time, I don't really like it because I think T1 right now having a great momentum, such as like winning against the best team in the world right now. Currently, like they play against DK, they literally just stomped them in a 2-0. So I was kind of surprised, but at the same time, T1 is the team that they found Smash out of their academy roster, which is just one of the best AD carry right now, right? So I feel like maybe it could be another storyline that it kind of is gonna like start from here.
I disagree with you. There's no way I could have seen that coming after the 2-0 demolishing of D plus Kia. But coming right now is the LCK rookie interview with Painter.
안녕하세요. 저는 T1의 정글러 페인터 김은우라고 합니다. 저는 게임을 공격적으로 항상 풀어 나가려고 하는 것 같고, 그런 의미에서 바이와 리신 같은 챔피언이 자신 있는 것 같습니다. 초반 수싸움에서 밀리지 않는 게 가장 중요하다고 생각하고 있고, 그 부분을 중점으로 연습했습니다. 오늘 꼭 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 최선을 다하겠습니다. T1 화이팅!
And here is the very short team history of Painter, born in 2007. My goodness. Started off over in the DRX system back in 2024. He then replaced now FlyQuest jungler Griffin over at the T1 Esports Academy Rookies. That is the Tier 3 team. Then over the last year has progressed through the Esports Academy. That's the Tier 2 team. And now finds his way playing in the LCK in one of the most heated matches this year.
Damn, I feel old. He's old. Born 07. and I'm 97. I mean, this is like exact time. Like it kind of lines up. Like 10 years ago, I'll play with Faker, and he's 07. He's like 10 years younger than me, and then he play with Faker.
I mean, I can see you guys are all hyped about this, but I'm just so concerned. Maybe I'm picky.
You're a hater,
but
man.
But the thing is, all the rookie players saying that I really like to play aggressive. But that's not the one that T1 needed for the roster, you know? They were playing aggressive. That's why they were struggling at the same time.
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings as it is so close right now. And we've said it every single time that we showed the standings. Every match matters. And still knowing that, T1 make this change against one of the most aggressive junglers in the LCK and Kanavi. And only one match between them. As we take a look at what Tom said after the D plus Kia game, as a team, we hadn't been sticking to the fundamentals. We've gone back to basics and realigned our direction to a more textbook approach. I think the good result came from the players and coaching staff communicating well. It looked like that. They were dominant from start to finish and cut out a lot of that T1 circus that we were used to seeing here, Huni.
Yeah, I mean, 100% agree. I mean, 100% agree with what he said as well, right? Because it's like the atmosphere for what the T1 to Sean, like especially the last two series was awesome. Like there was no doubt that it was like so dominated, it was like so one-sided, and everyone was like, they fixed the problem so well that it's so understandable what Tom said. Just focusing on the basic, focus on the fundamental, the structure we could easily see there, and then they changed the huge roster changes. So I don't know.
Yeah, let's take a look at their opponents. So Hanwha Life Esports, they have not lost 4 series in a row since spring of 2023, and they're on the verge of doing that by the product of the Legend and Rise group. You look at that. They were playing some tough teams in that run there, but there's only tough teams here in 2026 when you're in the Legend group.
I mean, it was such a depressing to see how HLE handle these series against the DK, KT, and Genji. I think that's mainly because of the meta shift happened after the EWC. So that's why we're gonna bring up some draft that the HLE already did against the opponents. I think we didn't like the idea that they had here.
Yeah, I mean, especially the game 1, I really didn't like the Cassiopeia and Rumble into. I think this is also what the Genji prepared really well, like having the Anivia, Ornn, disengaging Calm, and they have a Poppy too. And then Jhin that who can actually stays away from the J for ulti, from his screens away. He can just sit it there and press ulti, press W, and it becomes really useful still. And it's just the thing is like also MF and Shen cannot really make a proactive play. It's not like you playing Bard against Immobile. So like in HLE, it doesn't actually have a win con, like it was complete 50-50, just smoothly losing, just playing around objective.
And after the AP bot lane picks, I think it's more about how do you get better support matchups. So you can see HLE, they try to pick Leona because the Camille, Shen are gone, so that's why they try to pick up that champion, but it doesn't really function well with the Yunara nowadays, so they got hard counter-picked, so such as Kalista, Renata, so they couldn't really play the lane and they couldn't really do anything outside the lane as well. So that's why they were really having a hard time against Genji at that game.
And head coach Ohm acknowledges that, saying in game 3, a lot of those matchups were difficult, especially in the laning phase. Just that alone was my fault. So immediately, Hanwha Life Esports recognizing the dire nature of a 3-game losing streak and one of the main weaknesses from it. But we don't think that there's all hope lost as we take a look at the big matchup here on the bottom side of the map. Both these guys are studs in their own rights, international winners in their own rights with Paze and Gumayushi.
It's so clear that why T1 is playing good right now is just because of Pace and Carry on the bot lane. And also, I mean, you could literally see it from the stats that he's just demolishing all the bot lanes in the Legend group. And Gumayushi, I mean, not that negative stats that he's having right now, but the performance that he had before was even crazy. So I think it's the matter of how he can deal with this meta shift, but also Pace performing even better than before.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, which is that I think the Gumayushi is showing like decent stats, which is like those stats is not gonna work specifically against Pace, especially today.
Yeah, look at the matchup. They're playing into the worst matchup, and also here, look at his mechanics, man. He's calling but dodging at the same time, flashing in, clear all the targets here. I don't know. Pace is just one of the AD carry that you can just rely on easily for the early game, for the late game. But for HLE, now they're just not having a great time, not just because of the bot lane, but just in general.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I think we could easily see there's so many things that is disconnected from the team as a team, like from HLE side, which is like I think I think this game could be from the draft, but still I think the game was like so winnable. There's so many moments that it was not working well as a team. The distraction to the as a team, it's not one way. Like everyone's is so separate. The game plan has to be stick together.
And this goes back to your point earlier with Did of just these matchups are so tough to handle. It doesn't matter who you are there on the bottom side of the map. You're going to get dove and you're going to die.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing against Kalista Renata and your jungler is Shyvana. Like, who can help your bot lane? You know, maybe it sounds like we are criticizing their bot lane too much, but it's all about the concept of the game, right? So if you cannot play through the bot lane, then you should be able to carry through the top side. But it doesn't work nowadays. I think that's the issue, right? If you drop off your bot lane, then the carry should come from the top side. But it's not happening nowadays.
Not as consistently, right? And Huni, that last clip there showed that Hanwha Life Esports can still do it. They can pull that off.
Yeah, it was a really great clip from the HLE. Like when this is the game 2 from the Genji, the series, which is like they were predicting enemy team what they're gonna do, like what they're gonna approaching like the first Drake. So they actually sent the AD carry to the top side and then they pulled over from the top to bottom to actually be able to fight all these skirmishes for the first Drake. And the game actually decided 8 minutes by just one predict play that they're gonna go Drake and then we punish that.
All right, well, it gives us a lot to think about on top of the news that came out literally less than an hour ago as we take a look at our LCK crew predictions as this is one of the biggest matches towards playoffs and towards the LCK crown, something that these two teams haven't won in a little while. Genji, the reigning title holder. It's been a while for T1. 7-5 are the T1 votes, with Atlas, Valdez, Wadid, Umpty, and Pony in the minority. But again, a very close vote here, which shows the strength of the league and the parity of the league.
Did someone flip-flop? No, right?
No.
I don't think so.
Let's see.
What?
I need to...
Are you about to flip-flop?
About someone. No.
Oh.
I'm just saying.
Oh, wait. All right, well, let's dive into this week's one-liners on why we predicted here on the space what we predicted. And for me, once I heard the news, it is yet again another iteration of Faker's greatness. Painter in, no problem. You've got the greatest of all time who's carried a bunch of guys, just random guys, maybe to MSI titles by himself. He's doing it yet again here in another iteration. Over to Huni.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty easy to get carried by Faker, right? So I've been experienced through that. But this guy is different. Like I think it's been so wild that not seeing as the AD carry just popping off like just solo, able to make the play in middle game, especially like what we just saw, like the clip from the the Syndra clip,
Yes.
the Lucian clip. I think I don't know. It's just so wholesome to see. Like it's just popping off. Like I was so tired just seeing the AP champion on the bottom, and right now someone just pops off with the original AD carry, it's just Lucian.
But wait, hold on. I think bot lane is all about the jungle, by the way.
Okay.
So, like, if you have a better jungler, it's easier to win the bot lane. But now, just for your information, I wrote this one-liner before I get to know the news.
He actually did do that.
And it's even better now. Right? Get better jungle matchup for Kanavi. Not the champion, but also the player. I feel like the Kanavi is gonna teach how LCK, like how hard is LCK to deal with. Because he's the veteran, he's the knower, he's the aggressive jungler, not Painter though.
I mean, earlier in the season, I will say, early in the season, when Owner was having some struggles, fans saying, hey, get Painter in. I watched one game. It was the Nongshim Red Force Academy against T1 Esports Academy, and Painter was by far that best player, but that was way back at the beginning of the year. Now to have him inserted in this high-pressure rivalry match, we're going to see what he's made out of and what these two teams will bring today. It is T1 versus Hanwha Life Esports. We'll see you after game number 1.
I walked where no one dared to.
start to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky's a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
하나생명 장난쳐 MSI 우승! SK 팀로부터 젠지 홈팬들을 T1이 그냥 2대0을 내버렸네요.
MSI 우승하고 지금 정규 1등이잖아요. 이 정도의 경기 내용이 나오면 안 된다고 생각을 하거든요.
화이팅! T1 화이팅! 오만윤 씨, 제우스 하나생명 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Saturday Showdown here at LCK 2026. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Wolf here today, and we are ready to get into this best of three. And there are no two men more suited to commentating this matchup right here, because we literally just did it like 3 days ago.
There's one little asterisk about that, though, that we may have already kind of brought up, but we will continue to talk about. The jungle that was playing for T1, the jungle player, was owner.
Yeah,
in
that is a good
series. Today, it's Painter. We also did commentate a lot of Painter because T1 and Kespa Cup played their challengers roster pretty intermittently, especially while they were in Paris or traveling back from Paris. We got to see Painter. He looks really good.
Yeah.
T1's challengers team is incredibly talented, and even players like Heite in the top lane are getting their time to shine. Guti as well in the mid lane. So I do think that when you look at today's matchup, it's a tough one for Painter. He's playing into Kanavi. Well, I think people should really not expect that this is going to change in terms of individual form all that much. Synergy-wise, though, could be a different story, as the fan prediction still says T1 even after the announcement.
Yeah, so believing that T1 will still be able to come out on top. I think a lot of this has to do with the fact that T1 did just manage to take down HLE in the Kespa Cup. Maybe some Noahs there, or it's just a popularity contest. Either or, I think that I can see merit on both sides. But HLE, I think, do definitely stand a lot more of a chance now with the fact that there is a new jungler in that spot. And even though Painter did show that he's a great player, Kanavi is a different beast, man, and I think I have to agree with Wadid saying that just get him a better matchup. Well, this guy feasts on the unprepared. And I don't know whether I would ever want to have a debut match in the LCK against Kanavi. I think I'd choose any other jungle.
It is a very, very tough one, I think, to say the least. As we walk these players out, Painter's debut is real. We are watching it happen before our eyes. We have
Carrier and July, man, every time they're just gas bagging on their way out. You're supposed to be like in a thick rivalry, boys. It's not just having a laugh together.
Yeah, we have seen so many players thrust into the spotlight wearing a T1 jersey on the LCK stage, and the results have been quite varied. Players like Poby not able to step up under all the pressure. But
Next,
others
we're going to be talking about Pyrian
but
and
others,
all the other.
like Doran, were able to, right? Doran was able to step up when he was moved into this roster. And we don't know if Painter is going to be a mainstay player on this team or just a temporary fill-in. We had Bluffing playing for Hanwha Life Esports just a few months ago, and teams make choices strategically to see if they can get an edge. And this may be a short-term experiment, and maybe long-term. We don't know right now. But I think the one thing that is for certain is that Hanwha Life Esports have been able to fix, I would say, almost all of their synergy problems they had at the beginning of the year. This team plays together. They play through Kanavi. They follow him on his charges. And the same can't necessarily be said about this roster. I don't know how much Painter has been scrimming. I know that I can confirm in T1's last matchup, he was with them here in Lol Park.
Yep.
And I think they were even considering potentially subbing him in that series. Didn't become necessary, and they ended up winning it. But I think there's definitely been a lot of practice going on. We don't know how much with him in this roster, but the synergy question still remains. But I think, Atlas, as the desk was saying, in their pre-made segment before we even had this news, a lot of this series is not going to be about the jungle. It's going to be about the T1 bottom lane against the former T1 bottom laner. FaZe versus Gumayusi, I think, is going to be the most important factor in this series. And with a struggling Delight right now, Keria on form, the jungle might not matter as much as that bottom 2v2 and the leads that FaZe continues to generate.
Yeah, because when it comes to former T180 carries, FaZe and Keria have kind of been feasting. Smash got entirely consumed by that bottom lane. It was not close. 2v2 kills all over the place. That series, an absolute mess from D plus Kia. But like you say, it all stemmed from the bottom side of the map. And maybe if you're, one to go into that school of thought where it's like, well, we live or die by bottom lane anyway, you may as well have experimented with a new top laner and mid laner at the same time. Like, does it even matter who's playing up there, Wolf?
Yeah,
maybe just have, FaZe and Keria just go into the rip by themselves. That seems to be working.
That's how it feels, right? I mean, there's that game that T1 won famously where Faker was 0-5 on Rise, and they made the right call on Baron. They had that one big team fight. Keria has a big charm on the Seraphine. That's sometimes just how it goes.
The funny thing is, on the other side of the rift, sometimes this man right here goes 0-6 or 0-7, and they still win the game because the top side of the map are so good, and Gumayusi always finds a way to be relevant later on in the game. I think that it's going to be a test of who can play better weak side out of Doran and Guma.
Yeah, exactly. Because that was the next point I was going to bring up is this team, these two AD carries, this matchup, I should say, it could not be more different in how they utilize their bottom laners. It is, for FaZe, he is the truth. He is the one you play through.
Yeah.
He is the one you trust. There's a shot of Owner in the background, quite a rare sight. But FaZe is the one that is going to get it done in the 2v2. He does not weak side. He does not know what weak side is.
Oh, no.
And Guma is the exact opposite, one of the best weak side players in the league, if not the best. Sends Delight off to do his shenanigans. Delight's roaming the map, and he takes the Ziggs with teleport, and he hunkers down under turret. He's going to farm it out. Now, FaZe might be able to crack Guma right now because of how in form he is, that if you just leave Guma on an island, FaZe likes that opportunity. He's going to look to try to push that advantage to its maximum potential, and that's very scary for me for this matchup, and why I predicted T1 to win this series before we knew what was going on in the jungle.
Yeah, I just kind of thought that their series in the Kesper Cup was such a mess. I'm sure it's going to go the other way next time. That's why I predicted HLE. It had nothing to do with thinking that they were a better team, because what we learned on that day was that anyone or no one could win that series. It was ludicrous. You can go back and watch it if you have a spare, like, 16 hours. It was exceptionally long. Okay. The Jace is going to be taken away here, and the Poppy and the Bard going to be removed as well. Carrier's Bard still just a permaban. You just really cannot let him have it. Teams have tested that theory, and they've realized that, no, let's just not do that. I kind of ever. As Cassio is going to be taken away, T1 will probably be banning Orianna if it's not going to leave the Rift right now, especially with Nocturne still looming. See what HLE do want to take away, though, as Vi, Nocturne, Ori seem to be the big three on offer right here.
I think the Orianna will likely be banned by T1. The Nocturne's going to be taken away here first. So
okay.
I think Lee Sin is going to be really high up in priority. We'll see if Painter is ready for the counterpick Skarner. He has played 0 games of Skarner in his career. And I think Kanavi may be looking for a first pick Lee Sin if that Orianna is in fact banned in this final spot. But instead, I kind of have this feeling T1 might trade here and do something a little bit weird as a result. But no, they do ultimately at the last possible second ban that Orianna away.
That's like the biggest demonstration of Zeka's growth that I've seen in a long time. But the Vi obviously going to be picked up here as it is incredibly high priority. We did see just yesterday Vi not necessarily perform all that well. Let's see whether Kanavi can keep that aggression up.
With no Lee Sin, they're going for the Vi first. Do they take the Lucian now away from Guma? Because Guma will play the Lucian. That's the one strong side lane he loves to play.
If they don't pick it now, it will be locked.
And it's a Vi comp, so instead they're going to take the Jhin. Which I find to be a pretty unusual choice here. The Jhin works well with Vi, but I mean, it's Lucian, and it's this meta, and it's Pays, so I thought we were going to go a different direction this draft.
That's kind of astonishing to me that they do pick up the Jhin.
Do they want to play a Ryze comp here, or do they want to just simply grab a jungler right now and wait it out? There's something like a Xin could work. Camille still available, so Jhin, Camille.
Oh, so now they can go a Shen lane if they would like to.
They certainly can.
Okay, let's see what Delight wants to do, and there is the Shen.
I mean, yesterday we had such a great example, even though ultimately the game was won by one late-game Camille moment. A showcasing of how to shut Camille down with Shen. As unfortunately, poor Namgung just could not play the game.
Well, he also could not refrain from hard winning the game at the very end. The 0-8 power spike is just too strong. All right, Shen going to be locked in. Let's see what Zeka is going to put away here. It could just be the bottom lane locked in. Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing a Ziggs. And yeah, Gumayusi is so good at this champion. You may as well pick it up. I feel like Jhin is a fairly weak side champion as well. We are going to see Carrier and Delight kind of unlocked from this lane just based on the fact that they're playing these two champions. And this would be a little bit more of an aggressive choice. We've seen the Corki many times and has actually found a bunch of success, even if the win rate does say 48.4%. I've really liked Corki so far.
Yeah, a lot of that's from the earlier rounds, since it is a year-long stat that pops up there. I do think that I personally like Corki more in this meta. I also really love Blind Olaf because we're just not seeing a whole lot of teams be able to figure out how to deal with this champion right now. And it is very, very, it has been very well played by Doran this
He was the one that sort of made it popular, right, here in the LCK.
So I think it just took a loss recently, but that win rate's still up at 75% across quite a few games now.
And even the games where the Olaf loses, I don't think the Olaf loses in those games.
No, certainly
even
not.
she was just kind of 1v5 most of the time.
So there's still always that possibility of the Shen top, but with the Olaf there, I think extremely unlikely. This Shen is designed for a counterpick, or designed as a counterpick for the Camille in lane, and then for roaming power later on, as Guma will try to be self-sufficient down there into the Jhin. So banning away the Yone here, I actually really do like, because it's a lot of big team fight power, and it is Zeka, of course, into the ability to set it up with the Vi and the Shen taunts is very powerful. Because there's that Lee Sin that we were talking about earlier on, going to be banned here in the second phase.
Yeah, and this is actually quite interesting of T1 to kind of leave Painter to the Wolves when it comes to this next round of bans. The Jack's going to be taken away from Zeus, not going to be playing that one into the Olaf this time around. And is it going to be another jungle ban, just really trying to put the pressure onto Painter and get him to dig through that champion pool? It could, of course, be just playing the Olaf, I guess, but I don't think that is going to be the case with Doran on this roster. One more ban to come through. Xin Zhao, Jarvan, any of these sorts of things could be all right. The Xin is going to be the choice here to be taken away. And with the Vi already locked in, I think not having the Jarvan makes more sense.
Also,
because the Olaf doesn't like running around rocks.
If Holmes done his research, it has been Painter's worst champion statistically. He's 2-5 on it with an incredible win rate on everyone else in the meta. He just, unfortunately, has taken a lot of losses on Jarvan specifically. And he will avoid it here as well and go for the Pantheon pick. Ryze is still a possibility in this draft if they wanted to go with that. Might be picked away now. We'll see if Zeka wants to instead just play some strong mid-jungle synergy like Ahri here in this draft and just kind of turn this into a complete dive comp. The problem with that, though, is there's an Olaf front line that Ahri is really going to struggle to cut through. Just doesn't have the same damage throughout as a lot of other mid laners. So I think Anivia just put the wall up and keep him away.
Yeah, it's such a good pick into the Olaf. Just create as many things to put in the way as possible.
Oh yeah, what if you just get both?
And exactly, just put him in the lane with the Olaf is the theory. Zeka could be playing the Ryze. We'll see what he does decide to lock in. Zeus is the bird guy in the top lane. He just very much likes playing Anivia. Zeka could kind of play whatever he wants, but he does want a blind pick here into Faker, who has been held the last pick, and there is that Ryze. So this is the beauty of HLE and what they're capable of. Cassio is almost always banned, and then you get to just pick the Anivia, give it to Zeus, and then Ryze has a decent matchup almost no matter what. The Galio will be picked into it here, and I love Olaf Galio for a gargoyle delivery system, not to mention you already have Camille Galio on this roster.
I think that Hanwha Life had a pretty intelligent draft here, and they had to pivot really hard when that Olaf came through, and I think they were able to get some pretty strong picks here. The Anivia is going to be nice in the lane, going to be able to zone the Olaf in team fights, and could potentially even prevent him from joining said team fights. But when I look at these two teams and how they clash in 5v5, I want T1's comp every time. Who are you going to Vi-ult here? The Jhin that's a million miles away? I think most of the time you're going to be Vi-ulting a Camille that's up at the front line, already setting up the fight for T1, hoping to burst that down. The carries are so difficult to actually get to. It's really just one major carry there in the Jhin, but there's so much front line. You'll never be able to lock down the Olaf. And I think what T1 have put together here is they saw a Vi dive composition, Olaf comes through, and they've set up all of the answers here in this one. Outside of 5v5s, though, I think Kanavi might pick this team apart. They could definitely get a massive lead here. The Corki 2-item spike is going to be really strong. They've got Realm Warp to move around the map. Hanwha Life definitely have a strong draft that they can finesse here.
They certainly can. I think side lanes are going to be a huge deal for Hanwha. Let's see whether they can make it work as we get under the rift here for game number 1 at the Saturday Showdown. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, under the rift for game number 1.
I think it's so fitting that in Painter's debut game, and in a moment of shock to everyone, the observers go to 80 carries on the opening during the fan chants, because I think everybody knows that that is what this series today is likely going to be completely about. They do drop those wards down in that bush as they are going to clash here with no supports. Delight coming over first, as right now Keria is supporting Painter and looking for a potential topside play here.
Yeah, Painter already just getting through Kanavi's jungle here on this top side. No vision available. And he will just kind of clear everything from what we can see. Kanavi already rotating over, though. Got word of what was going on here as Gumayushi just going to push Pays away. They know that the Camille wasn't in the lane. As Ignite down from Doran just lights Zeus on fire. Kanavi now in trouble as the hookshot wall dive comes in, but Delight is already roaming up. And Faker just vacating the lane. This is actually huge for HLE with this mid lane control. I think we kind of know that Zeus should have a relative amount of control against Doran, at least for the first few levels. But I was questioning whether Faker was going to be able to push Zeka around in the early levels or not.
Yeah.
It looks like he is sacrificing that lane in order to try to help this jungle. It's not necessarily working.
Not necessarily. We'll see what Painter is going to be able to do here once he returns to the jungle after this first back, as that's going to be, I think, a lot of what they were trying to do there is slow Kanavi down on the cross. Now, if he can come over here and actually fight for Krugs, could get pretty interesting here. As it looks like Kanavi, aware of this, is just going to drop Krugs entirely. I actually think this is a wise choice. Go return to his side of the jungle and not give Painter the opportunity to challenge there. And that will be what we end up seeing here. Painter had the level 3 advantage had they fought there.
Yeah, hookshot wall dive does come in onto Delight here, who's been lit on fire. Gets the shield, but still has to flash. That's a huge deal. Painter now roaming over. Not a lot of vision here for
Good
Gumiyushi.
snipe, potentially as well.
Yeah. Let's see. The Shen is able to make it out. But is Gumiyushi going to survive? The answer is yes, because Painter has actually prioritized being elsewhere. There's the flash, but the Deadly Flourish still connects here.
We have had
will, though, survive.
such a shift in playstyle across our LCK teams this week, where in the past, I think they 100% try to force the kill onto Guma, and they don't even track where Kanavi is because they're like, okay, well, he didn't do Krugs. He's probably far enough away. But in this meta now, this week, it's like you just only take the certain play, and I think the certain play is maybe not to dive this one either.
This is actually very cute. You saw both Zeka and Kanavi moving down. Zeka going to be interrupted here by Faker, who is very low himself. But as they were walking down, they sort of realized that, that dive wasn't actually going to happen, so both of them press back, try and get themselves a little bit of a cheater recall. And T1 do come out on top as far as the exchange of money is concerned. But it is good to see HLE actually protecting the bottom lane. As Painter comes on over, he'll be able to push Kanavi away from his Raptor camp.
I thought with that charge Q, who's going to get all those instantly, but not quite able to. Gets it with the second Q there. Clears up those little chickens, takes that money. T1 have been very annoying, I would say, in this early game. You know, slowing Kanavi down on the cross jungle there. Coming over, getting the flash out of Guma, getting the flash out of Delight on the initial play. Haven't gotten any lethal damage done in this game, but it has certainly been a lot of small advantages that have stacked up. Faker with that extra pressure in mid grabs a plate as well. And you can see these gold leads are across the board here now for T1 in every lane, including the jungle, where Painter has that small little extra advantage in camps as well from the level 1. Painter and T1's Academy team play the most classic standard League of Legends that you could ever imagine. And I think that that is showing here in this T1 game as well. They're just going to play for small advantages, not take big risks, but know that the draft has a lot of power. Faker, though,
yeah. Oh, that Justice Punch was kind of beautiful here from Faker, looking for the double taunt, only finds one. Zeus might be egged underneath this turret, just barely going to survive. And Doran looks for the axe, but doesn't find it. My God, on sub 10 health, he'll survive.
Two solo laners with these really nice little outplays. And another one right here.
He had 1 HP.
Literally 1 HP, I was told. Oh my God.
Okay, well, there's the flash into the egg, and the Olaf is actually not in turret range, so Zeus will just die. That's first blood, and a massive blunder from the HLE top laner.
He's like, I'll give it to him. It was 1 HP. Okay, that's not supposed to happen. That was a huge blunder, as you say, and that is going to warp the entirety of this early game on the top side of the map. Look at this buy from Doran.
Yeah.
Doesn't have teleport either, but because he gets the kill, just gets to walk back. He's dancing on his way back, I think.
Yeah, that's a teleport back from Zeus, so at least he will get up to the wave. But man, that is not what you want to see. One thing about what Doran has done here is he's taken the Ignite, which is really going to help him in that 1v1, especially early on. But it means he doesn't have Ghost for later on in the game, which Ragnarok does give you movement speed, things like that. You do have the ability to catch up, but not going to be as deadly as some of the other Olafs that we have seen in these team fights. We see this one more time.
If he doesn't get kills, it doesn't matter. He just flashes on him, and he's out of turret range. Like you said, I think Zeus did not actually calculate for that. I really, like earlier he was playing around that wall, and he's like, if he gets under turret aggro and I wall him in while I'm in egg, like he might actually die, or I'm at least going to get most of his health bar. That was cool, but this one was a bridge too far. And if he doesn't get kills or get kill pressure with the Ignite, then I feel like, oh, you 100% wish you went for the Ghost in this game, but because he's able to get first blood, I think he's already feeling pretty happy with the Summoner spell choice for now.
Definitely doing very, very well. Zeus still going to be able to move up, grab some crystalline overgrowth, and will be able to grab a plate there as well. So the gold lead will be mitigated somewhat. But in a long lane with no egg and a carrier moving up, this is going to be such a rough time.
Carrier
for
has
Zeus.
flash too.
Yeah, thankfully Zeus has flash, as he elected not to use that. Painter is going to come up, and Zeus, I think, is just going to accept his fate and die. A second kill onto the Anivia, and this is not the Zeus that we've been used to seeing on this champion.
Yeah, no, he's... I mean, after what happened in the initial play and he survived, I was like, that's it. Yeah, I know it. Maybe he didn't calculate he was going to live on 1 health, but he was playing with fire there. Ascaria is still here.
Yeah, Wall Dive not going to quite connect onto Zeka, but still going to be putting on a lot of pressure here. Givenchy almost with his flashback available.
Kanavi's coming up topside now, but there is nothing to get till those grubs spawn. It's like he's just going to do Krugs, and then maybe they'll try to put that focus onto the Krugs, or sorry, not Krugs, Grubs. Post-Krugs.
Yep.
A lot of little things to get there on the top side. Adoran just gets to get a free back here. We'll be able to catch most of this wave, and now Painter is on the top side for a potential Grub contest.
Oh dear, there's the flash in from Carrier. Flash away from Zeus, but Hayes is not even interested in following, just happy that the summoner spell comes in. And Zeus just taking so much damage. Carrier walks up and ignites him just for fun. And now the curtains have been called. Does Zeus manage to get out of the way? And the answer is no for that one, and no for the final one as well. Faker also not going to go for the dive.
They got Zeka's Realm Warp on the play. Now, Grubs do go over to Kanavi on the top side that I was mentioning earlier, but there's a lot of potential value there gained. And the Anivia pushed out a lane again. So this is the second play here with Painter communicating with the team here confidently in his debut game. Comes over, and he's just like, we got him, we got him, we got him.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry for taking the kill. I think that is absolutely fine.
On the Pantheon at this early game, I think you're warranted to take it.
Yeah. But Faker is now taking a bit of damage, but he's otherwise just fine here in this mid lane. Slight lead, I guess, for Zeka did crop up for a moment, but otherwise it is all T1. And more plate money going over to Doran. The more this Olaf gets, the more dangerous he is going to be here in this game.
I'm just happy
I don't think he was supposed to have a 10 CS 10 CS lead at this stage.
Oh, I'm just happy to see. I mean, as someone who's watching Painter's debut, how vocal he is. Every time he's on camera, he is sharing a lot of information. You can see it on the player cams to the bottom of the screen there. He is chatty, and that's often something we don't see with rookies who get pushed into the limelight right away, as they don't communicate enough, and sometimes that ends up being why they get subbed right back out.
Especially rookies that join the most popular team in the world.
Yeah, and also in one of the biggest rivalries right now in the world. This is his first game in the Legend group, a very important one, as T1 could push to 2 wins ahead of HLE, currently in first place in the standings. If they win this, pretty big one.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. Ona is taking a fair bit of damage here from Zeus, who is still sitting on just his Catalyst. We'll be able to clear out that wave and move on.
Yeah, the Catalyst is great for, sustaining the lane and getting your health back up, but when you get Dove and Burst, not a whole lot of value, as Zeka will get taunted.
Yeah, but in goes Kanavi. No Justice Punch here for Faker, as the Q is going to miss there, and he tries to get out, and he'll be successful. In goes Painter now, joining the fray, and does have that shield. Doran's rotating over. Faker's coming back as Painter flashes out, but there's the Vault Breaker. Kanavi will be executed, and that was a massive overextension. Delight turns up. He was delivered by the Vi. But HLE now down 3 kills with nothing to show for it.
They put him in the circus on his first game. They just said, you're on the circus now. You were going to ult in when Faker goes for this taunt play. And then Kanavi shows up. But because Kanavi used his CC early, Faker is just able to ult out. And that's the biggest part of all of this, is he's just like, all right, well, there's no more buttons to stop me. I'm out of here. And then Painter comes in and buys time because he's Pantheon. And then Carrier rotates over. But this is,
this is actually so sick.
It's just...
Yeah, Faker just ults out onto the Pantheon as the Pantheon is ulting in. So they literally just trade places.
Yeah. And then, what's Painter going to do? Buy time. Puts his shield up during this taunt. Flashes away. Kanavi flashes to follow. And then Carrier shows up. Faker gets the knockup. And Carrier ults. Now, if you watch that play back, the craziest thing is that the second Faker goes in for the taunt play, and Kanavi is shown, Keria stops walking bottom and starts walking mid. Like they're thinking that far ahead. He's like, all right, I think this play could be extended. I'm already on my way up. I'm not going to leave Faker hanging. We are going to fight for this. We are going to play for this. Like Keria instantly reacted there and is able to help clean up there at the end of the fight and almost even takes Zeka with them. Doesn't get his flash or anything like that as there wasn't enough damage to fall up there. But still, it's a massive lead here for T1. 3,000 gold at 12 minutes and they're looking for double dragon.
Yeah, this Hex Tech should be taken here by T1. There is vision available, and there's the Realm Warp over as well. Let's see whether Zeka makes his way in. The taunt from Faker comes down as Delight gets the taunt flash. Faker, though, just going to turn it into an engage of his own, and Kanavi is dead yet again. This time, though, Gumayushi's here in the brawl and takes down his former support. Zeka looking for some names here as Pay's taking a lot of damage, but the curtains are going to be called as a result. Faker gets in there. Gumayushi taking so much damage and will be executed. Painter locks him down. And Faker says good night to his former AD. Out goes Delight, but in goes Doran. And out he goes again. As Zeka is going to look for a bit of damage. Deadly Flourish is indeed deadly, and Delight will be sniped.
This is all of a sudden just starting to be a Harlem Globetrotters game.
It really is.
This is insane. So they focused Kanavi down. As we're not done yet. Keria is going to set up Faker.
Yeah, Zayas in a lot of trouble here. Does get the wall down, but he is still egged. And oh man, to lose your passive in this moment as well is just very disappointing. He'll be taken out. Might have been able to get a teleport off, by the way.
Now. Yeah, might have. But okay, let's go back to this play. So Kanavi initially is the target here for T1 because they want to be able to secure this dragon. It's Painter who makes that call, stuns Kanavi, they burst him down. Now they have to retreat because they've put all the buttons on cooldown. Keria gets isolated and killed. And so it's jungle for support. And so HLE want to try to push them back here. This is why Guma plays aggressively because if Painter's still alive, there's still a chance for the steal, but he just gets punished immediately as he and Faker are just switching positions again, reminding everyone what Urgot's ult used to do.
Yep.
And then this snipe. He's like, yeah, comes off cooldown. Hey, I'll try for it. And then he's just got him.
Got him. Got him indeed. Keria also going to get Delight as Paze is moving over. Doran trying to get in here. Delight, pretty good shadow dash to get over that wall. And he will be able to keep himself alive. Zayas clearing out waves in this top lane. And 3.6k is the gold lead. It's an Ocean Soul this game as well, which honestly isn't too bad here for T1. I imagine Doran would like to have an Ocean Soul. Feels like a bit of an Olafy soul.
Yeah. How do HLE recover now? I think the game plan has to just be see if you can get one dragon and even sacrifice Kanavi to do it, and then just scale with your.
I think they're going to need some of like you know Michael's secret stuff.
Yeah.
So after game one, they're going to need some of Peanut's secret stuff in the coach's booth. You know they're going to have that pep talk, and then Michael Jordan will come in and say this is Peanut's secret stuff. You're going to have some of this, and it'll make you strong.
I'm pretty sure Michael Jordan watches the LCK.
I'm pretty sure he does.
Yeah, I
Goat recognizes
like
Goat, right?
Exactly.
Like, that's how it goes.
Exactly. I think he and Faker probably hang out in the offseason.
Yeah. They probably like play chess together or something like that. I assume that's what the greatest of all time do with each other. It's okay. T1 defending here towards his top side. The Baron is nowhere near spawning, but Herald is here.
Yeah, and HLE just don't have any control. I think, again, you've got an Anivi, you've got a Rise. T1 have a 4,000 gold lead, but you can just sit back and clear the waves and try to scale up. I know that team fights are going to be really hard for HLE, as we've described already, and as we've seen in some of these scrappy fights, because you're playing into so much CC, so much frontline for the Jhin, who, by the way, just doesn't miss, as it turns out. So now you just kind of have to hope that you could still do it anyways and hope for a late game. But Kanavi, that's not the kind of guy he is. He doesn't wait. He doesn't scale. He fights.
Certainly not. But now Keria is going to get engaged on here. There's a Realm Warp over. Cease and Desist comes down onto the Camille, who throws out the ulti. Painter gets himself out of there. And the curtain call is so good. Kanavi just gets slammed with an axe. And Doran is not going to be able to flash over that wall because he doesn't have it available, but it will still be Shelly going over to T1, and once again Kanavi in the dirt.
Well, you know, I think we're just gonna have to start talking about game 2 now.
Yeah, I was already there, Wolf. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I wanted to do the thing where we go, well, how could they come back? And There's a lot of wave clear. Just don't force those fights. And Kanavi said, you know what? Look at that player name right next to the HLE in my ID. That's who I am. It's me. You can identify him right here. He's charging right there. He's channeling his Q. He just gets stopped immediately here. Ults the Camille, which is, again, like what I said in the draft, like, who are you going to ult in this draft? Well, he was the only reasonable target in this case. And then T1 show up. It's such a quintessential T1 game where it looks like, oh, we got the numbers advantage. You don't. They will be there. They're on their way every time.
And now the gold leads to the tune of about 1,000 for everyone on the top side of the map. It's actually been a relatively quiet game for FaZe, honestly, as far as his advantage. As Delight gets that Twilight's Refuge down to at least save some of that health bar. But now the turrets begin to fall. And he was already like a 4,000 gold lead without a turret going down. Now there are 2 dead, so it's a 5.5k lead at 18 minutes in this game. This is a shellacking already.
Not even close. And I think a lot of this game has come down to scrappy fights that HLE took that had thin margins where they just couldn't find the win they were looking for, including that last Herald fight. In their mind, in Kanavi's mind, maybe they were like, okay, maybe we actually get the kill onto Keria, and if we show up, we have the numbers advantage, they trickle in, we win the fight. But that was their same idea on the mid play. When Faker went for that taunt, they failed it there. And the Anivia was always going to be behind in this game. They tried to find fights elsewhere, and it just has not worked. So they just pushed themselves further and further behind. And now it's just pretty simple here for T1. Doran holding the cross angle here with that blast cone. Good deletion there by Zayas to prevent him from getting in the way he wants to. Now maybe he can zone the Olaf.
Yeah, Battle Herald does come down here, but she is just going to walk on forward. There is Doran claiming Shelly. We'll be able to get that charge. Gets a nice little knock up there as well, but my goodness.
The damage from that
Yeah,
poke.
that's just one axe, I guess.
It's the way they pushed away was so desperate.
Oh, Keria in a bit of an awkward spot here. Does sidestep the stun very nicely as Faker looking to make his way back in. Captive Audience comes down, taunt just onto Zayas. Loses half of his health bar. Gumayushi as well looking a little worse for wear. And T1 just look like they're kind of toying with them
and
right
Doran
now.
is just like, yeah, you guys keep him busy. I'm going to push this inner turret by myself. And with a massive wave, someone has to respond. Zayas can't take the short way around. He's got to take the long way around. And they're just whittling down this mid turret. The bottom turret loses 2 plates. And HLE just don't have an inch in this game. And the Anivia wall they used onto Doran to try to zone him out so they could maybe look for a big fight in mid is just ignored by the Herald because Doran uses the channel, which gets him over the wall, and they don't end up losing a bloody fight, but T1 get everything they want, but namely that Ocean Soul Point.
Yeah, huge deal here. Faker's done the most damage in the game somehow, but
Doran
it's also
and
under
Faker.
10k. All right, well, there's another taunt to come on through. That damage number is just going to go up, as we see there. Moving towards that 10k mark is now Delight standing on a ward. Needs to be very careful. Does get a control ward down because it looks like red buff may still belong to HLE. Zayas holding the wave in mid.
Faker's just min-maxing this game. I mean, he knows that they can't punish him, so he just keeps going for these taunt plays.
Yeah, may as well walk up to them.
I mean, there's a world right now where even though it might not look like it because Painter's playing so well, we've seen these crazy snipes. If we were doing POG, it'd definitely be Faker for me right now. He set up so many of the traps into HLE. As here comes Keria on a ward, but this turret is very low.
Yeah, it's kind of scary for Gumayushi to even be here defending. He's very, very close to his transformation on the Mirror Mana. And Keria is going to have that back denied. There's the transformation to come on through. As pretty strong, especially with the fact that it's Storm Razor Ghostblade here from FaZe. Not exactly the most powerful 2-item spike you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah, it's...
Zeka does get 2 items himself. Still looking to actualize, but is getting closer.
It's so frustrating when you're the AD carry who really this game hasn't been about at all, even though we kind of set it up like it might be. And yes, he did get caught trying to play a little fancy on that dragon, but he had to kill Painter, otherwise they lose the dragon, or potentially have a 50-50. But he's like, I'm on my 2-item spike, but the game is done. You know, that's the frustrating part.
Oh, Pei's going to have to cleanse here, as they're not even able to kill him, even with that crystallized down. And there is the curtain call. Zayas tanking a bunch of these bullets, but no one really wants to. Now Kanavi comes on over to play some defense. And Faker all the while is just pushing here in this top lane. Carrier moving over as well, just to try and catch anyone.
Faker
trying to rotate up and defend.
So it's very scary to try to keep this turret alive. The second this turret dies, by the way, T1 explode all over the map because there's just no way to defend all of their aggression. It's the one thread that HLE are hanging by right now. And T1 are trying to turn that into a tool where they have this Galio set up with the flanking Camille. Like, if you guys want to defend this turret, you mess it up even a little bit, the game will actually just end. HLE played it well. They played defensively around it. They don't overextend. They don't have anyone isolated. But they're still hanging on by that wave clear a little bit here in this game. I just don't know if it's ever really going to matter.
This is the thing. They've gone for so many Hail Mary fights so far, and not one of them has even been nearly successful with how well T1 have just been playing it out defensively. And then as soon as they're done, no mistakes, no way in, and they just suffocate Harmolife Esports so that this gold lead only increases until HLE feel desperate enough to try and go for another skewed fight in favor of T1. It's beautiful to watch, unless you're an HLE fan.
I mean, the style of... Okay, Guma should be able to back away. This turret might actually finally go down here.
Well, Painter is going to go for the stun as he gets underneath this turret. Does get the Aegis out, and that is going to help him there as the Realm Warp does come in from Zeka just to back up the rest of his teammates.
This is Ocean Soul.
Yeah, off to the side, 20 seconds on that Ocean Soul that you were talking about. Justice Punch will be interrupted as Gumayushi getting a lot of damage onto Faker as in goes to Light, but they look to turn it. Cease and Desist comes in, there's a heroic entrance, and down goes the Corki. They do manage to kill Carrier, but I think he's okay with it. It's Ganavi in the backline will just pop like a balloon. Down goes Zeus as well as the curtains have been called, and never has that ability been named more correctly. As down will go everyone on HLE except for Zeka. And I think T1 will be able to finish this one off here.
Yeah, I think T1 were, for a brief moment, considering if they ever even really needed to get that dragon. But with that Ennard being as healthy as it is, and with this composition, they're not going to be able to end it right here at 23.5 minutes. But we'll go and take this dragon. But this is another showcasing of Faker absorbing so much pressure. Like, he's dangling himself out here as a potential target. Well, watch what happens when Delight goes for the engage. What does the team do? They instantly go to the other side. Why? Because no one can stop Faker from ulting. So he basically reverses this entire fight. And Delight's engage is worthless because the rest of the team is collapsed on, and then Faker joins. He turns an engage onto him. Well, not his team turns an engage onto him into a winning team fight on the other side. And then Faker is the closer, goes in on top. It's just so clean, but he's done it so many times this game on the Galio. Look at this. That's
just clean, ridiculous.
That's Thomas looking at this and he says, we need this every game. This is the perfect game.
He's now got an example for what every game should look like. And he can just see whether he can trace that line over every other one of these games. I mean, the beautiful part is the fact that these gold leads that you're seeing on your screen are everyone else other than the bottom lane. So T1 demonstrating they can play through topside if they want to, if they get the draft that requires it. And they absolutely did this time around.
I will address very briefly the elephant in the room as well. I think the pick that a lot of people have been most critical of on Owner this season has been the Pantheon, and Painter is just, he's exactly where he needs to be every single time in this game, and it doesn't matter anymore because now I feel like you could be wherever you want as T1 and HLE cannot punish, but his engages have been crisp. Look at this one.
Yep, Summoner's Rift is where he's supposed to be, and he nailed it. He's right there right now. In goes Faker looking for the angle. Taunt is decent, but Faker goes golden. Delight just explodes. It's a double for Carrier somehow. No idea how, really, as the Glacial Storm comes over, but it's really not much of a storm, you know. And Carrier, he goes in. He is going to be the punishment onto Zeus. No egg, no chance. And Gumayushi will also be put out of his misery. Zeka, the last man standing once again. Still hasn't died this game, but hasn't done much of anything else either. As Doran just throws an axe on his way past, and they look for the Baron.
This week is the shift of the meta back away from Hanwha's style. Gen G playing the slow, controlled Gen G type game, right? Is a big bounce back week. T1 against D+, just playing defensively and then punishing them. And in this game, doing the exact same. And it looks like the style of Konami, which pushed the whole LCK into this aggressive, constant team fighting style of play, is kind of falling off in our Legend group right now. I think we're watching it in real time, not in this fight, but in the attempted fights to try to get back into the game here for HLE, falling flat on their face despite having a Rise, despite having an Anivia. And in this game, T1 could do no wrong, and they're just constantly waiting, picking this team apart, punishing them at every turn. When the lead is this big, it's hard to really even criticize HLE in these moments because they're just trying to open their eyes on the map.
Yeah, I mean, like, the criticism is for everything that happened at the beginning, and that was definitely not great, but it also goes all the way back to the draft. And we actually have an interview with Coach Hom saying, like, I'm personally sorry because I didn't do enough work in the draft. I also think that this draft is just kind of crap. I'm not going to lie. And the priority on the buy, I think, needs to go down. I just don't think this champion is that good, and definitely not good enough to be first picked when everything else is up and available, and then run into the Olaf trap that we saw, because T1, they had right of first selection, and I was wondering why they chose blue side instead of the first pick that everyone's been picking.
I mean,
but I think we know.
There are a lot of champions that you think of like that's the Giga Vi pairing angle, even in the top lane. But neither of these mid champions, or one of them is being played in the top lane, are it, really, in terms of setting up the buy. But they were dealing with the Olaf. The Olaf pick was such a masterclass in the draft for T1. And then Doran just pushed it too far and got a solo kill. And then they played through him and took Zeus off the map. And then Hanwha tried to force mid, and it just fell apart. As here's that Olaf right here.
Yep, Zeka is going to be able to get out. Does have a Seraph shield, so the Realm Warp will not be interrupted, and he won't do enough damage. The Actualizer has been completed, but it's a 15,000 gold lead. Pace.
Pace just doing a funny thing. He's even got the Comedy Atlas.
There we
He's
go.
got everything.
Oh, nice flash away there from Doran. Kanavi basically just explodes before anything really happens. Zeka does have a fair bit of damage as they try to go through the base gates, but Zeus is just kind of dead. Yeah, Gumayushi's also been taken down here as it's a very split fight. And T1 now have two of their opposition dead. Only Zeka there with damage, really, as they look to break open the front door. And Faker gets the flash taunt. The justice is delivered to the Rise. And the Nexus turrets will now be taken down. T1 with utter domination here in Game 1 against HLE. And we're going to need a lot more from the boys in orange if they are going to stand up to T1 today.
I think that we are really seeing the death of the style of HLE that dominated rounds 1 and 2 and had them at the top of the standings. We know they can play a different way, but they did not in this first game, and they are going to have to change it up in real time right now in games 2 and potentially 3 to get the comeback in this series, because T1 and Gen G have turned the dial back to slow, methodical, classic LCK League of Legends, and the rest of this Legend group is going to have to follow up, because this style right now seems to be the one that is winning, and it is winning super hard.
Oh my goodness, look at that graph. Yes, they gave up some Void Grubs, but did that matter? Not at all, because HLE were never able to hit a turret, almost ever. You can see 0 towers to 9. Yeah, if you were watching the Casper Cup, it was nothing like this. This was exceedingly one-sided. T1 now moved to 1-0 in the series, and if HLE don't change something, change it fast, this could be over real soon. Let's go to a short break. When we get back, the space to break it down in that second game.
Red Bull gives you wings.
쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바 쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
When I was a player, if I was to make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
And no, we are not showing a revision of the hyperkinetic position reverser, which is the old Urgot ult. League Classic is currently out right now. This is literally Painter and Faker swapping positions in a very iconic moment, an iconic debut here for the brand new jungler for T1. Painter comes on in as Faker gets out. He sets up the fight and then lives on 1 HP with the help of the rest of the squad, saying, thank you very much, young man. Have a debut to remember. It is 1-0 T1 Hanwha Life Esports in Saturday Showdown today. And I gotta tell you guys, it's so weird. It is so weird. The crowd is full outside in the lobby right now. And this was so one-sided, and all this news has come out. There were like golf claps happening outside because I don't think people could understand and process how dominant of a win this was.
Like, what is happening? I was expecting more exciting game, you know, like a lot of back and forth, but it was literally just T1 stomping HLE.
I mean, not for me. I mean, I'm
Wait,
not
what?
sure. I mean, I'm a T1 predictor, right, Diga? You knew it. I mean, it's pretty.
Yeah,
but you couldn't see
it.
So.
I knew it.
But based on the draft, we were so much worried about the T1 because this comp is all about diving to the enemy, and I think if you cannot snowball from the early game, your comp kind of falls off quite easily. So that's why we were thinking about maybe T1 could not handle this. But they already knew that they have to snowball from the early game, so that's why Keria helped out Painter to invade his jungle, and it was not the end of the Keria early game pathing here.
Yeah, I mean, also you guys have to know where is a Delight? Like Delight has to be here to help out your jungler. It already got delayed more than 15 seconds. It's more than enough the time that the Painter can actually just finish up the procs. and then press B, and then get in time for these their own Crocs, and then into the boss side scuttle secured, and also the carrier just get level 2 first, faster than Delight, and then the punishment right here, it goes right away, and it leads the whole game. The carrier is free after this play.
So yeah, I think after all these shenanigans, I think T1 just could track Kanavi so easily because your bot lane is already cooked on the bot lane. You have
flash.
You have to stay in the turret, and enemy jungle is taking all the scuttles, all the camps. I think you can see Kanavi 24/7 on the minimap, so it's so easy to track him at this point. He gets the camp, he gets literally everything, so it was just so one-sided even from the minute 1.
Yeah, and for people wondering, hey, where's Kanavi? Why isn't he dictating the early game for Hanwha Life Esports like he's been doing in all their wins? It was a comprehensive team plan to shut down Kanavi and have Painter set up for success with that lead then. That leads us to what they're able to do. They get a couple kills early on, and at the Drake, they put the nail in the coffin less than 15 minutes in the game.
Yeah, I mean, also as soon as as what he said, like I think as soon as I saw the T1 draft, like the Dragon stacking, it has to be there. It has to be done. Like right this moment, and I think the first Drake to secure really well, but this is the second Drake. I think Faker as a team, like Ryze, they got kind of confused from the Ryze ulti first, so it kind of wasted the Galio taunt. It was just only one man, and there was no follow up. So HLE actually plays so well. They knew it. Like the Faker misuses the taunt, and there's no follow up. But the thing is, like the T1, the Doran was so ahead. He solo killed top lane. He's so fast. And he was the only one to actually TP, and they couldn't really help out. And then be able to secure this Drake and then leads to win the team fight, it means a lot.
Not only Kanavi and the bot lane got stomped, but also at the same time, Doran was solo killing the Zeus of the top lane. Again, we don't know what's happening on this matchup. Whenever Zeus plays against Doran, he plays so weird. He gets solo killed. He cannot play against this guy. And yeah, and your all lanes are getting cooked, even from the level 1, even from the minute 1. So what can you do? You can't do anything as jungler. So I think it's not the trap, it's the player gap.
Well, maybe there's more insight from two gentlemen who might know a thing or two about being a parent. Let's send it on over to Atlas and Wolf.
I see what you did there, Dagon, and I liked it. What we can add is that was a colossal slaughter, and I'm just hoping that we have HLE shake it off, shake the sillies out, you know, and then get back on the Rift for a better game.
That says the loss streak ends today, but it also had a picture of Kanavi playing Shyvana, so I'm a little bit at odds with what the sign was trying to tell me.
Yeah, HLE and Shyvana, not necessarily the greatest of friends. He has won a game on it in recent memory, but I don't know whether I'd be asking for that personally. We might get it though. That's just one of those things. Their series against Gen G was a lot closer and did have a Shyvana in it that almost managed to win a game. But Gen G's finesse with that final comp was just a little bit too much. This was a very different story. This was T1 just kind of winning everywhere all the time and then killing the Nexus.
I mentioned Painter's Jarvan as his worst champion, right? Pantheon is his second worst. Well, not like he's just a Pantheon one trick and this was exactly how they were going to play it out. I just think he slotted right in to what T1 were trying to do. He had such a high impact, but it was just such a great game plan from T1 from minute 1, and that Olaf pick just destroyed the buy and the whole setup for HLE. So we're going back to the drawing board a little bit here to see how much HLE can pivot within this best of 3 style-wise here, or maybe they are able to find the similar type of draft, but shut T1 out to prevent them from getting what they want in return.
Well, the Nocturne should be banned away, and then the Orianna if we want the same bans as last game. In fact, we have the same sides of the Rift as last game as well. T1 chose blue side, and then HLE have chose first pick, and so therefore that blue side will go back to T1 once again. The Skarner ban, Wolf, what do you think they want to pick?
I think it's looking like a first pick Lee Sin.
Yeah.
I also mentioned earlier, if you guys weren't there, that Painter has never played Skarner professionally. That's actually not true. I lied. I missed it. He's 3-0 on Scar. Never mind.
Okay, never mind. He's pretty good at Skarner, I guess. The champion is also pretty well suited to playing into the blind man. As the Nocturne going to be taken away, that will mean that Orianna will be traded for the Lee Sin.
Gonna be first pick Lee Sin, I think.
No.
I don't know, Atlas. Like,
you do not let Faker have Orianna. This is rule number 1 of playing into T1. Do not let Faker. Like, if they had made that mistake, then I imagine the trucks are already parked outside of HLE, right?
Well, the good thing is for this Orianna pick for HLE is that they can pick the Jarvan to set it up, right? That's available, even though the Nocturne was banned away.
Yep.
So they will have a good ball carrier here.
Whoa! Okay, Faker.
Okay, this...
Lock it in!
Usually you pick lock leader in the draft. I'm curious to see how T1 will convince us that this is a good idea, but we'll wait. As this means that... Okay, I thought perhaps there was a consideration of something else here. I do think it is almost certainly a Jarvan pick here.
Yeah, I think the Jarvan does make the most Kanavi sense.
Yeah.
Yep. You can definitely go in on that one. That's an Alistair, though.
So the main way to counter lock is to make sure that you have winning lanes. And picking Alistair into it...
That doesn't help. Also, he's got an execute threshold. Having damage reduction doesn't help you with that either.
No, it certainly does not. The Jarvan will still come through here, but I do, in fact, wonder what HLE meant by this.
Well, I mean, it is good into Lee Sin. You can kind of boop him out when he tries to boop himself in. That does make some sense.
Yeah, it's kind of like budget Skarner.
Yeah.
Catching the Lee Sin, I suppose.
Exactly. And you don't have the poppy answer either.
You don't hold him, but you can push him into the wall.
Yeah. Convince him ever so slightly to leave is kind of the option there.
Well, I know for certain HLE will not allow T1 to play the Lucian Milio lane. I don't think you get half of it here. Like, I don't think you go Lucian here because you won't get the Milio and you won't have that lane dominance. Gnar, with no Olaf counterpick, gets you topside control, so that feels really good for a lock. I don't know what they're going to play into this now, as we'll probably see some protection bans for this Gnar, like the Vayne.
Yeah, I think Vayne and Ambessa maybe could be banned away.
Those are the ones I expect to see.
Unless you want to ban, like, Vayne and Varus, expecting a Varus pickup. The Vayne is definitely going to be banned, as we mentioned before.
Lucian ban for HLE, 1,000%. They will not let Pays have that pick with this lock.
Lucian Lulu actually feels like a pretty good option.
That's exactly what I had in mind, because any pushing lane is a problem. They already got the Bard away, and could otherwise, if you want to do something different, ban Caitlyn here, I suppose. As Caitlyn into a Alistair lane is going to be pushing, is going to have that power for the lock to roam. Isaiah's given some feedback on this ban, it looks like. Maybe an Ezreal.
Ezreal, okay. So, a Lulu lane is very, very comfortable here for Pays and Carrier.
You can just lock the Lulu now, it feels like, and just likely pick Yunara on 5.
Yep. And Gumayusi will be able to pick accordingly, but instead, the Caitlyn consideration.
A little bit more Carrier pilled to go for a Caitlyn lane instead of the Lulu setup.
Also just denies Gumayusi. Like, what does he play here? He doesn't have any of his key picks, right? Like, fearlessly banned, we have the Corki and the Jhin, and then the Varus was banned away, as well as the Lucian.
Is he going to just play Misfortune with an Alistair? I don't think so.
I think the Ziggs is almost the only way that you can keep yourself safe here in this lane.
I don't know, man. That Ziggs looks like lock food to me.
Well, I mean, he could be, but then do you play Ziggs Tristana? Maybe that's the answer. Into the Gnar on the top side of the map. Still gives you an 80 carry and gives them some teamfight presence. The Ambessa is the answer, though. That will be the decision made by Zeus.
This is such an incredibly volatile lane here for HLE to try to play through into this lock. We knew the Lux was coming because it's Keria, right? And Caitlyn Lux has always been a combo, but Keria is the Lux player. A lot of other players might even consider a Karma here just to guarantee it's a little bit easier to play, that you're going to have that push, but Keria never. He has popped off on this pick so often. I look at what T1 drafted, and it looked like they had a strong plan from the outset. They already knew, they always knew they were going to put this Gnar into the top lane. and they knew there were enough winning bottom lanes left that even if the Lucian was banned, they'd find a way to get that winning lane so that Faker can roam on the lock. This is old T1 right here. It says Painter right there, right? And Doran is playing on this roster, but this is like classic Kuma Keria, Caitlyn pushing lane, Faker roams, they dive again, they get ahead, they win the game. Like, this looks, to me, quintessential exactly what T1 used to play like, even when they were doing double marks from bottom lanes.
Yeah.
With Caitlyn support sometimes from Keria. And Locke is the champion to just press R and collect the money when you have that winning lane, but they also have topside bench to play for, and they have Lee Sin. I think like this is an even bigger draft gap than Game 1's draft gap.
And if Doran, as he often does, can lane well on this Gnar, get himself to a position where he can team fight, which is his bread and butter on this champion, right? You get a Gnar into a wall, the Lock just feast on absolutely everyone, and it should just be lights out from there. But let's see how it goes. We get into the Rift. All right.
Now,
Hanwha Life esports fans sound desperate, Wolf.
They certainly do. We're on the Hanwha side as well right now. There is one little caveat that we didn't mention in this draft for T1. Is that in order for Faker to get out and roam, he does have to win this lane. And that is a tough lane into the Orianna. And the Orianna can get the control and prevent him from making the impact he wants to. So that's on Zeka, and Zeka is a great Orianna player. Even though in the past he wasn't considered a mage player, this was his best mage, I would say. And so let's see how well he does in the lane, because if he can keep Faker locked down, pun unintended actually this time, it just keeps coming out when Locke's in the game. If he can keep him stuck in the lane, good time. As this is not going to be a good time at all.
No. At least Community will be able to bounce some bombs over. Does light a short fuse against Keria here, and that wave is just going to be shoved into the turret. This is one of those lanes where they kind of hope that they can get to light out of here, move around the map, and break up this 2v2. And if Gumushi does hit his Ludens, then he will be able to just eliminate waves, and things should be okay. This lane has gone the Ambessa's way, but Zeus is going to have to, you know, pull himself together, right, against Doran.
The electrocute buffs have really made this matchup a lot more playable for the Ambessa. Talking about the old buffs.
Yep, not to mention Ambessa's sustain being buffed a little bit obviously does come into play a little bit later on, but when it does, she feels a whole lot better, and it does come in around the time of the Eclipse Spike, which feels fantastic. Keria not going to be able to help grab that bit of CS. Gumushi should be able to help with this one. Okay, there's the flash in, and Zeus returns the favor at 2 minutes.
All right, bit of a overstep from Doran there under turret.
Man, they are such gentlemen in this top lane, right? Like, Zeus survives with 1 health, right? And then just gives the kill away. And then Doran's like, well, I mean, you gave me the kill in the last game. Time for your turn.
Yeah, you and I are sitting here talking about Ambessa sustain and electrocute, and Zeus is like, what if Doran just runs it down?
That is definitely going to be helpful.
So we'll watch this again. Mega expires, and with this, Slowy wants to go in at the last possible second here, and then takes the turret shot. And that's it.
That'll do it. Yeah, Zeus not celebrating just yet, though. And has now teleported back to lane with a pickaxe.
Arena is silent, by the way. Like, it's crazy. Like, the Hanwha fans didn't even get like that excited about that play.
They were like, we like Doran. He used to be our top laner.
I think they're kind of watching like, what the draft though? But what about the rest of the game? How about that Lock champion? I'm a little bit worried. As Faker is controlling this lane pretty well right now, but obviously you can see it takes a big deficit. It's his 81st champion.
81st unique pick. That's a cute one, as he is taking a heck of a lot of damage here. Kanavi, can he get the flag drag flash? And the answer is no. And the Ashen Pursuit comes out, and Faker will be able to keep himself alive, but doesn't have a lot of the blue stuff, and also doesn't have a lot of the green stuff either, as he hits level 5, gets a bit of that health back, but attack dissonance really starting to hurt here as Zeka with control of the wave. And this is obviously going to happen, right? It's Orianna. She is very good at controlling lanes, especially into melee champions, so Faker is just going to have to bear the brunt of this.
He doesn't have teleport,
okay? Yeah.
So, you know, he's just really having to play this as best as he can. Luckily for him, it's an Alistair on the other side. Pretty tough for Delight to dive him and set Zeka up. Zeka doesn't have level 6 yet, so this is actually really good back timing for Faker. considering the lane state. So he'll be able to get back. We'll have all of his mana and health back, and then we'll be able to hit level 6 to potentially fight Zeka if he wanted to get some help from the cow in a follow-up. Didn't have to flash or anything like that. So that was a pretty scary situation for Faker, but he was able to navigate his way out with the blink and get away.
Yep. This wave is actually shoving towards T1, I'm pretty sure. A few extra minions there. Bouncing Bomb does go a little bit wide. So one of the issues with the Ziggs is that you have a lot of AoE wave clear, and so sometimes you can find yourself a little bit too far away from the wave after taking it down.
You know, with picks like Kale, Kassadin, the chat's always spamming the clock.
Yeah.
You know, and you're looking for, oh, let's get level 16. With Locke, it's just getting 6, actually. That's just the one right there. You get that one? He's got it right now.
You need to get the Poltergeist, right,
and,
Wolf?
Yeah, once you get the Poltergeist.
Yeah.
It's, you know, Professor Egad was really cooking on this one.
Certainly was. As was Bert, who I think came up with it.
Yeah. I think that now you're just kind of like, uh-oh, that he could just delete us. That's a problem. We need to make sure that we're not actually on low health for any reason or being dove for any reason.
Oh, Shockwave does come in here, as Faker does not really do too much or need to. Just gets himself out of there. That is going to be Painter locking down the first dragon, though. Chemtech already taken. X-Tech on the docket for the next one, so no Tech Soul this time. As Delight takes way too much damage there.
I actually like how Zeka's playing this. He just went for the tempo ult. He doesn't have kill threat onto Faker, but he's like, you can't leave the lane. I won't allow it. I won't let you press your ultimate in another lane and get money. I'm just going to ult you straight up right into your face, and now you're kind of stuck here. And now you can't challenge this wave. And this is actually a great call from Zeka. Just keeping the lock stuck in turret range, basically.
This has been one of his biggest improvements, I think, is his Orianna play. I think it's really helped HLE out in drafts a lot because it has needed to be banned even by their opposition. When prior to that, I think they were banning it away most of the time. Certainly a lot of evolution here for the young mid laner of HLE.
If Locke goes down on farm, that's okay. He actually will still be functional because he doesn't really need to have a big early component or power spike to do what he wants to do in those early fights where they set up the dives. The problem for T1 is that topside, because of Doran's bit of a oopsie earlier, doesn't have control, and he couldn't leave the lane to get any impact on that first dragon. T1 get the dragon, but HLE don't fight for it and don't end up in a scrap there, so Faker's just forced to back, loses a lot of farm, but he's still waiting for that moment, right? That big opportunity where he can just collect the bag. Locke is a weird champion in that, you know, he doesn't actually do a whole lot in team fights. He just does one combo and deletes people. Just ask Roamer.
Yeah.
And otherwise, I've kind of dubbed him the cheerleading champion, where he just waits for people to get into the threshold and then he presses his combo with his ultimate. And if that never happens, you know, if your team isn't winning, you're not doing anything. You're actually not allowed to do anything.
And it's certainly the case in pro play, right? I think in solo queue and stuff like that, there are a lot more skirmishes where you can find yourself advantages, but it's just not how these games have been going. As Delight does face check, does have to headbutt Faker away, but he has that Ashen Pursuit. Catches up to do a bit of damage, gets rid of that passive, so nicely done. Delight does need to be a bit careful here, as you can see. Pretty squishy at the moment on this Alistar. He had to go back, though, and does have teleport.
Deluxe has a lot of burst damage. To help Faker out as well. If anyone gets caught, put him into that threshold. He actually went for the Ether Wisp first, Keria, so actually gets a little bit of extra movement speed even in this early game to help out around the map.
That's a cute one.
I like it.
Shirelli is, I think, going to be built up pretty quickly here by the Lux, as Faker does have his shoes now all upgraded. As T1, we're thinking about the grubs, but Kanavi makes his way over. Delight was already here and teleported back down. And it looks like with Zeus' help, they will guarantee grub control. That is the beauty of that first blood on the top side of the map. These grubs feel pretty comfortable. That's a great sidestep as FaZe just flashes on top of Guma. Shouldn't have used the satchel, my friend, as he flashes and aims the Peacemaker.
All right.
Oh my goodness, that outplay must have really hurt.
I know Umpty is on the analyst desk right now on the Korean side and he can't hear me, but Umpty, this is what I'm talking about. Umpty and I were having a long conversation about Ziggs yesterday and about how I didn't really like Ziggs. Brendan was there as well. Valdez was in the conversation. If you use your buttons in the 1v1 on the side, then you don't have your buttons. But the 80 carry...
I mean, if you miss all your buttons, yeah. I think if you hit everyone...
Side steps here, right? Like,
yeah.
Just side steps, and then the second the ability's used, FaZe is like, I kill you. He flashes on him. He's like, you're dead. It's just period. He's like, it's math. Yeah, I got it. You're done. And yeah, that was unfortunately for Guma the issue. I was gonna say Guma stabilizing, right? Like this game is going exactly the way HLE wants. Faker hasn't been able to get any skirmishes yet, and then just all of a sudden, misplay in the bottom lane, and FaZe, he is the guy. He is the Punisher.
He is.
He's him.
And look, I mean, I think some would say that Satchel should be reserved for saving yourself. And I think maybe Gumushi is going to have a good hard talking to himself about how he's going to use that Satchel from now on. And if he doesn't, then I imagine Orcs will send him a DM. All right, in goes Doran. It's his turn to try and kill this little mage Yordle, and he does use it on himself. There we go. Okay, Doran is just going to teleport away. As trading places happens once again, Zeus turns up, and he says, all right, let me take care of this wave.
That was
we'll go home.
Pretty wise choice there from Doran. I think he might have wanted to just teleport to his turret instead, but it would have lost a lot of, like, he had a lot of health that he lost in that exchange. So if he went back to his turret, it might have actually put him in a rough spot. Ultimately, we'll be able to get all of this wave anyways, so it doesn't matter too much.
Yep.
So I guess maybe I spoke a bit too soon on that one. Either way, a small win here for HLE on the top side. This dragon is going the way of T1.
Yeah, it's a lot of dragons in a row here for T1 so far this series.
And Faker hasn't had that big fight yet, but the threat of it has kept HLE pretty honest.
Well, Final Spark doesn't really do too much. The headbutt is going to push him away, and that blast going into Smite. Just too good from Painter.
Yeah, I think Keria wanted to try to maybe set up the Smite there, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't need his help.
Yeah, in goes Zeus right underneath this turret. Faker is just dead, ladies and gentlemen. Zeus is going to have to flash. Oh, I think almost would have been able to do the walk away, but did not want to risk giving this Lock a kill.
Yeah, definitely the right choice to flash there. Good punish from HLE, walking out of a lost dragon into a big win there in the mid lane. And this game is very close right now, as there just hasn't been that big explosive moment. Luck, if he uses all of his buttons, can clear the wave, right? But that means he doesn't have them. And so Faker, I think it was a pretty obvious play for HLE to get that punish there. They were ready for it, and Faker was killed. Now he's down his flash as well. Got a flash in exchange, but I think definitely a huge win for Hanwha Life Esports. They do have 3 grubs with this composition for later on. They've denied that from the Caitlyn. I give them a slight edge in this game right now, despite being down 2 dragons, just because the win con of this draft for T1 hasn't gotten off the ground yet. They had that lane prio on the bottom side. They even got a solo kill there. But Faker is still a little bit in the hole right now.
Yeah, I do think that HLE need to deny some dragons from now on, though, because it's a Mountain Soul, and for a composition that doesn't have a traditional AD carry, you want your burst to actually work.
Yes.
And I don't know whether they're going to be able to if a few of these mountains are stacked up, and then that Soul comes in. It's going to be very, very difficult. As Gumushi throws some stuff around, he's going to be able to clear out the wave here in the mid lane.
I think they should be able to win fights from here. I think now they're ready to fight. Now they're ready to challenge this Lock. And remember, this is where Caitlyn gets to be at her weakest as well. Now they're going to dive the Lock again.
Yep, flash headbutt. Pulverize does come in. There's the knock-up from Kanavi, and nowhere that Faker can go. Delight very comfortably tanks up that turret with the ultimate. And the problem for T1 is that Zeus is still too strong on the other side of the map, right? And getting on over here towards the top side is only playing further into a losing situation.
Yeah, I mean, they're trying to put Faker in a place where he could just farm safely, but there is nowhere safe if Kanavi wants to get on you on this map right now. And I think this was... Okay, hold on.
Oh, yeah. That was a very nice satchel that time around. Used a little bit offensively, but otherwise he is going to be okay. Just barely didn't have his flash. It's now Doran kiting this one away. Zeus with ulti up and available. But Doran trying to get towards Mega Gnar, as we can see here. And Zeus realizing that with this mini Gnar, does have a lot of movement speed. Doesn't want to just blindly throw out the ultimate with the ability to sidestep it. And wants to preserve that lead.
I think HLE are in a position now where what they really need to do is just make sure that they can keep control over the map and use all of their zoning tools, right? They have a Ziggs and an Orianna. They have pretty strong frontline that T1 has conditionally with Mega Gnar, otherwise doesn't have. And T1 want to be able to set up an explosive Lock execute in a team fight, and if they don't have map control, setting that up is so challenging, especially when Lock is not ahead. because Faker hasn't gotten any of those early kills we've often seen in our Lock wins, where the Lock is on like 4 kills at this stage in the game and is stacking a Dark Seal and is feeling really great. He's got a Dark Seal with 0 stacks right now, doesn't have any completed item.
The only way to go is up, Wolf.
Yeah.
When it comes to those stacks.
So, I mean, I think right now, HLE, if they understand their win cons here and they understand the game state, are in a really comfortable spot at this point in time, despite the lack of dragons.
Yeah, and they also have a lot of wave clear as this Ziggs gets more and more items. This mid lane should be under control. The bouncing bomb comes in. Kanavi should be able to take away the crab. And Kanavi does have a bit of an advantage in the jungle, 500 gold, based on that kill and assist that he has picked up. Camps are very, very even, but Painter not able to be as active in this one. And Trinity Force is done here for Doran. That might be able to help him out, but that Eclipse has been done for a long time for Zeus. He's going to be building towards item number 2 relatively soon.
Is not TPing back to lane, so he's losing a lot of farm, but he can't TP because if he does, then he won't be able to match the TP of Zeus for this potential fight.
God. Every bouncing bomb is just so scary. As Painter doesn't hit the Sonic Wave, the HLE are just making this map as dark as possible.
I don't think
they go for this Rift Herald.
I don't think T1 are going to be able to find an angle here to set this lock up right now. I mean, Faker is so far away. They're just acting like they might actually commit to a fight, but otherwise are not.
Oh, flash from Carrier. Does not want to risk it. As the flag and drag was threatened, Gumayushi gonna come on over, throws out the bouncing bomb. A lot of damage there onto Pays. Even the Comet is really starting to hurt.
Pays did have the solo kill where he dodged everything, but Guma has otherwise been incredibly accurate this game as Faker's going for an all-in.
Yeah, actually doing a lot of damage here to Zeka. The lightning does come down from the sky. Still, Kanavi moving back towards this outer turret. And Painter has at least pushed them away from the Rift Herald.
It was a really aggressive play there from Faker, and Zeka wasn't confident that he was going to be able to lock him down with an ult, so he didn't commit, and that Faker actually wins the trade and pushes the Orianna out of the side lane.
And actually, like, Storm Surge versus Rod of Ages with 4 stacks, like,
spike.
that is better.
Yeah, it's a big spike in the individual matchup, 100%, and the Rod of Ages isn't stacked that much, so it's not that great defensively into the lock at this moment in time either, and actually T1 with a slow play here will be able to get this Herald. It's a trade for Dragon, but I didn't think they were going to be able to get any ins on that one, but they played it so fantastically. Like, they were just waiting, forcing HLE to make awkward decisions. Now Faker may get punished.
Well, there is the Poltergeist.
Defensive slow.
Yep, and we'll be able to flash out of the way. With Delight coming up, it was a bit of a scary moment. He didn't have flash available, I'm pretty sure, unless he did use it prior to Faker using his. Now Doran will hop after Zeus here, but I'm not really going to be doing too much.
This game is very slow, and it's going to come down to one big moment, right? We're only at 4 kills here at 17 minutes because both teams know how volatile this is going to be. But I think the low kill game favors HLE, and they don't have to force any fights they don't like. They don't have to force any trades they don't like because time is on their side as this lock is still 700 gold behind. And it gets harder and harder to have that big lock explosive moment the longer this game goes on and the more dragons that HLE stack up as well.
I mean,
that guy's going to get this whole turret its first brick.
Yeah, I do agree with you. As Mega Inferno Bomb does come down, that is going to deny this turret take. As Carrier and Painter were both in this area. Faker was moving up towards that bottom lane as well. Zeus will be just vacating. I do think that HLE need to win in a specific window.
I agree.
do
like
think
eventually,
that once Pays gets 4 items, it's kind of over.
Eventually, you will get to a point where T1 do win out if like nobody dies and it's a slow game. But I think that gets tougher and tougher, and HLE will be able to control the map, right, and stop Pays from getting that game state comfortably if they keep playing slow like this. But I do agree with you, like in a vacuum. I think you're absolutely right about that.
And I also feel like that is a relatively Pays unique thing. We've seen him do this so many times on this pick specifically.
Yeah, there was that one game, I can't remember who it was against, but he was like, you know what, I put my try-hard pants on, and I'm going to save this game.
Yep. As Painter is going to throw down the Rift Herald and look to take down Gumayushi. He does use his satchel defensively, though. That is very, very nice. Shelly going to get a headache ramming into this turret. It's a lot of plate gold going on over to T1.
That was the most convoluted way to get a Herald to charge that we've ever seen, but they were almost able to get Guma to flash there. Still got the charge onto the turret. It is very low, and there's a Caitlyn pushing into it, so T1 are trying to get some value out of that. They don't have any turrets just yet. HLE got that top turret. 2 of these turrets on sides are down to 1 plate. So there's definitely some money on the map that T1 are close to getting.
But it is, as it stands, a 2.8k gold lead. Delight going down a little bit low, but he'll eat some honey for it. He'll be all right. And HLE is done here for Carrier, as well as the Locket of the Iron Solari completed for Delight. I think that extra movement speed for T1 will be very important. So we're still waiting for Painter to get his flashback and Faker to get his. Carrier also just a little bit away from his being picked up once again as Kanavi. Can he get the steal on this red buff? That's the question. It does reset back into the pit as Guma does make his way over. 5 members of T1 in the area as Delight looks to try and turn it, and they get right on top of the Gnar and take him out. Now the Cataclysm as Kanavi continues the fight. Kick comes back as Painter will get rid of him, and now the final spark, and there is Faker finding the kill onto the cow. A 1-for-1 top for support, but HLE will claim the red.
Yeah, it's a really good save there from Faker coming in to pick up that ultimate there on the trap into Delight. Otherwise, that would have been a net win for HLE and would have felt so terrible for T1 as Doran is focused down before he could really impact the play. You can see the idea behind this here for T1 to try to challenge, but Delight just instantly punishes with Kanavi. That mid-jungle, or sorry, support jungle synergy in this one working incredibly well for the two of them. They are able to force the retreat here, but with all that burst damage coming in, another binding to come through, Faker's able to get the execute with his ultimate, pick up the first kill of the game, as Faker may also be the target here of the next play.
Yeah, Zayas for a little bit of an angle on top of him. He's taking a lot of damage. There's the TP to come through. Doran coming down, looking to try and defend his mid laner, and I think he should be able to at least deter Zayas from killing Faker. Zayas is so scary, man. Black Cleaver is now done as well as the Eclipse.
Zeka also teleported down for a potential extended play there, so doesn't actually have any extra push on top, but he also keeps the wave away from Faker as a result of that. And I think that's why Doran was happy to make the TP save play there, because he's like, well, there is no top turret, so eventually if you push it in, we'll get that farm. But it's kind of awkwardly not the case, as Faker has to go all the way up to the top of that lane now to get it. And T1 have done a great job of controlling the mid lane this game with this Caitlyn pick. You know, Painter and Pays have been putting serious work in to try to find a potential angle to catch an HLE member here as they defend that turret. This is a really good game of League of Legends that we are watching right now. I think we haven't gotten to the finale. We haven't gotten to the explosive game-deciding moment that T1 is looking for to get themselves back into this one.
Ooh, Delight can get turned on here momentarily. Painter has shown himself towards the top side of the map, though, and is looking to try and steal away some Krugs, but Orianna there to defend. And this Dragon should now go over to Kanavi. And we'll see whether T1 can actually get there in time, as, yeah, Painter is booking it down towards this pit. Carrier is there, and HLE are just going to back away. I think realizing that they're probably going to have to look for a team fight on this one as Painter goes in. Not sure about that one. Final spark goes down, and that is going to be the secure by the Ambessa somehow. Zayas also tanks up the ace in the hole to save Kanavi some health there. So 2 Drakes apiece as HLE get their second mountain, and I feel like every mountain is so valuable here for HLE when they've got this brawly composition.
Well, yeah, and also just preventing the burst from T1's comp from really setting up that execute threshold for Faker as well. And, you know, if they had stolen that, it would have been amazing for T1. They had the burst set up there for the Carrier with the final spark again. Last time he was able to get the crazy outplay and get out, but this time it was a bit too early, unable to do so. So HLE find themselves with 2 Mountain Dragons, and it gets tougher and tougher from here. As I still think HLE are in a fantastic spot in this game. I think T1 have played a really controlled, careful game, though. A lot of the time when we see lock fall behind in these types of drafts, teams just send it, and the lock looks horrible, and it doesn't work out, and people are like, I thought this champion was supposed to be broken. But Faker's played some really nice side laning. He's been trading really well. He was able to pick up that kill on a Delight earlier. Playing a slow game here from behind with Lock, and it might not in the end work out, but I've been pretty impressed with what they've put together despite the deficit here. But Hanwha Life, so controlling right now on the map.
Yeah, Carrier, it's very difficult for him to walk up. Doesn't exactly have much of a health bar to speak of. Does have Shurelya's to run away, but hard to run away when a Jarvan Cataclysm is awaiting you. And Gumayusi continuing to put on the pressure here in this mid lane, getting more and more comfortable. Shadow Flame now completed as Delight Hex flashing over. Hugh going to miss there from Painter as Kanavi in the Baron pit right now. But there is a lot of vision here for T1. I feel like they've been great at that, as there is the Poltergeist, as we like to call it. But Faker not really going to find too much there, and now they're going to look to turn it onto Painter. Headbutt Pulverize does come down. Mega Inferno Bomb not doing too much of anything, though, as the Light Binding will not connect onto Kanavi, and he just gets himself out. A lot of buttons now put on cooldown, but no one hitting the deck just yet.
Particularly Zeka's is not. I think he is the most important person in this scrap right now that T1 have to respect. They are going to be able to just kind of fight their way around the other side and get the turret. Final Spark, annoying Delight slightly there, but that is all it's going to do.
Yeah, very nice. As Delight almost dies to the ace in the hole. Wow. Okay. That's a bit frightening. I think he's just about to steal away a red buff as well. Unless that did get picked up by Zeka. And honestly, I mean, who really is the best suited for another red buff? Probably Zeus, but he is not in the area. Now looking to head back towards this bottom side of the map. That gold lead for HLE is dissipating.
So now T1 with this turret pickup, it's a low kill game. That's the difference, right? That between these two teams was that HLE had the turrets, but now T1 have picked up 2 additional ones. Now they actually have the turret advantage. It's such a tiny gold lead here, and almost all of it is on Kanavi, right? I mean, they have that lead over Faker. What we talked about already, he's on 2 items. His value in the team fight is to just delete the targets. The rest of the team does most of the work, right? And some of these scraps so far have just been a little bit messy from HLE, where they get an advantage but then get punished. Speaking of punishing,
yeah, Painter goes in. Kanavi just going to give him a little bit of a passive auto attack, and Audi will go one more time. Very threatening. Painter is just always there trying to start something, but Zeka's moving down. Faker a little bit later on the rotation. Painter still wanting to start something up here as he does just safeguard forward right on top of Delight. There is the Unbreakable Will as they look to take down Malise in, but he flashes out of the way. Another Mega Inferno Bomb goes wide as the ulti from Faker is going to connect onto a few. And there's the boom boom damage as the double comes in from Faker. And now Doran just hops right over the top. Faker looking for his third as it's Pays that locks it down. 4 on the floor for HLE. Should be a Baron for T1.
it's not the first time T1 have been behind and just found their moment here in round 3. Guma trying to layer that poke in, but I just don't think he has enough damage here. Painter is very low, and we know what kind of Baron this is, even though Ox is off today.
Oh, Gumushi in a lot of trouble. Faker's moving up. And let's see whether the nails will ring true. Gumushi, that's not the satchel that he wanted, as Faker almost dies, actually. Would have been one more button, and he might have just been taken out. Still, Lock is another kill.
It's a lot of things, but durable is not one of them. He does end up taking a bunch of damage there, but this fight is so scrappy the way it's set up here. They just put the pressure onto HLE. The Painter goes in and forces a reaction, but he's Lee Sin. They use everything on him, and T1 are like, all right, well, actually, this is a fight we could take, because look at the front to back. Your Pays is set up so well. They get the burst down onto the Ambassador. The execute threshold is hit. Faker ends up getting a second, and they delete this Orianna. They just picked HLE apart, because HLE's all they're engaged on. Elisa couldn't peel after that.
Well, there's a kickback on a Kanavi as well, as Faker is going to get the flash out from this job, and he's going to go back in, though, because he's Kanavi, and that's what he wants to do. Teleport to bring the Ziggs into the battle.
Well, you look at
the
gold.
Dragon is soul point for either team.
The gold is just so much the advantage of T1 after just one big play. Now have complete control over the map.
Yep, Delight really wants to take Faker out of the fight before it's even really started in earnest. Gets the headbutt pulverized. They're looking to try and chain CC, and they will be able to connect it. Now can Kanavi get into the back of this pit to take this one down? The answer is no, but can they win the fight? This Mega Inferno Bomb is way better from Gumayushi as Doran hits Mega. Zeus trying to survive, but now he's actually looking to try and kill Doran. Doran, can he actually get the last auto? The answer's no, and that is just the ace. There goes the Baron, and HLE take back control.
Baron's gone. HLE get the gold lead back. A huge team fight win for them. They've got 3 grubs on this Ziggs. This mid turret is not going to last very long at all. T1 were super hyper-focused on this Dragon secure. By the way, Painter, I'm pretty sure didn't even have Smite, actually. Does get it in the last second.
There was a Smite sound.
Yeah. He didn't have it, I think, at the initial headbutt there, but it came up just as he was walking away there. And so that was risky in itself, the whole situation there. But because it's so awkward for them to take the Dragon, it takes so long, that it's a great punish to come through from HLE. And they're back in the driver's seat. We just saw like a 6,000 gold swing twice, basically.
Yeah, that was crazy. That Rebel Baron power play probably moot at this point because we have moved back to a 3,000 gold lead. Zeus going to get spotted here by Faker. Let's see whether Faker can find the execute, and I think he definitely can. Boom goes the Dynamite, and down goes the Ambessa. 1 minute until Zeus is back again.
That's the thing about side laning into an into a lock as well with any champion, is if he just presses buttons on you and has an R on you, there is no outplay. You go boom. And even an Ambessa can't get the outplay 3 levels up because he's just too low on health. Faker's like, you can't stay against lock, by the way. Watch this, I press R, and then you disappear.
Yeah, and the Ashen Pursuit was already down, trying to catch the escape, and he did have the cavalry making their way in. Zeus now has a GA, that'll help him, but didn't have it in that last exchange. T1 looking to steal away this red buff. That will go over to Painter. And now he wants to kill Kanavi. Flags and drags underneath this inner turret.
Baker's got a huge push in the bottom lane that Zeka's going to have to respond to. And they have control in the top side jungle. Very awkward here for HLE in this small little interim. That one kill onto Zeus just opened up the map entirely here for T1, as Faker's just going to run away. Doesn't like this fight. That's a healthy side lane champion he's playing into, so he's not gonna like that, especially without his ultimate.
Yeah, Zeker as well with the dissonance will be able to move himself pretty quickly. One thing I do want to note is that we've got Pays hitting 3 items with the Mortal Reminder completed, but Gumayushi has a very cool hat, and also is about to complete a Void Staff as well. The 4-item core for this Ziggs is just going to be so much damage.
It's a lot of damage, it really is. But they need to win the fight quickly. They need to prevent T1 from setting up a combo.
And they need to prevent T1 from getting a Mountain Soul as well in 2 minutes' time. I think that Drake is going to be a huge deal for both of these teams, but I think HLE definitely need to take it if they want to win this game.
If T1 get this Dragon, their call to force it on the last one, even though they got wiped, to secure Soul Point will have been worth it. And that's what we're going to find out, is whether it was or not. The fact that Faker has been able to budget in an extra Zhonya's into his build as well with the kills he's picked up here on the fringe means that he can get an extra combo off in a team fight here post Zhonya's to get some executes potentially, as we're going to see a collapse with TP.
Oh, Doran just going to teleport out. Oh, the Pulverize from over the wall! And now Doran going to be forced into some alcove gaming that he absolutely doesn't want. And down will go the Gnar. 1:20 on the Drake.
And Doran doesn't have
no
TP.
teleport.
So it's going to be awkward for him to set up a Gnar bar for this fight. I just don't think he'll be able to.
Oh god, there's Gumayushi's Void Staff as well. Item Spike has been hit.
Exhaust first, and then flashes to get this pull over the wall. Crazy, crazy business here from Delight. He said, no, we're committing 4 people. I'm not going to let you waste our time. Really committing 5 people ultimately, with Guma coming down as well.
And man, Gumayushi taking a big old chunk, as 4 items were completed by Pays at the same time. Daddy carries are very, very close in power level right now, despite that gold lead being slightly in favor of Gumayushi. 4 items feel so good for the Caitlyn, especially when one of them lets you hit people from a billion miles away.
Exactly. That's the big one. You know, you get the big damage, and now you get to use it. Now you have that rapid fire cannon. So Baron and Dragon are up, and because it's not Soul for HLE, T1, get to play around Baron a little bit here, but HLE are actually going to start it because it's 15 seconds till Dragon. They've calculated, they think they have enough damage here, and it looks like T1 are not going to be able to respond, nor will they necessarily be able to, in the interim, get the Dragon before HLE can rush over and stop them. That's the question. They are already on it.
I do think
I don't know
Baron,
if you want this trade. If you can't stop this Dragon, then I think you might regret this choice, HLE. It's a Mountain Dragon, but we're 33 minutes in, so it's just not going to last long enough.
Nope. So this Mountain Soul is going to go over to T1 as Doran hits Mega. He's on control vision, but Delight is also in a bit of trouble. There is the Gnar from... Oh no, never mind. Doran not going to be able to find it. Gets it onto 2 in the end, but he is still dead. Flashes out of the way. Kanavi tries to get in there, but it's Gumayushi with the bomb to take him down. With 1 dead, then there might be an opportunity for HLE to push, but Mountain Soul, if T1 can reset and get back out onto the map with 5 people, this could be a very, very tough game for HLE. It's such a gambit to go for the Baron instead.
They do have a Fed Ziggs with 3 grubs with Baron, so I think what their plan here is to just go and get as much damage done straight up in their faces as possible. There's no Gnar here, and they're going to open this base up directly. They might even start sieging those Nexus turrets because there just is not a whole lot of T1 right now without Doran.
Oh, this is so scary, though. Faker is on a bit of a flank angle as Kanavi gets in there right on top of Pays. Mega Inferno Bomb does so much work as he's down to the GA. Look at these Nexus turrets. They're just exploding. Delight trying to get rid of Faker as they're trying to burst down the Nexus. And it just goes. HLE bring us to a Game 3 in the blink of an eye.
That was such a direct call from HLE. Just push in. There's no Gnar. We've got a Fed Ziggs. He basically one-shots turrets. 3 grubs don't even matter because there was no time ticking on those structures.
I was so scared, man. I think Game 1 I lost a bit of faith in HLE. But they knew they get a Ziggs with a Baron. They will eviscerate every structure in their wake. And as soon as Doran died, they knew that they would be able to get it done.
Such a decisive call. This is such a low damage game because there wasn't a whole lot of team fighting. I mean, in this one, it's 9 to 12 kills total. And a lot of those kills happened in the final moment where they tried to defend the push, but there's just too much damage. Like you say, HLE with a decisive call there. They shut the lockdown early, and they were able to get the important objective that mattered the most, the Baron, to push to end. It looked scary. It was a very close game, but they're back on the board.
Well, let's just see whether HLE can use that as momentum to win a game number 3 or whether T1 can restabilize and do it again. It does feel like T1's win was a little more convincing. Let's go to a short break. When we get back, there's space. Gonna break that one down, then we'll have the third game. We'll see you soon.
캡틴 풀보 공 써라. 바로 쓰지 말고. 형이 공 써달라 때 해줄게 형. 로커 없다. 로커 없다. 이거 끝낼만해. 끝낼만해. 가자. 왼쪽. 하나 더 오고.
로코 뒤에. 로코 볼 수 있는 사람?
맞아.
로코. 안 돼. 로코 나한테 박는다. 천천히 올게. 타워 올게. 타워 봐. 빠르긴 해. 타워 담겠어. 천천히 해봐.
타워 깨봐. 넥서스. 더. 나이스. 잡았다.
From Closer finds the electrocution and down goes the Annie solo kill for Closer in the mid lane.
일단 우리 날 잡았어. 천천히.
Oh, okay. Closer just gonna kill Roma for the second time here on the top side. He doesn't need any friends to get that one done. Even though there's a 3,000 gold lead for Closer. Oh, God. Again, isn't he? There's the perfect execution. Tibbers goes down, but he's the 3rd solo kill in a row. The power of this Ezreal that has been a big problem all week long. Canyon looks for the angle towards base, though. Mega Inferno Bomb. Can they kill him? That's the question. And the answer, ladies and gentlemen, is no, not yet. As down goes Canyon first. Crescent guard for owner, and T1's War Machine is rolling over Genji. It looks like that 2-0 you were talking about.
근데 세라피 5인공인 거 알아? 세라피 5인공이었어? 아 진짜? 감사하네.
Alright, they're gonna try to press their buttons. The general direction of Gnome with that on the hunt. On the flank there, they take down King, and this time around, he's still alive! And they go to Hercules! And the Bastion comes up in the last moment! Not able to deal with Kingen, world champion, by the way. They're trying to take the core of Cuz's jump. And
There's the flash. They're looking for the kill, actually. He lines up three! And the wobble combo gets started early. Baker super low. And that'll be a double kill for BBB. Make it three! Bobby, can you make this one happen? As there is the bear into the back line. It is going to be Dinar taking down the back. Somehow, and goes down. There is the quadra kill denied. As it's a full house. Fenrir is full of cousins. 나이스.
당신의 뜻대로 싸우겠소. 리그 클래식.
I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. Make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Tell me what you want. Better make it crystal clear. We can keep it up front. And I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Is it sunshine or rain? Is it good times or pain? I can help you to learn how everything will work out. Always for the better. Don't get stressed out. No, never. Gotta be a hard worker, a little clever. I go all out with every endeavor.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
And this week's Saturday Showdown will go to the special music. It is all 3 games required to change who's going to win. Will it be T1? Will it be Hanwha Life Esports? After that last one, it is 1-1 as Hanwha Life take game number 2. And Wadid is feeling some type of way. Wadid, why don't you let the class know how you feel?
I mean, even though I predicted HLE, man, what is going on today, man? We just witnessed one of the great debut game for the Painter, and T1 players, they want him to experience more about LCK, man. This is just a classic T1 in a negative way. They just threw the game from the laning phase once again.
Yeah, back to the circus. I think they're trying to give more, time to Painter get more used to.
It's a lesson.
More game.
Oh, yeah.
It's our comfort zone. Game 3.
Yeah, let's dive into some of the plays here. And it started early on with the reel of some solo bolos.
I mean, Thuram played so well until he get the third. I think the space, like he should actually just auto space better. Like as soon as it's like Zeus actually turn around, like he should just turn around like right away. And after, I think the HLE, like if the game was like most apart, it was kind of chill. I think the HLE just generate these this triple kill. Like it's just the early game, it leads up so well that it's just be able to stack up the Drake and playing around like all the skirmishes. And slowly they were kind of winning because they have a Ziggs.
It took so much time for T1 to fight back because I think their comp was, again, about the skirmishes, but they couldn't be able to take the fight in the earlier phase. So that's why even though they had the 2 Drakes on the first 2 Drakes, they couldn't really fight for third or fourth. So I think that was a timing where HLE finally just farm back and just try to prepare some late game team fight.
Yeah, to be honest, that early game felt more like the Hanwha that we're used to. However, it did stall out for a while. We were stacking Drakes. I think Wolf called it on the cast. They felt comfortable despite being down 2 Drakes. They get 3 in a row, or they get 2 more that start getting them even more of a gold lead. And then we have this one here at 27 minutes.
I mean, this was a really T1 favorite. They have a Baron buff, and then they had a first setup. I mean, they could just easily play around the Kate trap. Instead, I think the Faker strategy, I think he wasn't trying to maximize the champion. But the thing is, like, it's not working against the J4, Oriana, and even Alistar. They have so much CC that they can easily pick. But I think HLE, they play really well. It was a really tough fight, I would say, but I think they find a way that they can actually win the team fight.
I think the idea was like him flanking when the fight was already happening, but the issue is they were not fighting yet, so I think Faker just got caught so easily. And then the wombo combo right after with Zeus with Shockwave, and then it was just so well, the team fight overall.
And remember, this was after the team fight win that T1 had at the top side of the map where Painter goes in. It looks like it was an accident. He survives. They wipe him out. We're like, all right, let's get our comments ready. Let's see what's going to happen here. Then Hanwha Life turn it on their head. And then we get 5 more minutes of waiting till this happens with Doran.
Now you trade Nashor with your Soul Drake, right? Nashor expires, but Soul Drake doesn't. So I don't think you have to fight here, even though they got the Nashor. I think you just wait it out until the Nashor expires. But Doran, for some reason, he tries to make some play by himself and he uses the flash for nothing. And then after that, you all know what happens when Ziggs gets the Nashor buff, right? They just run into the mid and try to seize the turret. So I think it was just the big bummer for T1 that they just got traded the Nashor and the Drake Soul here and the Doran on top.
I mean, it's just like a whole this sequence. I could just see like it's so disconnected. Like Faker was on top. Like meanwhile, they're just actually trying to get Nexus because they can't stop it doing that. Like that's why Pace had to flash front and just get popped there. And even Doran was trying to engage at the same time. The 4 people were trying to get back off. Like, this is too critical.
I mean, I think it's decision making. You know, the reason why LCK players stopped playing AP bot lane is because it's really hard to get the Nashor with the AP picks, right? It's just the damage wise. Classic AD carry with the IE, with the crit, you can one-shot the Nashor, but if you have AP, it's really hard to do it. So that's why they stopped playing AP, but now they just gave up the Nashor for free. And that was the issue. And whenever you have the Nashor with AP, then it's a lot easier to snowball the game. And I think that was just the wrong decision making. I mean, they can keep it up. Then why do you ever fight back on the worst position? I think it was just not the great decision making by T1 at the end of the game.
Yeah, and it's interesting because we had moments like the solo kill on the bottom side of the map by Paze onto Gumayushi, and you're thinking, okay, this Caitlyn's going to run away with the game, but the game kind of just stalled out for a little bit for almost like 20 minutes after that.
Yeah, we had a pump and clip ready. The Pace and solo killing there, and everything was ready, but it's like the game was like it was a one-sided, honestly. Like as soon as like they win the team fight, they still had a momentum there, but the thing is like HLE, somehow they managed to win at the game 2. That's their comfort zone. We'll see the next game.
I mean, again, it's the solo laners, right? I think T1 falls off really easily when their top side lose the laning phase. So I think for HLE, it's really important to have the winning matchup in the laning phase. And like Zeus, Zeka, just let them play the winning matchup from the lane. And it's going to be a lot easy task for HLE roster.
We've talked about a lot of different lanes, a lot of different positions in this specific post-game breakdown. And we didn't really talk about the young man who was very, very active vocally in game number 1. Kind of quiet here in game number 2. On that early game, Lee Sin never really got going, and all of a sudden, we're in a game 3 for the debut of Painter on T1 in a very important matchup. Hanwha Life and T1 going the distance. Let's send it back on over to Atlas and Wolf.
Thank you so much, T-Gun. And I do want to say that Painter did have one incredible skirmish in that game around the river towards the Herald, but then, as T-Gun said, kind of fell off, Wolf.
I think the game state was so quiet, we didn't see a whole lot of team fighting, and Caitlyn didn't really get to do that much damage. I said it when we had the graphs come up, it's a low damage game. Because Hanwha just played the map really well and overall avoided fighting T1 because they didn't want to give him that explosive opportunity with the lock. And Doran, the first death of the game and the last death of the game, I think really did T1 in so many ways. But as we move into game 3, we'll see a very different draft. Locke always warps games like this in such a way, and now that he's gone, we'll see a little bit more action in game 3.
Yeah, and also a bit of a different ban phase as well, I think. With the Orianna already taken away and a lot that has been used up already, could be an interesting one as far as what this is going to look like.
I was
the
going to say Lulu is
first ban.
the first ban I'm thinking of right now is Lulu, and it just warps all the lanes, right? So take that one away.
Lucian, I think, might be banned by Hanwha Esports as well. We'll see if they do opt for that. They don't have to ban it first. They'll do the Cassiopeia. Rakan taking away a little bit of Engage as well here.
Yeah, and one of Delight's best picks as well. But also, what I feel like T1 are doing is opening up the ban list, right? Making sure that they have their pick of the litter when it comes to this first pick. Poppy, Bard, Nocturne, Jace.
Lucian.
Yeah, Lucian, another huge one. And I don't know whether HLE are going to very comfortably pick away the Milio, right? And I think that Lucian probably should be banned, to be perfectly honest.
So. I think that it'll be the last ban here for HLE. Picking the Milio away is so tough. We've seen teams try and struggle with it. We've seen it work occasionally, but it usually doesn't. As
Nautilus.
Two engages and the Lulu we talked about, so triple support taken away from Delight here. So a lot of tools removed.
So is the Bard banned? Is like Ezreal banned, like Nocturne? The Skarner was banned in the last game, but I think Poppy is also really worth a mention.
Guys, this is just really scary for HLE
yeah.
right now.
I think the Lucian first pick is probably what T1 are looking for, because not only there is the ban, I think it's actually a really smart ban, but now there is so much up and available here for T1 to go for, and the Bard will be locked in.
There's no Caitlyn, and there's no Jhin.
But there is Ezreal.
There is
and
Ezreal.
Is Gumayusi going to pick it away?
It's got to be Ezreal Karma, right? Like, you've got to be able to play Ezreal here. If you can't lock this here, the most, I would say, potent AD carry pick in the meta, then you're going to have a bad time.
And I mean, Gumayusi can play it.
Yeah.
It's just not one of his favorites, right?
Yeah,
he hasn't played it all season long just yet. Or at least this round robin.
I think he absolutely can play it, and he will. Even though he doesn't prefer it, he is going to lock it in. Rel would be a shocker. Now, they have to find Engage elsewhere if they do go for the Karma, and that is at a premium right now, Engage. So we will see what they do end up picking here for Delight in this game.
Yep. All right. Maybe the reason why Gumayusi didn't want to play Ezreal is that he has a perfect 50-50 win rate on the champion right now.
It's going to be ruined no matter what.
Exactly. So he just wanted to preserve that for as long as possible. Currently 12-12. But the Ezreal Karma is possibly pushing that closer to 51 rather than 49.
Looking likely, because I don't know what Paze is going to play with this Bard right now to be able to salvage this match.
Kaisa Bard, baby!
Oh, no, 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 no. That sounds miserable. Do not do that.
Kaisa Bard.
Do not do it. Do not say it. Do not speak it.
Nocturne Bard, baby!
Is he going to play something like weird here? I start to wonder. You know, something really aggressive. Like, I don't think Callista Bard is very good.
Zeri Bard?
I do wonder.
You could call it Berry.
Maybe.
That'd be cute.
I mean, he could play Yunara in this draft. Varus is still available, but he's going to struggle in this lane matchup to get out, but we'll have a lot of power later.
I love me some Varus. This could also be flexed to the top lane, and I do kind of like that about it. They could flex Varus to the top lane if it's a decent matchup, and then play a mage in the bottom lane if they would like to.
They could do that, for sure. See what this final pick here is going to be. I think it's going to be Kanavi's pick, which almost feels like it's going to be Xin no matter what, if they feel like that's enough engage. Ooh, that's not engage. It is a lot of burst damage, but there's not a lot of CC. In fact, there's no CC.
Yeah,
I mean, Karma could.
I would have really liked the Xin. I would have also kind of liked the Wukong here as well. But
yeah, Wukong would have been great into Nocturne, and it's great CC. I actually really like that angle.
Kind of fun one.
What about Annie? I think Annie probably going to get banned by T1 in this draft. I don't think they want Zeka to have that.
Sivir. Not believing that this Varus is going towards the bottom lane.
I think a good read.
And also gives Zeus the ability to pick something that forces or could potentially force the Varus top, and then have Paze pick something awkward towards the bottom side of the map. We'll see what they do decide to do.
I'd like to see an Annie ban here from T1 and the Akali instead. We don't know what Faker's planning on playing here, so he might be tipping his hand a little bit with that Akali ban. Surely not an Azir pick in current year.
you know what I want? I want Zeka to play Silas. I feel like Paranoia and Chains of Corruption are pretty good ultimates. And it's Zeka. He's pretty cool on Silas. Faker also, I mean, he's got a skin on Silas. He's pretty good at the champion as well. But don't know whether you get as much value from the Silas when there's a Karma on the Rift.
Lissandra.
That's a cool ban, actually.
Pretty telling that he wants to play something aggressive here. Potentially the Ahri. Ahri Nefiri, my favorite mid-jungle synergy.
Yeah, you are reliant on the charm a lot. Especially when you have no engage from the bottom lane as well. I imagine that HLE are going to be priced into outranging or finding some engage elsewhere. The Mundo going to be taken away from Zeus. Yeah, pretty good ban.
Really like that because it's so problematic, so annoying to deal with that front line when you're playing Varus. And so let's see what we're going to see. Annie really, it works for me. It's an easy CC setup, a lot of burst damage. You already have the burst setup, but he likes the Silas angle you mentioned.
Echo would be fine too. That'd be cool.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
Oh, that's Syndra. That's Annie. Aww.
I think Syndra is the worst option. This Ahri is tricky. It is really tricky.
Okay, what does Faker play into it? That's the question.
He could play Silas into it himself, but not the best set of ultimates overall, but works with their composition really well. If he just plays Victor, I also think that's okay.
All right, well, the Rumble first here for Zeus. That's a pretty powerful option, especially with the Mundo now removed.
Doran's pick is always going to be blind in this draft, so picking a strong one feels really good.
Oh, I do think picking Rumble is kind of dangerous, though, Wolf, because we have seen the rise of the Ornn counterpick. It was Keen that played so well in it, I'm pretty sure, in the most recent time that we saw it. But that gives them an engage option.
Yeah, it does. It really does. I'm kind of feeling what you're saying here. Let's find out what's happening ultimately. Is it just going to be the Victor? I think it's fine. I think it's totally okay because of the Ahri pick.
Yeah.
And now they just kind of scale. Like, just because you have Nocturne doesn't mean you have to build a dive comp. You really don't. You could just use it defensively. You can play around Bard ults and timing. So Bard ultimate is so far, the range is so long that the Nocturne can follow on it very easily. So can Equalizer from such a far way away.
It's interesting, though, because neither of these teams really have engaged outside of Painter throwing his body at them.
Cassante over Ornn is...
I don't know whether I like this as much.
It's okay.
Okay, that's a Cho'Gath! And even though it's not on, it's way more fun! And we've got Huni on the desk!
It's kind of like, it feels like in this draft, to a certain extent, it's almost like it's a budget Mundo.
Yeah,
super
kind of.
tanky. It's going to be very annoying to deal with. It is so large that it's hard to stop it from getting to your carries.
It's also hard to click on the carries if he's standing on them when he's that big.
Yeah, I'm not sold on this pick, but it is very fun. It is very exciting. And it works really well as a response to the Bard as well in team fights. Just get right on top of the action during that stasis. Matchup-wise, not a common one to see that into the Rumble. And it is going to be really on Doran, I think, to space this correctly, make sure it doesn't get caught by any big knockups. You don't want to be trading into the Cho'Gath. If you start losing those, get silenced, you're going to have a really bad time, and then you're just going to get eaten. And then we're going to see this Nefiri pay a few visits. I think we'll be seeing the Nefiri top side in this game no matter what, as that is the easiest lane to gank for Hanwha Life Esports here in this draft. For T1, sit back, scale up, play the slow game.
Yep, and just hope that the Cho'Gath doesn't get too large. Some interesting drafts on both sides of the rift here moving into this game number 3. It's hard to adjudicate when things are a little bit weird what's going to happen. Let's get into it. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So, if HLE win this, it's going to be their first blue side win since returning to Korea.
Wow.
Which is an interesting thing.
That's an interesting stat.
Yeah. They haven't been on the blue side all that often. They have been picking the first pick. Therefore, they are often just heading towards red. But we'll see what they can make of it here as Gumayusi back on the Ezreal. What feels like a very long time since he has been on this one. See how it is going to do as Paze and Carrier are getting pushed away for now. First Mystic shot thrown at an enemy champion is going to connect. Second one misses. 50%, ladies and gentlemen. Same as his win rate. We love to see it.
Zeka not enjoying level 1 too much. I'm curious to see how Guma performs on this Ezreal, because like you said, we haven't seen it in a while. Turn on that damage.
The Vorpal spikes. Let's get him out. Yeah. I remember when that ate through your mana like crazy, man.
Yeah. It's still, you know, it's expensive, but not as expensive as it used to be.
I mean, like at least because it used to just be a straight up toggle.
Yeah.
And you just could do nothing else with it, which is kind of funny. And I think if you play him in Classic, that's how he is. It's kind of funny thinking about Cho'Gath, one of the least changed champions in League of Legends.
Yeah, I haven't encountered
still having some changes. I don't know whether he is in Classic.
Yeah, I actually don't know.
I'm not really much of a Cho'Gath guy.
He's not enjoying this moment here as Doran's going to get his heat exactly where he wants it.
Yeah, that is going to be a lot of damage from that Rupture coming on through, though. Level 3 is at least claimed here by Zeus, who does move past the turret and will be able to get himself back.
Even with the Varus pick here, you do not win this lane into the Karma Ezreal. So Hayes just taking TP is just going to try to weather the storm right now. As Doran will hit this harpoon right off the rip as Zeus shows back up to the lane. And Doran is 4-0 on this Rumble pick. I mean, a stat I didn't expect to see. He's always been a pretty good Rumble player, but...
How is he Rumble versus Cho'Gath, though?
Yeah, I don't know that specific number.
Yeah.
I don't actually have that data.
Checkmate, Wolf.
But I guess we'll find out together, won't we? Delight, I guess, in the end, successfully stopped Paze's back.
Yeah. All right.
See if he'll get his back stopped by Carrier. He did.
Well, this time. So far, so good on the Ezreal, though. Going for a little bit of a reset here as Paze has taken Teleport, which will allow him to go for a reset a little bit more comfortably.
This is actually, by the way, okay, we have a little bit of a fight here, but Delight stopped the back, but then got his back stopped like 3 times, and now it's going to be Guma alone here into this forest for a little while.
Yeah,
so that could be annoying.
Coming on over as he does take the Rift Scuttler, but is he going to keep himself alive? That's the question. Gets the fear onto Kanavi, who has to flash to get out of the way. There is the Rupture landing, but Zeus is in so much trouble. Needs the auto flash, goes over the wall, but Painter went in a different direction. Good defensive Rupture comes down as Zeka will get that face check and takes out Painter to even out the trade. The first blood still goes over to T1.
Very, very tense moment there. That fight was on a knife's edge. They're luckily still able to get Painter there, but that was incredibly close. Zeus just wasn't able to guess where the flash went there from Painter. Now he's down flash as well. On the play, a lot of flashes burned. Delight trying to hold this wave.
Will successfully do so, at least with these caster minions. So that is good for Zeus to try and hold this wave here. Carrier clearing out some vision. Throwing a drink over the wall there. Pays if he does need it. Is Gumayusi not going to be able to hit the Mystic Shot? Does hit the rest.
So I think part of why Delight went topside there was because he and Guma got a little desynced on those backs. And that's very annoying for Guma right now, fighting himself 1v2. But going back to this play here, Zeus comes over, Rupture goes down, but with Doran coming over here, the early game damage of this Cho'Gath, especially when Jungler is feared here, is not that high. And as you can see, Painter gets over the wall. That ward is T1. Zeus didn't know where Painter was. Man, they were trying to make something of this, but ultimately he will go down. Zeka picks up the kill. Zeka with a nice punish. It's good that he gets the money in this exchange.
Yep, especially when he takes all of that damage from the Arcane Storm here in this mid lane. Faker just doing it for a little bit of pressure. That kill helping Zeka as far as the gold is concerned, but he is 10 CS down against Faker, who just stuck around in the mid lane. Kanavi coming on over. Carrier looking for the Cosmic Binding, doesn't quite find it. As Delight looking for a pincer maneuver. Zeka with the inside track as there's a teleport back from the Varus. Painter getting taken down low. The flash forward from Zeka, but he's unable to kill Painter. Still Kanavi able to claim Carrier's life. Now Painter coming down. Zeka gets his way in. Drake is going to be secured by HLE as well, but Pays landing the damage. Zeka dancing around the fight though, and Pays cannot kill anyone. They all just escape on a sliver of health. Maybe Delight will go down as this Blight is stacked up. And there's the flash in. They do manage to turn it around though. And it's only the sacrifice of the Karma. HLE moved to 5-2.
I don't understand why T1 wanted to full send on this team fight, especially when you consider how they played games 1 and 2, so slow, so controlled. This was the exact opposite. And they don't have the control over the mid lane. Faker is super low here. This is not a 3v3 that you can win. And by the time Pays gets here with his turtle port, the fight is over. Faker doesn't have mana to continue the play. And the dragon isn't even secured by Painter. It's just a huge disaster. Into this Ahri comp? I don't think so.
Yeah. This is also a lethality Varus as well, so I feel like the late game insurance isn't quite there, as there's another rupture on the door, and he's just dead. And Avi hits the level 6, and yeah, there goes the gold lead in the only lane you had it.
And just like that, it feels like this game might just be done. HLE winning critically on that dragon, getting the kill here also on the Doran. And like you said, lethality Varus in this draft not going to necessarily feel all that great.
Yeah, I just feel like the late game insurance isn't there as much. I feel like if they were able to roll that snowball, it's a different story. But, like, does Zeus ever die to lethality Varus?
It's also just kind of a weird game to play lethality Varus in, I feel.
There is a lot of mobile champions.
They're playing also, you know, this Comet variant into a Karma lane, so there isn't that much value there. It's a bit of a weird one. But yeah, on that dragon fight, I think they should have just let it go. They're going to look for a pick on Delight.
This is less weird. That is how you just kill a Karma.
Pretty good value on that serrated Dirk in that exchange.
Yeah, and this is what the pick is capable of, right? I'm really glad that we got that example, because you're supposed to be able to do that and then use that in order to get that snowball rolling. And T1 starting it off, at least for now, but HLE still with so much control. 1.2k, the advantage, and their composition, I feel, is going to just age like a fine wine here in this game.
Cho'Gath very small still.
Yeah.
Love to see that little small Cho'Gath.
Does have a couple of feast stacks, as he has hit level 7.
He's got 2.
I'm trying to put that one on cooldown as often as possible. Good charm. Wow. Manages to land there from Zeka, but still Death Ray is flying on through. Pretty sure it's not called Death Ray anymore.
Ooh,
I apologize
Navi.
to anyone who actually cares.
Actually,
the Bastion Breaker?
Yeah, he
no, it's not the Bastion Breaker.
Did an oops the correct item, the Cyclo Sword.
Okay. It would have been fun though. That item got buffed. He was like,
Yeah.
wow, I can afford a Bastion Breaker, I should buy it. No, Cyclo Sword is just a little bit too good.
Much better.
For the Nefiri.
This game is in a weird place right now, where, you know, Pays is the only one who has the advantage because he has those 2 kills. He's able to get one of them in the fight, as we might have to stop talking about that for a second, as we have a bit of a scuttle scuffle.
Yeah, Kanavi is going to be able to lock that one down, as the Piercing Arrow is only able to shed the shield from Delight. Cosmic Binding a little bit early there as Painter was moving in. Doran taking a lot of damage from these Vorpal spikes flying out from Zeus as the equalizer just to clear out the wave. Try and cheat some tempo here from Doran on the top side. Zeus just very happy to hang out up here.
Yeah, no, he really is. Doran has TP at least, so that's the good news. Won't have an equalizer anymore. But the game right now is so comfortable for HLE to play out because of the advantages they have right now. All they really need to do is show up to dragon fights and try to set up their engage with Zeka on this Ahri that's so far ahead. And this Victor, if you look at the item difference between this Ahri and the Victor, you know, it doesn't look good.
Yeah, well, Flash is available here for Faker. Kanavi is going to miss kind of everything and then run away. Faker good sidesteps here. Zeka looking for a bit of a reset. See what he can actually afford when he does go back home. Does have a lot of extra money, as this ward giving a lot of information over to T1 as to Delight's whereabouts. Carrier clears out vision of his own. 18 seconds on the second dragon of the game. Will be an Infernal to find out what the soul is going to be. As Carrier moving down towards his bottom side, Pays spotted, and Delight going to waste no time. Just flashes Gets himself out of there.
I think that's the right call. It is losing your support right before this important dragon would be disastrous and would be potentially giving T1 a big window back into this game.
But losing your support's flash is also a big deal. You really do want that to actually have any CC.
Luckily,
on this Karma.
He's a Karma, so you mentioned the CC, but he also might just be sitting back and lobbing Qs and dropping shields in this one. It's not like it's a Nautilus that lost flash that won't be able to get the prio target.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But still, I mean, it is value. It is value no matter what. As T1 would have liked to have the kill, but they'll have to settle for the flash in this case. As, getting access to this pit, pretty tough for this composition for T1. They're going to TP, Pays back in with the Ghost Blade, but this is just completely on lockdown as Keria will be fine, but I think this Dragon might just be having a HLE stamp on it in just a moment.
That's what it's looking like for now. Zeus taking some damage here, but, I mean, he's got a Spectre's Cowl. I feel like that item is built as an anti-rumble, so we'll be able to help keep Zeus somewhat healthy. As the Drake will be secured here by HLE, and T1 not going to have to sacrifice anyone. It's a Chemtech Soul. I feel like for a Cho'Gath, Chemtech Soul feels pretty all right, especially when you've got the Karma with all the shields. Not a bad game for it.
Oh, definitely really good for HLE. I think pretty low value overall for T1. I guess Faker doesn't hate it, but...
also the Ari. You know, you've got a fair bit of sustain in your kit on the Ari as well. Kind of cool. I do like looking for the angles for a Chemtech Soul to be good. It's kind of like my new Cloud Soul.
It's a little hobby we all had to pick up.
That's true.
When Chemtech was considered to be abysmal, we were all like, oh god, it's that one again, but we have to say that it's not worthless, but how do we say that it could be good? But it's a really good soul, I think, as we've all learned, but composition dependent, and in this game, I feel like there's way more value on the side of HLE. You have the double dragon and are closer to picking it up, so...
I actually really love this build from Zeus. Just to go Spectre's Cowl and then finish your build.
Yeah, just because now you're not... Oh boy.
I don't like his positioning all that much, as he's standing on an equalizer for now. Pays stacks up the Blight, and down goes the Cho'Gath. Good pick here for T1.
Caster curses, never escape them. Sorry, players.
Yeah.
Guma's going to get some plate gold here in the interim, so that's good news in return.
Yeah, it's not actually the worst situation for HLE.
As Faker's also kind of stuck under turret on the top side, so you lost the Cho'Gath, but that was the place where you put him on the weak side effectively. It's
a lot of damage.
He stacks that attack speed up. He's got his W running.
Well, the whole wave does get taken out here, as Doran is going to look to push this wave in. But Zeka will be able to catch that. Arcane Shift will get Guma out of the way of a potential piercing arrow. And T1 actually showing some forward momentum here as they move towards this outer turret. Blight moves forward, doesn't hit the Mantra Q, but that's because the bad guys were backing away.
Yeah, right now, this is a very fragile game. The lead is there for HLE, but with that last pick onto the Cho'Gath, a little bit of extra money in T1's pockets, it is a game that all they really need is to win one fight on an objective, particularly the Herald that is up in 1 minute, that get themselves right back in the driver's seat.
Yep. Well, Faker gets silenced for a few moments, puts down the Gravity Field. I feel like Gravity Field should have extra power onto Cho'Gath because Gravity does hit him real hard.
He's big boned.
Yeah. And bones are heavy.
True.
But not actually going to be doing too much there. As Gumayushi and Pays just going to be facing off. There is the Blackfire Torch.
Yeah, Faker gets his first item here. Hexblade's been done for a little while here for Painter. Do you want to muster up a real team fight here? And the question is, can they get into position? As that turret is starting to take some big hits here with the grubs stacking on top of it. Can they get enough prio to look for a Herald fight? And how do they fight? Do they ult the backline? Do they try to use it defensively, the Nocturne ultimate, to allow for Faker and Pays to do more damage? This composition for T1 has a lot of moving pieces that don't really fit together like a jigsaw puzzle. It's a little bit more heavy-handed than that. And if you make one mistake in HLE's comp, I mean, you will just get punished. There's going to be a charm on a prio target, and Zeka's going to fly through the team fight, and Ezreal is going to be cleaning up house.
Keria was looking for a bit of an angle here, but they decide not to go for it. As Painter moved over towards this Herald pit. That was a very weird thing that happened.
Yeah, that was
with
a weird
Delight's
interaction.
W.
Mantra W. No, was it even Mantra? I don't think
so. It was just a inner fire, and not a whole lot really happened. Inner fire, is that the Q? Or I'm pretty sure. I'm just gonna say W. Snare. The attempted snare. The tether.
Yeah.
I'll say the tether. And it does it again.
Yeah,
There we
it's
go.
just a
We're just
visual bug, I
throwing
think.
tether everywhere. Yep, it is a little bit of a visual situation on the spectator side of things. As Kanavi looking to start off this Herald. And Doran catching a wave towards the bottom side. We've got to teleport back to the mid lane for Pays. As Painter standing on control vision does have his paranoia available. It's so weird seeing every single one of these Ws connect to Pays. It's not really connecting to him.
Yeah.
As the Rift Herald is going to be claimed here by Kanavi.
And T1 didn't get the fight they were looking for. This could not actually hold on to that control.
30 seconds.
A lot of
they
it,
might get another one, though.
A lot of it for HLE was just the fact that Delight was up there helping challenge their rotation. You know, funny about the visual bug that we were talking about coming into play, but a lot of that was him just walking up and saying, no, you can't punish me, and I'm going to help keep control over this zone, and you will not be able to get access. He does end up taking a big shot here, though, from Pays.
Oh, 2 items are done here for Kanavi as well. If he can actually make his way back, taking this dragon could be difficult. True Shot Barrage. Man, that's a lot of damage from Guma. As Pays might need to go home yet again. He just teleported back in.
Though, is pretty helpful.
True. The buffed up Hex, the Chemtech fruit.
Yeah.
Pretty nice. Is Carrier going to get charmed by Zeka. It's a lot of combo damage. Does have to flash to get himself out of the way, and I think that means Soul Point goes over to HLE. Slowly but surely.
Slowly, Legends is back.
Closing their grip on this game.
Slowly, Legends is back. Who says Kanavi can't just walk over to an objective and take it? He doesn't have to go in. He knows it. He likes to go in, but he also knows when it's not time to.
Yep.
Just to play through Guma's Ezreal, by the way. I think we should see this one more often. Looking pretty good in that last exchange. Gets the empowered True Shot Barrage and takes half of Pays' health casually as he's been controlling this mid lane. 0-0-0, but is going to transform his Muramana potentially faster.
Oh dear. There's another Rupture landing. Oh, he's silenced, so I guess he can't do anything. There we go. Gotta love an archaic kit from this Cho'Gath to make Faker's life a living hell. We've got an equalizer come down here as Doran is going to be in a lot of trouble. There's the snare. Charm going to connect as well. As Zeka not going to be able to finish this kill off. There wasn't an arm guard or anything like that on Doran, but after the flash, they do just get themselves out of there. And now Shelly going to get driven into... Never mind, not this turret. Let's see how the drifting's going to go.
Doran is like, whew, glad I'm back on right now.
Got another Tempered Fate there, carry out. We might need it in the bottom lane. As there is the charge, and the turret is going to go down.
Might need it for Guma's W's coming through.
Okay, Painter looking for Guma. And the fear, not going to quite work there because there is a cleanse on a Gumayushi, and he gets himself out scot-free. Well, by scot-free, I mean with both summoners now down. And he comes back and takes the turret down. Kanavi, are you kidding? That's not how this one's supposed to go. Azais looking to find Faker again, but there's the gravity field. Pretty hard to get off it if you are the Cho'Gath.
They're going to try to kill him.
Well, he's going to teleport and just gets himself out of the way.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Once the gravity field is down, there's no way to stop this guy from just getting out. So he's going to put some pressure on this turret at the same time on the bottom side. And T1 not having any control over this map, having a really tough game here. Macro-wise, Hanwha Life are just putting them in on the back foot. They really just don't have any agency. They haven't all game long. And now Doran is also going to get caught up here with this wave too far up. I think he's going to get caught.
Oh,
is he
my
the luckiest player
goodness!
of all time? Luckiest player of all time.
There we go. And he's just going to get out of there. Beautifully done.
But that's not even good news necessarily.
Hey, but it's not bad news.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's a fair point.
Neutral news is better than bad news.
That's definitely true.
I could have said news, couldn't I? Because it's not news. That's not a word. I don't think that's real. Never mind. I'm Australian. Okay, Charm going to last hit.
Thank you for clarifying. Yeah. If anyone was wondering why he talks that way.
And honestly, I might be sounding a little bit more Australian because my parents are visiting at the moment, and so I've been chatting to my dad a lot. And so I might just be getting a bit more Australian.
He's pulling the Vegemite out in the break.
Yeah,
for sure.
see, the Vegemite excuse comes through. I'm sorry, it's all the Tim Tams. Can't help it. Okay. Zeka and Doran doing battle here towards the top side. 3.4k the advantage for HLE. They've got Soul Point, and the next Drake is up in about a minute and a half. The Baron has just spawned about 30 seconds ago, so a chance for T1 to do one of those cheeky Baron takes. But I just really don't think that they can risk giving away the soul to HLE as Gumayusi hits the 2-item spike right when they need him to as well.
I mean, it's hard to make the right choice as T1 in this game. You know, what is the correct move? Like, who do you try to Nocturne ult? From this far behind, there isn't a great target. Arm Guard is here for Zeka.
Yeah, 2 items and the Arm Guard. Feels like 3, to be honest.
And if you ult Guma, you're ulting so deep that it's not going to work. There's going to be follow-up.
Yeah, it does have to take the magical journey out.
The map control, I don't think, could be better here for HLE. It has been so oppressive all game long. T1 just don't have angles. Okay, maybe this one angle and a support? No.
Oh no, the Inspire. Just going to get him out of the way. Doesn't even take damage from the Death Rays. Look at this! Zeus is so frightening! Not even on the gravity well this time around, but he does get feared by Painter. The problem is, with Faker moving away, they're not going to have damage for him. Zeka teleports in to protect his top laner.
This is his job in this game, is to just kind of be a big, scary guy and be relatively close to T1. And so
a looming threat.
The other targets that T1 can kill, they can't get access to because this annoying Cho'Gath is right in everybody's faces.
And you cannot face check HLE. If they are grouped as 5, like, a person will die no matter who you are. And I feel like T1, they need their ducks in a row. They need everyone there and to land their combos if they're going to win.
Everybody has burst, including the Cho'Gath, who's super tanky.
And especially including Gumayusi, who just hit them with a True Shot Barrage to do half the health bars of a couple of people. Now, HLE have started up this Drake. T1, they know that they have to fight for this one. HLE going to hold them in position. The Rupture goes wide, but Faker is so incredibly low. Look at the health bar on this Cho'Gath! How do you get through him? He's got 6 stacks of Feast.
Yeah, the paranoia is up, but Zeus is coming towards the bad guys. He doesn't care if it's dark.
And now he has a Chemtech Soul as well, Wolf.
Yeah, no, I think this one is just all over but the Cryon at this point. It's only a 3,000 gold lead. Like, it's only a 3,000 gold lead. It's just a compositional problem here for T1. They don't have map control. They can't play the game when they're behind and they can't see the enemies. Like, that's the first paranoia we've seen in a really long time. And it just didn't do anything. At least it's on a relatively short cooldown. Maybe he could do something again.
Yeah, but he's a little bit lacking when it comes to the stacks.
The targets also that he's trying to ult aren't changing either next time he presses this. Faker!
Oh my god! And we've seen this one before. Faker is running in the wrong direction because he knows there was no way out of this. He's going to die on his own terms, and I respect it. Kanavi, though, moves up to 2-1-5 on this Nefiri. And HLE just kind of feels like they can do no wrong right now.
HLE, okay, they're doubling down on this.
Hang on, this might be wrong. This might be doing a wrong. Although it's going to take a while to kill him.
Can you hurt him?
He kind of yells at Painter here momentarily as the teleport does bring them in. Pace is just going to die though as Kanavi. He goes untargetable. That is going to be the ulti down, and they might be able to kill this doggo. The paranoia comes in. Painter will take him out, but now it's Gumayusi against Carrier and Doran, and Zeka is moving up to join. Kind of misses everything, but Carrier is still likely to die as he does take the magical journey out. True Shot Barrage finishes off Gumayusi's old partner, and Doran, he's gonna do it again. Never mind. He's not gonna trust it this time around, and he is just going to flash his way towards the jungle and maybe escape.
Wasting their time.
Question mark?
So they can't maybe get this Baron when Paze respawns. All right, so success. He actually is able to escape as well, which is kind of crazy. T1. Not enjoying their time on the Rift here, but they almost turned that into a winning play, right? So initially I'm watching this going, okay, well, Faker is surely dead. There's no way out of this. There's no salvaging this play. But his teammates are also coming up, right? So yes, he dies here, but they want to make this longer play happen with Paze. Watch what Zeus does in his dying moments here, as it takes a really long time and an extra teleport from Doran, and like a dying moment is actually quite long. But he flashes onto Paze.
Oh yeah, the flash feast.
He flash feasts him, and without Paze's damage, the rest of this fight is just too hard to actually finish. The next paranoia from Painter is to trade his life for the Nefiri, but once Guma is here and there's no Paze, it's a wash. And then Zeka, it's over. But that Flash Feast was fight defining because he bought so much time and then killed the AD carry.
Yeah, I think Zeka did like 10 damage. Carrier there. Didn't actually matter ultimately in the end as Carrier is going to get interrupted. Magical Journey does come on through, but the ulti will follow him. Good Cosmic Binding, but Carrier is still very dead. Paranoia into the bottom lane. Let's see what they can get done here as the Rupture comes on through, but it's spell shielded. Gravity Field comes down. This is taking 400 years. And Zeus, let's see what you can do. Misses that Rupture. Why is this taking so long? As he takes down Painter, and he's still alive. What the heck was that? That was very silly. Zeka going to try and defend this turret. It's going to take a little bit of defense. And the Baron is the trade.
I know that we use the term weak side to define this type of setup, but I don't know if weak really covers it in this case, as his TP was interrupted on that extended kill, but he trades one back onto the enemy jungler.
Invincible side. Let's call it invincible side.
I like that. As Carrier here is just, let's just say a bit too far forward. Thinks he's in his own jungle, but there is no T1 jungle on the top side of the map. And on the weak side, please don't make me watch it again.
The jungler also shows himself down here.
The fear comes through.
Look at them hitting him so much. So much. Painter even gets the attack speed buff from the spell shield and just gets Vorpally spiked.
It's funny because he probably could have just walked away, but he didn't. Okay, this is an hold on to a prio target.
There we go. Gumayusi gonna arcane shift and die. There he goes.
I need a lot more information about how that all went down, as Delight here is going to avoid the ult from Carrier.
Zeka diving in. Kanavi goes untargetable for a few moments. The equalizer is down, and Zeus is massive. But they need to keep Kanavi alive, and he is going to stay alive and pick up so many kills. It's a double as he takes down Carrier. Paze will be able to at least get rid of the doggo. But they haven't even begun to deal with Zeus' massive health bar. And Zeka executes Faker off to the side. Chemtech Soul, I imagine, played a bit of a part in that last fight.
Absolutely. It played a huge part in that long extended play on the Zeus as well. It's just so hard to kill these targets. And
330 stacks, hot steel.
Yeah, I don't think this game, like this fight was the last chance back in the game here for T1, right? They deleted the 80 carry and still couldn't win the fight. Rumble comes in, they have all the tools. By the way, HLE are split. And yet this charm here from Zeka ends up being pretty huge. He also has that arm guard from earlier to use to stay alive here. Gets back over the wall to kite through. And Faker barely survives, but he can't rejoin his teammates. Paige just gets eaten again. And Faker wants to go for the outplay here, actually.
Yeah, I think he just knew that Zeus would be able to get on top of him. I respect it from Faker, but unfortunately it's not game winning. And Endless Hug to be completed by Gumayusi. Look at all of these Magi stacks for Zeka. That Forbidden Book is almost ready for publish. And he's going to look to dive on top of Carrier and Doran. Just kind of misses a bunch of buttons there, but they do navigate their way out. Kanavi finding some Darkened Daggers onto Doran. It's a bit of an alliteration, but he also might be a little bit dead. Untargetable goes the doggo as the Arcane Storm is down. Painter gets into the backline, but everyone just scatters immediately. The Arcane Storm is decent, but Zeus just flash eats him! Down goes the Rumble. Delicious, says the Cho'Gath. He might die for it, but it looked pretty cool while he did it. Kanavi also killed the Nocturne, and it's a one trade here for HLE.
The health bars are low.
Okay, Kanavi, I don't know about this one, as Paze does have a lot of DPS, and down will go the dog. And there is the Tempered Fate onto Gumayusi. Not able to land that Mystic Shot as these health bars are not infinite, but Gumayusi, the Arcane Shift. It's so clean, but the minion wave comes on forward.
It's just so risky to actually keep pushing here as HLE. Kanavi. Their health bars were super low, and they're in such a strong position in this game, they don't need to force. And I was just giving Kanavi credit for like the pivot after what happened in game one about how slowly he's played this third game. This part is fine. This part is fine.
I can imagine that
Kanavi also, I mean, look, he's Cho'Gath. He's like, I'm just going to walk at 4 people and they won't be able to do anything. There are a lot of damage dealers there that you're walking at, and a turret.
All right, Faker just trying to farm this mid lane, but he does get a bunch of buttons down, but he is still just going to die. A little bit too far up as there's the teleport in. 4 versus 5, Elder Dragon. already had been started here by T1. Look at Zeus' health bar. We don't have enough resolution for it.
Yeah, you can't see it.
Yeah, it's gotten to the point where it kind of looks like he's a minion because like the little lines weren't possible to be seen. Okay, that was ridiculous.
I've never seen that before.
No, neither have I. He has really gone even further beyond.
They have, by the way, Feast and Smite. Good luck.
The paranoia comes down. They're going to turn the lights off. As T1, they look to engage. There is the Tempered Fate. They try to lock them down. It's stolen by Pace. Somehow he pulls a Gumayushi. But can they actually win the fight? That's the question. Pace gets the cleanse out. Kanavi is going to be taken down. But I don't think you're ever getting to this Cho'Gath execute threshold. Oh no! Doran is going to survive, and Faker had respawned, but he doesn't get the Elder buff.
Now they couldn't kill the Cho'Gath, but I don't know if HLE can end the game right now. I mean, this is a really huge Cho'Gath, but that's a lot of damage with the Elder buff still applying here onto Zeus.
I kind of want Zeus to not get any more kills or deaths or assists.
The equalizer,
because if he dies as a big aeroplane, I'm going to be so happy.
The equalizer is going to be pretty tough to actually fight through as well here as Doran gets it back up here in 3 seconds. Pings on the Baron for T1. They know that's the next port of call for this game. They still have to deal with that bottom wave as we're going to go all the way back to this one for some reason. This is what happens right before the Elder. The reason why they're able to get the steal is because the Tempered Fate goes onto the Cho'Gath.
Oh my goodness.
Pulls a Guma into Guma. And then look at how well he kites this out. He saves the game here literally.
Yeah.
Almost gets Delight as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. The fact that he aims it actually with Delight in mind is insane. And almost also gets the Ahri. T1 fans not ready to celebrate just yet, but the Baron has respawned.
I mean, this is, it's a really tough spot for T1 still, but suddenly a playable game because they can use this Elder on their defense of their Baron take. Keria has his ult back up. This is really scary here for HLE fans with so much control until this moment.
All right, they're engaging onto the Cho'Gath, seeing whether they can take down Zeus. Painter dives in, but they barely get his health bar down. Now Zeka dashing forward. Tempered Fate is going to lock down Kanavi for a moment. It's Pays. Great sidestep on that Rupture. And Doran just trying to spread the damage around as much as possible. 20 seconds left on that Elder.
Zeus doesn't have TP, so he can't just, back and go in. He's going to have to heal up here and then head back in. He is going to get his health back pretty quickly.
The base is in trouble, though. That inhibitor being down on the bottom lane.
They have to defend.
Puts a timer on.
And HLE are going to be able to get this Baron. T1 went for the gamble, but trying to burst down the Cho'Gath, or at least force them out of the fight so they can win the longer fight. But HLE played it slow. They went out. Let's see if they can steal again.
Yeah, and they do have Feast Smite. Like you said, the Rupture comes on through. Will they get it? Yes, they will. There we go. Nailed it. Second attempt is going to work out. So, Baron secured here by HLE, and T1 forced onto the back foot, desperately trying to defend. 33 minutes into the game, close to 34. It's a 5.5k gold advantage. That is not, like, game ending, right?
But with Baron buff and this incredibly difficult to kill Cho'Gath,
and a 25 stack Majai's Ahri.
600 Heartsteel stacks, or 556.
That's a lot. That's some ARAM stats right there. It's okay. In goes Painter once again. There goes Painter once again. And Pace is almost just dead as well. Oh God, Zeus is breaking the game again with this ludicrous health bar as he teleports in. The Vorpal spikes as well, doing a lot of work. Faker just going to get pushed out of his own base. Zeus will actually be taken up. The Rupture is massive before he dies. And now Gumayushi is dashing forward. The GA comes on through. It is a great cosmic binding there onto Kanavi, but he is still able to help lock down the kill onto Keria. Doran trying to sidestep. It doesn't work. Guma goes to 7, 1, and 6. And these Nexus turrets will be taken out. Humble Life Esports will finally get on the board here in this round robin. You can see they're pretty psyched about it.
Pretty sick draft here for HLE in this final game. And they are able to pull it off in the end despite the crazy series that went up and down. Pretty controlled in game 2. They shut Faker out. And in game 3, they were able to win the late game through this Cho'Gath. I got to pick POM somehow.
Yeah, what the heck are you supposed to do? let's go back in
I'm
time.
kind of between mid and top, right? Because you had the great Zeka game into the lock on the Orianna, great Ari game, and then in game 3 you had the Cho'Gath, which defined the win.
Yeah, maybe it's the Ambessa and the
I think
I'm
I'm gonna go Zeus on this one. I think the champion cooking definitely does him a few favors. You could go Kanabi. I think you could go for Zeka, but
I think you'd also go for Guma. Getting a win on the Ezreal here as well is not something that I was really looking at as far as my bingo card was concerned. There's a few angles, and honestly, when HLE make it difficult for you to vote for POM, that's when you know that they're a team that's performing well.
Yeah, it was a really interesting series. I think T1.
Yeah,
you'll love to see a ceremony like that. There's a big Delight fan group here, and or maybe family. I'm not sure, but yes, it is family.
That's an extended family there.
I think this series came a lot down to who knew how to play their draft better. And in game 1, T1 had such a fiery start. They had so much stuff, like Painter and Faker working in tandem, the trade of positioning, all of that stuff that happened there. Playing through Doran worked really well on the Olaf. But then in game 2, they couldn't get their lock off the ground, right? Like, HLE were able to shut that down, play a controlled game, wait for their moment. And then in game 3, the Cho'Gath, I think, really just caught T1 off guard, and they weren't sure how to play around it. And there were a few errors made in the early game as well.
Yeah, I think that dragon fight really put them on the wrong foot.
I think no one could say Paze did not have an amazing
Oh, yes.
But it just isn't enough alone sometimes as the AD carry to be the best performer in a game like this.
Zeka, this was very funny. Just flying forward to miss a bunch of buttons and then doesn't really elaborate.
I'm covering his retreat pass.
Oh, it's perfect. This was stupid. Zeus' Cho'Gath just getting way too large. I don't know what it is with Zeus and just picking random tanks that aren't really in the meta and then just making them look utterly broken.
It's been a thing that's been going on for a while, and I think I'm here for it, to be honest.
Oh yeah, me too.
The Anivia game was kind of hanging over my head before I put the vote in, because it wasn't a great one, right? Got solo killed. It was pretty weird. The game wasn't a game, but I think we can look past it because games 2 and 3.
It must have been the Peanut secret stuff.
Yeah!
He must have come into the coach's booth, and he was like, you know what, guys, you're better than this. And you know how I know that? Because I can give you this bottle of Peanut secret stuff, and he's going to be able to make you even better. And as it turns out, it's just water, but all they needed was
Actually, I heard it's just peanut butter.
Even better. Oh, God. It's the fact that Zeus is kind of breaking the spectator client with his health bar is just so funny. But then the fact that T1 even get through the health bar.
Yeah, it's crazy that T1 are able to kill him.
Yeah, Leandris is one heck of an item, I guess.
HLE are pushing through 2 inhibitor turrets to try to make this happen. They are able to successfully do it, but you can feel the stress and the urgency in the comms here for HLE. They're starting to get worried that that Elder secure might have cost them big, but they are able to clean it up in the end and take the series 2-1. I think I have gotten one prediction right this week so far.
Oh, no. Which one was it? Was it DNS not winning?
Yes, that was the one, yeah.
Wow.
So
well, at least you got
basically I've gotten 0 actual predictions right.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do you like that. Oh, no. No, well, I mean...
But look, DNS is playing the second series. I might get 2.
There you go. Beautiful, although now they've been unshackled. There is nothing to lose at this point, and so perhaps it's going to be a bit of a disaster. It is Zeus picking up player of the match. Game number 1, we do not want to really think about, but games 2 and 3, I mean, he was the main character. The Ambassador getting that solo kill at the beginning, and then he played Cho'Gath, and he was impossible to take down, and it was kind of ridiculous.
Up they go.
Up they go.
Did
he play that skin?
No. But it's...
No, he didn't. He played the drop the beat one.
Both HLE and T1 are 16 and 6, but because of game score, T1 are still 1 game ahead, if I'm calculating this right, doing math on stream, at 21 to 19, actually 2 games ahead. It was very close.
Yep.
But still a huge win here for HLE in a rivalry matchup and such a big bounce back after the disaster that was game 1. Very impressive stuff.
Really impressive stuff, and now it is time to hear from Zeus, so let's throw it over to Dia for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Zeus on the side of Hana Life Esports, who just defeated T1. Finally, you just put an end to your losing streak. Taking that valuable first win, how do you feel? I'm just really happy that we were able to win, first of all. And all of our match history was basically loss, win, loss. And after losing game 1, I was a little nervous, but everyone on my team did so well, and I'm so glad that we were able to pick up today's victory. As you've said, in round 3, HLE has always gone the full distance so far, so it looked quite exhausting. What was something that you worked on to cut that losing streak short?
경기력 안 나오면서 점점 더 자신감들이
I think
많이
it's just
떨어졌던
that
것 같아가지고 좀 그런 것들을
with
잘
those
끌어올리려고
losses
노력했고
racking up, I felt like
또
our
잘할 때 워낙
confidence
잘하던
was
선수들이기
going
때문에
down.
좀 좋은
Just
폼
really
찾기
wanted
위해서
to
노력
make
많이
sure
했던
that
것
we can
같아요.
actually get our confidence back up. And I know that we all have faith in each other because we're all really talented players. So I think we just really put in a lot of effort to recover the form. So does it feel like you are back to 100%? Honestly, if we had lost today, it would have been really difficult. But I'm really glad. And so we saw the Anivia against the enemy's Olaf, which went south in the end. It was an unfortunate loss, but what was the feedback after?
말리는 것도 있는 것 같고 영향이 사실 그리고
I think it's just the way the matchup plays out. I feel like what happened was that I ended up outplaying myself, and at level 6, when I lost my egg, it was quite painful.
빡세더라고요.
Yeah, and Camille had such a huge part in that. Yeah, honestly, it was so difficult against the Camille. And in game 2, the Ambessa Ori Wombo combo was incredible, so let's take a look at this replay. What was going through your mind here? I was using the Ambessa ult in the front, and I was just praying, please hit, and that's how I engaged. And we actually didn't discuss chain ulting with the Ori, but I think it was just that we ended up being really in sync in that moment. Yeah, it was such a chaotic moment where it's not easy to hit that Ambessa ult. Yeah, honestly, after that Ambessa ult nerf,
말을 걸고 맞춰야 되는 수준인데 한타 때는 아무래도 좀
it's almost as if you just have to make sure that you communicate, hey, I'm gonna go ult, and then hope that the enemy is willing to get hit by my ult. But, it was just so chaotic, like you said. So I think it's just that you have to find the really good window to go in. And in game 3, we saw you last pick the Cho'Gath. So was that a prepared and planned pick? I mean, that Cho'Gath pick, my team has a Cho'Gath expert. We have a Cho'Gath one trick, so I think we're able to sort of pick up that Cho'Gath has a really decent laning phase and has high value, so it actually was a great opportunity to pull him out.
질문을 딱 들었을 때 생각나는 건
So,
약간 시바나 생각이
how do you usually choose the theme of your draft in the team?
되게 잘 쓰면 좋은 챔피언이라고 생각하는데 항상
I mean, I think the first thing that comes to my mind is like, when we picked Shyvana, and whenever you do use Shyvana is a really good champion on its own. But whenever we are put in a situation where we're a little behind, that's when it's really hard to sort of recover from that. So I think just having a good understanding of all the champions and how they are supposed to be played, that's just something that we try to keep in mind. But obviously there are some moments that we have to try to recover from an emergency situation. And we have to talk about your champion pool. It looks like you have played 20 unique champions so far. So what is your secret to being able to be so proficient in so many different champions? I think it was just a lot of the secret surprise picks that we were trying to think of, like the Swain pick and the Mundo pick. I think it's just something that can actually be a Joker pick that can work to break through the enemy. So that's just something that we also keep in mind oftentimes. And now that you secured your first win of round 3, you'll be playing Gen.G next. So what is your mindset? Yeah, as long as we're able to secure wins for the rest of the round, as far as I know, I think we actually have a chance for getting first place. So I just want to make sure that we can keep this momentum up and secure first place in the end. And that is all from Zeus, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya, as it is Hanwha Life Esports snapping that losing streak and still sending chaos here in the LCK. No streaks allowed. You can get 3, and that's it here in round number 3. They win 2-1 and still did it in a stressful way. That Elder Dragon going the wrong way, but the Cho'Gath pick ends up going supreme and ruining the change and debut that T1 did with Painter on in for owner. Gentlemen, what'd you make of it?
Zeus is nowhere, you know. The Cho'Gath, I love the Cho'Gath skin. It's a classic. Yeah, for sure. You have to go that one.
Really good takeaway from that series. But but the thing is, in the pre-show, HLE head coach mentioned that they think they didn't do the great job on the draft before, but this time around you mentioned the Cho'Gath, and also I really like the Ezreal pick from Guma as well. I think that enables his teammates to do something more on the map, and I think overall HLE had such a great bounce back after that game 1.
Yeah, I mean 100%. I think I really like the adjustment. Like as soon as they dropped the first game, which is like that was a super dominated, and I thought it's gonna be like 2-0 really quick series. That's what I thought first, but I think they come back like at game 2 and playing around, like because the game 1 especially, I think they play really poorly, as we talked about, like around the jungle early camp, and I think the game 2, the adjustment there, I think it was like really helpful for HLE, and I think that's a really big takeaway today for HLE.
Let's dive into our one and only game 3 highlight, the moment here that dictated this one.
Yeah, this is the fight that T1 lost the game, actually. So the reason why they started Drake here in the early level for Nocturne is because they got huge trade, really good trade on the bot side. So they think Varus have TP, so we have man advantage here. But in fact, you can see the mid lane, Victor cannot join the fight here when Zeka can easily jump into the fight. So it was fake man advantage. T1 thought they have a good window to take this fight, but they're already low from the Drake, and Victor can never join the fight, so it was fake information that they had, and it was just over right after because they fully committed on the Drake because the Drake was too low, but at the end they lost the Drake, they lost the fight, and the game is over.
Yeah, but this is like the main reason why the T1 fans are so frustrated from like, you know, like month ago, like 2 months ago, because it's like this is like kind of like easy mistake that they can actually just easy to kind of fix, can get easily better, because it's a team call that, oh, it's a man, as you said, a fake man advantage, but the thing is like it wasn't, right? Like actually just knowing the play, like knowing the when to actually do some stuff as a team, like that's a super lack of these days when especially T1 are falling.
Yeah, I think just waiting a little bit longer could have been the play there. Just a couple seconds, and that's something that always comes with more time, more reps, more practice. We showed the career of Painter, only 2 years so far in organized professional play, DRX before joining T1 Academy. So we'll see what T1 does in the future with that substitution. Here is the POM votes. Most of it going to the top side of the map to Zeus, thanks to a lot of the bottom row voters. It would have been a tie. If no bottom row voters, would have been a tie.
True. But I mean,
why it's me? Welcome to LCK.
Oh, wow.
LCK. I had to do it. But the thing is, I still really, like, again, I would like to really shout out the game 2, because like it was really step up the play from the jungle, because the game 1 was really rough. And I think, especially I think the game 2, that's where it actually kind of, you know, changed, you know, the atmosphere. That's where it actually changed this series especially. And I think that there was a huge jungle gap at the game 2. And even game 3, I think the Naafiri game was like fantastic.
I voted Zeka just because what happened in the game 3 mainly, because the one single team fight that it happened in the early game, the Drake fight, it was Zeka coming into the fight even earlier than Faker, and he was just he had so much impact than Faker in that game. And yeah, Zeka is a living meta isosceler, you know. Once he starts stacking kills early, no one can stop him. So he did. In fact, he had the Mezai's fully stacked, but I think whenever he snowballs from the early game, no one can stop him.
Uncle Helios agrees here with solid baby Zeka. Again,
Zeka baby?
Anyone is baby Helios. Zeka also getting the shout out from Umpty. Clutch for the team. Zeus, core of the team. Zeka. Giving a double shout out there. That's covering his bases. Cho'Gath? More like Go-Gath.
Oh my god. I think he's trying too much nowadays, you know?
At least.
So it's like that's a kind of high level joke from Ulf.
Are you sure it's high level?
So it's actually like small Korean jokes, you know, like Korean wordplay. Like Cho means elementary, and like Go means high school. You know? Yeah, so like from elementary school Cho'Gath, like Cho'Gath.
But the thing is, like, this is the type of joke
I don't know,
like
man.
Korean people would never make this joke though.
This is hard. No one would do that.
No, not at all.
I don't even get it, but you know, I respect it.
Let's see what else that we have. our comments. Cloud Templar, amazing to see him grow even under the harsh conditions. Classic Zeus. Yeah, again, remember, Zeus still a young player, youngish player, and Mundo, Anivia, Cho'Gath! Exclamation point. Where he plays his league classic. Pony, give him the shout out to all the OG champs that he's mastered and maneuvered. And we went back to the original quote that Ohm said, drafts were a big issue, especially in game 3. They take a big advantage here, they close the door.
I mean, I kind of lost my words because before we get into the series, that we talked about why right now you sub in the painter, and then you know the outcome is the worst situation that it could happen. You know, now what you're gonna do about it? Are you gonna like sub in Honor once again, or are you gonna give him one more chance? It's too harsh for him.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? Like as soon as they drop one game, they still had a chance to probably stop the roster, but they didn't. That's their decision making. So
1-8-7 in that last game after that crucial fight by the Drake was Painter, and he and the rest of T1 will go back to the drawing board, still in first place, but now everyone's locked at 16 wins. I love LCK, man. It is so close and so tight across all the different standings, including over in the Rise group where Nongshim Red Force continue to battle all the teams tied at 7 wins. The DN Automotive Supers begin their journey as spoilers. Let's see how it all goes after the short break. You're watching the LCK.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Every wall just when I lift my mark into the stone.
Red Bull gives you wings.
쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바 쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
우리 틴틴 우리은행
Red Bull gives you wings.
쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바 쓱싹 씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바
When I was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Secret on Stage standard initiative aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
To go. No map, no light, just scar to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every just when I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK 2026. It is Rise time. And more than that, it is time to see whether the DN Supers have lost it or whether this is going to allow them to keep on fighting with no more shackles, no more expectations, no more hope for a play-in's berth. They are instead able to just play their way.
They were tied to the stake, and now the stakes have been removed, all of them, no stakes.
There you go.
So they're
just milling
free.
about.
And if they lose, no one will say it matters at all. But if they win, no one will say it matters at all. But it's a good thing for the players, and everybody likes that. Everybody likes a feel-good's third win of the season.
Exactly.
For the rest of the group, though, it's kind of like, all right, you should be winning this one. Every single team should be winning this one. Every other team has already won this one. So you got to make sure you also win this one, because that will impact, otherwise, your ability to get out of play-ins, or into play-ins, out of non-play-in contention.
Yeah, watch out for the spice, or the soup-ice, you know, from the DM Supers. The Rise Group 4th, Nongshim versus 5th here. Nongshim, I do feel like, from what we've seen from them so far, they have the potential to be the best team in this group. But over the last couple of games, things have sort of started to slip. Indeed. And they have certainly fallen all the way down.
Nongshim are just a really difficult team to read right now. And I'm not just saying that because they have often ruined my predictions, and every team has kind of ruined my predictions the last 2 weeks. I think everyone's kind of in the same boat. But when you think Nongshim are in form, they have a bad series right afterwards, you know? You're like, okay, yeah. I think Lehenge is back on the horse. Immediately off the horse. He's not playing too many rel games either. I am most curious about the drafting today. We will see what the read is going to be for Nongshim, but also, you know, Nongshim know about the stakes being removed because they've been in a regular season where the stakes were moved, and then we had a mid-Nefiri pick, if you remember.
Yeah, that was Fisher, wasn't it?
Yeah, Fisher pulled that one out.
And it worked.
It did win.
Well.
Maybe, like, that was the time for DNS. Maybe it's time to show Teemo. Maybe that one mage in the bottom lane you were scrimming, but you never had a chance to play. Maybe you played Cho'Gath because that's the new hot you just saw on stage. Dudu isn't even practicing it, but he's got to give it a shot. Why not?
Anything like this. Maybe
where's my Pyoshik? Where Pyoshik should come back?
Well, we don't have Pyoshik at Shovel, as you just saw him on screen right there, walking past. The players are going to go for the fist bump here, and we'll see whether Nongshim can clean up the play to take down the DN Supers with nothing to lose. Nothing to gain either, but definitely nothing to lose here. We'll see what they're going to be able to put forward now that, like you say, those stakes have been removed. You know, if they were a tomato plant, they are growing sideways over the floor.
Yeah, it's rough. You don't want to grow.
It's not really the way you want to grow a tomato. It's just like beans that are sort of everywhere, and it doesn't really work. They're supposed to go up. You really need to provide something for them. So maybe that's the worst analogy, unless they start losing, in which case, perhaps they are a bean plant.
Yeah, no, like, you don't need a stake to grow, you know?
That's beautiful. That's really deep. The stake was also quite deep. That's why it was so sturdy. But now it's gone.
Real talk, brass tacks. What are these players fighting for, all 5 of them? Well, I think the number one thing it's going to come to everyone's mind is their honor, right? I mean, of course,
and glory.
Well, I don't know how much glory is left to get.
A bit of glory.
Honor, I think is fair. Glory, you know, maybe for Charvel. Charvel's he's looking for a little glory, but the rest of the conversation, I think, for these 5 players is, where am I going next year? And what does my form look like in my last professional games I play on stage, where scouts are watching and looking? Some of these players may not be in the LCK next year. They may be elsewhere overseas. Who knows?
Yeah.
But you got to have the best performance possible at the end, because that's where people are going to watch your most recent games. So I think there's a lot still riding on this for individually all 5 of these players and what happens next for them.
I'm hoping that they're going to be able to put their best foot forward. Obviously, this is about individual performance from this point on for the DN Supers to be a little bit serious about the whole situation. They do want to make sure that they are looking as valuable as possible moving into the Stove League, and they'll be getting there before anyone else, right?
Yeah.
As they know that their season is going to be ending in just a few weeks.
Absolutely true. Closer has had, I think, the best year out of all of these players, even though it isn't quite the year of Closer anymore. But he's certainly looking to be at his best form.
This is Closer's best year as an individual on the team as far as how well he's done in comparison to his teammates.
Yeah.
There you go.
So you could say relatively to the situation, Closer's best individual year.
Beautiful. I knew you wanted to get the quote out there again. We gave you an avenue, and you knocked it out of the park. That's beautiful. Dr. I'm looking a little defeated, but doesn't need to be because they haven't got onto the rift just yet. As Lahen's a bit of a mustache growing through. It's kind of cute.
That's
kind of
true.
into it. I haven't seen that before.
He's ready.
I'm really hoping he just grows it out.
There is a moment in every Korean man's life and or foreigners living in Korea's life where you realize you have become an Ajashi. Hens is potentially soon to have that moment.
Yeah, he's gonna we're gonna pan back to him, and he's gonna roll up his shirt.
Oh,
he's gonna start slapping on his tummy.
No!
Oh, it's gonna be the best.
He's gonna start brushing his teeth in public bathrooms.
Or while he's just sitting outside the Samgyeopsal restaurant. Oh, it's beautiful. I cannot wait for it to happen. And then we're gonna need comms on as well. It's just
I don't think
over and over again.
He can get Ajashi status until he completes his military service.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while.
So, I think he's still got at least about a year and a half.
It's not really fair when we are both just definitely Ajashis calling him out. But that's just, it's neither here nor there. Let's get onto the Rift here, or get at least into Champion Select. We will be onto the Rift eventually. As DNS will be on our blue side. First pick does go over to Nongshim Red Force. Let's see what these bans are going to look like.
Well, I think the usual suspects probably in this one. Maybe an Ezreal ban from DN Supers could be a consideration because of Diablo. And
Cassio.
Yeah, that'll be the one right here, I think.
Yeah.
All right, maybe Vi, and then Orianna on the other side. Orianna's already there.
Maybe
last ban could be a little flexible.
Cheeky Lucian, maybe?
Could be, or Ezreal.
Ooh, Lee Sin. So
now
I'm
gonna
Vi.
play Lee Sin Chicken. That's my favorite new minigame of the LCK.
Aw. That's all right. We'll get a different minigame. Maybe it'll be Vi Chicken. And maybe these teams have realized the Vi just isn't actually that good. And so they're not going to overly prioritize it.
That's really hard in this meta.
Yeah, Rumble's going to be taken away.
So,
Sponge.
Real first pickable?
Is Jarvan first pickable? Is Vi is theoretically first pickable.
Yeah, you and I are.
I'm a Vi anti
one
now,
mind,
man.
that Vi is good, but not necessarily needs to be picked first. Maybe you got to build a composition a little bit that Vi is going to excel with, and then pick Vi. Anyway.
Lucian Melio, let's go. Never mind. We're going to go Camille instead. Camille Shen. Do that. Do Camille Shen.
Yeah, then what are they going to do?
Exactly. Well, it's now going to be like what they're going to do is Lucian Melio.
Yeah.
Okay.
Could have been, a Bard lane. Could have been a Bard lane. Bard's up, but they decided to do. Diablo likes to play Lucian. He enjoys it. He prefers it.
This is going to be difficult for Dr. and Peter, I think, towards his bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, they have been the most struggling duo of the year by a large margin. And so, against one of the stronger duos, if not the strongest in Rise Group, with the Lucian that is being piloted, I am a little concerned.
I am too.
Dandy doesn't look concerned. He looks happy about the situation.
I think Dandy would be. I think Dandy is on the happy and controlled side of this whole situation.
I think he's on the Lucian side.
He is. The Pantheon to be denied here. I like the Pantheon Rise being considered by Nongshim.
A Talia ban for Scout is interesting. I wonder what he'll end up going with into this Rise.
Lock.
Divya probably.
Lock.
I mean, he wants to play Lock because they have the Lucian lane, but you know, like I said, I'm wondering what he's playing. And the lock was, you know, probably not actually going to be played. The Anivia is
feeling like a good
boring.
option.
It's boring, but you put the wall up, they can't get away from the Lucian. You know, he taps them. Ezreal can kind of get away from the Lucian a little bit.
Yep. And the wall can be used by Camille as well, to your detriment. So that's kind of cute if they do decide to go that way. The last ban will be the Olaf. I actually think the Olaf ban is very smart.
Let's see what the...
I accidentally wrote down Othal. That's not how that works. I didn't know I was...
Well, depending on the player, it can be, but it's going to be just a Nefiri here for Charvel to follow up on those Camille engages. I do like a Nefiri into a Lucian dashing forward when you've got the CC set up already.
Yeah. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Syndra.
It's a classic. Is it just an Ambessa to round this comp out?
Or just a Nah? A
Ooh,
Jace?
Jace is up.
They banned Olaf and picked Jace? It's pretty smart.
Dudu has been known to play a B5 Yorick.
And honestly, kind of goes pretty hard here. I wouldn't mind it at all. They can play side lanes pretty effectively.
Let's see.
What are you doing,
Does he want to
Dudu?
do that? Or does he want to play Udyr? Does he want to play a fun champion? Do he want to run around zooming? Or does he just want to play Yorick? He just wants to play Yorick.
How is Udyr fun ever?
He
used to be
fun. He does a bear slap.
He does, and then he does nothing else ever for the whole game.
He gets
and then
his
they
little,
lose.
He gets his little like hamster hands out.
Were you not watching Pun at MSI, Wolf? It was so sad.
He gets his hamster hands out and kills the ward fast.
He does get his hamster hands out.
He's like, I'm
I've never heard of them described as hamster hands.
He just looks like a little hamster. And he's like, I'm going to clear the sword really
Can
fast.
we get the camera on Wolf just for a quick second? I really need to show everyone the hamster hands.
Yeah, they'll probably have to wait till the draft CG goes down. But then...
Oh, no, there it is. It shows the
I'm
hamster.
clearing the ward.
Oh, it's spectacular. Oh,
right.
thank you so much for that. All right.
He's not playing Udyr.
He's not playing Udyr. He's playing Yorick.
He's playing Yorick and trying to have fun. They did a meta draft with no stakes. No stakes, but still did meta.
Yep.
This is the LCK.
And no shade
Good
to
night.
Pun, by the way. I loved his volley bear. His set was awesome. That player was fantastic. Definitely a very, very cool one to watch at MSI. But we're not there anymore. We are here at the LCK, and we're looking to see whether color coordination in the top jungle for the DN Supers is going to be enough to get them over the line here against a very, very consistent-looking draft from Nongshim Red Force. A lot of power in that mid game. We'll see whether the DN Supers can weather it.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen.
Do you
with
know-
Rift for game number 1?
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to get in before we get into the action.
Please.
You know what Jace skin that is that Kingan's playing? I've never seen that splash art before.
Hang on. I didn't see the splash art.
He's got like a really long beard. He looks like
disheveled Jace.
Well, he looks like me after the off season. Before I get a haircut and get cleaned up before we do LCK.
Is it just the Arcane Jace skin?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Like the Season 3 Arcane Jace skin? That would make sense.
I don't know. Someone will eventually tell us.
It's definitely
I know
not-
you're the skin master, so
I don't think there's a rugged Jace. I think that's only Garen.
Peter he actually auto-filled support, but he decided he's going to play jungle anyways, like a lot of people in my game.
Now I really I want us to go to the top lane.
Well, we'll eventually will, but Peter's trying to play jungle for a minute, so just please be patient.
Well, I think he was also trying to play ward. I think he nailed both.
Yeah.
As he was in the jungle and he was seeing stuff.
He's trying to influence this a little bit. Sponge will get this camp, and we'll now go down to Krugs, and he's going to try to annoy him a little bit. Obviously, in this 2v2, without one of the two that they need, it's bad. So he does come over here, but now they have level 2 on Diablo, so that's a little bit annoying.
Yeah, and so far, Dr. Oh, there's a third minion. But Diablo is able to dash forward. Dr. is zoned away from basically everything. This wave will crash.
Yes.
Pardon me, I'm about to
Sponge
die.
is also going to crash. And
Okay.
Doctom may be crashed upon.
Well, let's see what they can actually do here. Decent exhaust there onto Diablo as Doctom doing his best to survive, and it doesn't work. There is first blood over to Sponge, and they get everyone out.
Peter knew he was destined to be in the jungle this game. Being in this lane is not fun.
Yeah, he wants to go back, to be honest. I'm sorry about like losing my voice for a second there, but at least we got it back for the dive.
It happens.
Yeah.
Peter's gonna just try to hold this wave and then be sad and back. What's he gonna buy? Oh, we're not gonna see what he's gonna buy. It's okay. So the aggro here started it, picked up, and juggled onto Lehens, and there's nothing that the Ezreal could do. He pre-pressed exhaust. I mean, he did that part correctly.
Yep.
Not enough really outplay options there.
He lasted a decent amount of time. As Kingen up here, let's have a look at. Yeah, it's the Arcane Jace skin.
Okay, this is just Arcane Jace.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know, the splash screen looked different. He looked like Wolf in the beginning of January.
Yeah, Chronicler would not actually recognize this Jace because it is the second season.
Yeah.
And he doesn't believe in the second season. I can't recall as to why anymore.
It's kind of a weird stat for Kingen, by the way. 2-7 on base.
Yeah, not having a very good time. Sometimes you just don't have the wins on the Jace. But there was a lot of weird, like, blind Jace picks, especially from Nongshin in the first couple of rounds of the LCK. And so I think a lot of it did come down to draft. Once again, like, this is one of the answers to it, that he wasn't able to actually outplay. So maybe an opportunity for Dudu
I mean, remember,
to do it again.
We're also like top 4 for a few weeks at the very beginning of the season. And
yeah.
And that's, like I was saying before, whenever you think they're in form, you know, that's when they get you. They had a big collapse, and as we all know, were unable to secure a Legend Group spot. And weren't really in contention for it at the very end.
Oh, Doctom trading decently here.
He did not flash during the dive, which was the correct call. So he still has flash. Not like he's completely helpless, but he is, you know, he's not having fun. Refillable pot was what Peter was able to buy on that sad back. It's very sad.
He gets a bit of extra sustain. That's something. Lehens does the same thing. And Closer is zoning Scout, like, quite effectively here. Hitting a bit of poke as Scout makes its way out of there.
I feel like only Chovy and Showmaker are allowed to play Syndra. That's my Syndra rule.
I mean, BDD has also been pretty good at it in his time.
Yeah. Depends on if he and Close allowed to play it together in tandem is the other question. But I agree with you. I was a big BDD enjoyer myself.
That's all right. DN Super is able to pick up a big wave. That is a large amount of extra money here for Diablo, though. I think Nongshin have done exactly what they're supposed to with this bottom lane.
What timing Diablo gets the Essence Reaver to start to open this game up. Sponge is already very happy with what he was able to accomplish. It did come at a hefty price in terms of farm, as you guys could see with Charvel being even in gold and you know, about 4 or 5 camps ahead at the moment because he was not there in the defense of that dive and otherwise just took a lot of the jungle away. Has level 6 as well from that extra experience. This is something that can happen when you do end up not ganking and just hard farming because you don't get that much experience from that one single kill as Sponge. See if you can actually utilize it for anything here.
Well, I was actually going through the chat to see what Chronicler said, but I think admitting that he still hasn't watched Season 2 of Arcane. That's what I assume.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
I think that's a pretty reasonable assumption. I already kind of assumed that myself.
Yeah.
So.
He's just, sometimes the disappointment never ceases. As Peter is going to face check, does manage to hookshot wall dive away.
That's the cool thing about
they're not going to be able to save their jungle.
Sometimes you walk into danger, and then you just fly 10,000 miles away in the press of a button, and you're fine.
Yeah. Charvel is going to be able to at least get onto the enemy red buff, though, on spawn.
Yeah, Charvel is going for a high score.
Yeah. As Gullywalt, not exactly doing too much here. Diablo will push Doctom away. He got the cannon. At what cost? Well, the cost of a double tap is not that much.
Actually pretty solid for Duckers right there.
Oh! Okay, gets the red buff at least. Sponge takes a lot of damage. And we'll just have to leave. Nicely done by Shovel as Doctom gets the exhaust off onto Diablo. Still going to be losing out on the trade, though. As Peter comes back, Diablo actually dashes into the True Shot barrage. That's bravery right there,
Yeah,
ladies and
I think
gentlemen.
he kind of thought maybe he was going to go a little bit more up there, not get hit by it, but still did a lot of damage, still won the trade. And now Lehens is trying to stop backs. And Charvel, I don't think so, my man.
Just bypassing over, looking to see whether he can stop Sponge from taking his red buff. At the moment, it's looking like the answer is no. And so Sponge will be able to get out of here with the buff in hand.
Duckdom does get back to his turret. Diablo is backing. He's going to be able to catch this wave. Maybe even an angle here for DNS to get the first dragon of the game. With everyone being grouped up, there is vision on it, but instead it's just going to be Krugs for Charvel. And Duckdom backing. So he's actually, well, trying to. I can see on the main map, Lehens tried to stop him. He failed.
Yeah. We'll be able to get home.
Back.
Sheen comes in for the Ezreal. Feels very good about that one. Diablo not quite with his just yet. But he's got his core fields. And that Cull is slowly ticking down.
You know, nobody ever does it, Atlas.
What do they not do?
The teams that get eliminated from playoff/play-in contention, they never do the for funsies draft.
Yeah, just not like picking 5 teamos.
Yeah, they just don't. They don't do it.
Yeah.
And then they play standard, and they try to win. And that's okay. I respect it, but just kind of hoping maybe today was going to be different.
Yeah.
I always kind of hope a little.
I kind of want them to pick fun stuff and try to win. I don't want them to, like...
No, I'm not saying like
just
they don't
give
try
up
to
or
win. It's
anything.
like just, you know, like a little...
Yeah, get a bit experimental.
Curveball. Yeah, a little curveball.
Kind of like that idea. Sponge watches Closer retreat. And now we've got another potential dive angle here. But 2v2 dive, that's going to be a little bit of a bridge too far. And Diablo Hens will just continue trying to deny as much farm to Duckdom as humanly possible.
Why not a Duckdom greatest hits, you know? Pull out the Aphelios.
Oh, that'd be fun. Bit of a Peter Thresh angle?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Peter Yumi angle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Closer Swain?
Oh, no. Maybe not that one.
Not that one?
Closer Akali? Closer Silas? Closer Irelia?
Yeah.
Closer Irelia was also, it was very exciting until it wasn't. I will never forget that game.
Yeah.
It was very similar to the Kiana game.
Hey, at least Shiu did worse.
True. Yeah,
You
by
know, like he
comparison, yeah.
took a
No,
little
it's-
bit away from the Closer situation. Because Closer did come into the LCK as like the Aurelia guy.
Yeah, he did.
As, oh, Morning Mist just barely missing that.
We were like, back then, if it's a melee champion, it'll be Closer and not Faker. And then he had that one Aurelia game, and then it was like, if it's a melee champion, it'll be Faker and not Closer. but then he had a big bounce back after he left T1, and the rest is history. Best performing player on DNS this year.
Yeah. Had a really good individual year that one time.
Yes, best individual year, in fact.
As Closer, nice sidestep. Speaking of which, cast a blessing there, Wolf. Thank you very much for that one.
Yeah,
Cycle of Sword done for Charvel. Has beaten Sponge to item number 1, although I think Sponge is just missing a bit of a back. But Charvel has actually been really dominating the jungle.
Yeah, he's hard farming. He's getting that high score.
Yeah.
He's playing Star Fox right now. He knows the whole trick.
He's clocking it.
He disables lock on, so he can get the extra points.
Ooh, do a barrel roll.
Diablo is going to be totally fine here, as it looks like for a moment Charvel decided to stop PvE. A little PvP, but...
Was a little spotted.
Yeah.
Problematic part. The biggest issue is the fact that Kingen hasn't been able to do anything to Dudu here in this top lane.
Yeah. It's that York, the classic. You know. Could have picked Malphite, that's what Chronicle wanted.
Ooh, Diablo was in the brush. Charvel's making his way over. It's another good exhaust. And Duckdom this time is actually going to take a lot of damage there from the culling. The wave is going to be then tackled as Dudu inside his ghoulie wall. Kingen's in trouble. Trying to get that follow as both of our top laners retain their flash. I think Dudu could have elected for a bit of a trade there, but decided not to.
It's going to be a lot of... well, I thought they were going to actually stay for the next wave, but they don't. I'm going to say a lot of plate money potentially grabbed there for Diablo, but he's got his Essence Reaver completed. He doesn't wait for another wave. He doesn't want a call to complete. He just wants to hurt more. And now they're at the state where he'll be doing the most hurting. He's the more powerful than Duckdom than he will be for the rest of this game.
Yep. I do want to say that Chronicler did confirm that indeed he does like Malphite.
Yeah, he always wanted the Malphite counterpick to Jace. He was always like, what if they picked Malphite? And it never happened.
Yeah.
And now that we're in this game here where there's no stakes and I wanted a fun pick, I kind of understand him. I'm like, that would have been more fun.
Do you think that's why he left? Just a bit of a tantrum
just never
after
picked
not enough Malphite?
They did it like one time, and he got really excited. I'm pretty sure it didn't win.
Yeah, I kind of respect it, you know? Like, you have to choose a hill to die on. And maybe that was just his. Because Malphite is a mountain. That kind of makes sense. Dr. is just going to Arcane Shift right on top of Sponge. They share some pixels, and Sponge doesn't like that, so he's just going to kill Dr. here. There it is. Kill number 2 over to Nongshim.
All right. That's pretty straightforward. Dr. doesn't have any protection. The Camille is topside. They knew it. And they're going to win the race to first turret, but they're not. They're winning the race also to irrelevant AD carry, which is not a race they thought they were playing in, but unfortunately, it's going to be a while before Duckers is putting together that first item. He's at 90 CS right now. He's 35 behind.
He has a couple of the bits of the Trinity Force. That's kind of cool. 2,000 gold behind when like the teams barely have that much. Like this is a large lead for Diablo.
Yeah, Sponge just spikes him at the beginning of this fight.
Oh yeah. And then punches him a whole bunch of times.
Yeah.
Lehens doesn't kick him. In fact, that goes a little wide, but it does not matter at all. And so now
he's in the mid lane now. Let's see if he can fare better here. See if Peter doesn't. Let's see if he doesn't leave him out to dry. You know, maybe he just hangs out. Defensive Camille in the mid lane.
I'm sensing some sarcasm, Wolf.
You might be on something.
That noise was kind of perfect for the moment. I'm not gonna lie.
All right, look, Peter's got ult and flash, and he's a Camille, and he's gonna find somebody. He's gonna find somebody. He's destined for value in this team fight. He's destined for it.
Well, Shovel could make use of some of this money that he's accrued.
Here he goes.
As he goes untargetable, there is Peter finding the angle, and then finds his demise. The Drake is going to be stolen away, though, by Shovel. So I guess mission accomplished. Closer flashing away. Shock Blast is good there from Kingen, though. And the vault is going to be broken open. There goes all the money. And a lot of it is picked up here by Scout. Dudu, though, a man on a mission. He understood the assignment, you know? Play Yorick by himself.
You know what they say about finding true love?
What do they say about finding true love, Wolf?
Well, you know, they always tell you, you'll find someone, you'll find someone. But it was unrequited, the situation for Peter. He found Diablo. He had a biggest magnet that Diablo was pulling him in. You know, he had the initial engage with the flash, and then he went straight for Diablo. The thing is, there were more than one player vying for Peter. You know, they were like, wow, Peter, I want him.
Yeah, he really did rush the stage at the Diablo concert, didn't he?
Yeah.
A little bit there.
Maybe ask Diablo for coffee first.
Yeah. Or just have a conversation about it so his security doesn't just immediately crash tackle them to the floor.
It was a good try. Like I said, he was going to get some value. He was going to find someone with that flash ult. He did. It just didn't work out. It sometimes doesn't work. He'll find someone.
Got the Drake, though. So, you know, battle, war, which one do you want to win? We don't really know the outcome of the war just yet. The battle was definitely won by Nongshim, though. Let's see what they can find here as Diablo dashes on in. The Maiden getting involved. The culling going to get Peter out of here. Let's see, Peter, Hextech Ultimatum on cooldown. That is going to be the Herald secured by the Yorick, which is good news. Doctor going to split the entirety of Nongshim, but doesn't hit anyone with the True Shot Barrage. And I feel like Diablo's getting antsy. You know, he's ready.
He is ready. His items are ready. Basically, he's very close to that second item, IE, which is actually is that allowed?
Oh, Scatter the Weak. Not connecting just yet.
So they are trying to stabilize DNS, trying to do a game state where the Yorick gets to just park in the side lane, actually put the side lane car in drive and keep pushing it. Maybe park is not the right word for this, but then they can pull Nongshim around the map a little bit, you know, for some resource to be used. Maybe then Diablo gets caught on rotation, you know, gets caught by a Camille, gets caught by a Charvel. Not this time, but, you know, maybe next time.
I think it's kind of cool that there's Yorick being played in the game and there's also Charvel.
Yeah, Charvel should play it next time.
They should be focusing on top side, though. We need to get this this top jungle synergy really rolling. He does throw down Shelly into this mid lane, though. The
Yeah, they
Supers are going to get a fair bit of control here.
Got it. They're going to get this turret, it looks like, and maybe then they can actually look for a dive setup.
Yep. They drive this one in. And so Diablo actually taking a bit of damage off the back end. They get 3 grubs at the same time. Shovel really has full control over the top side of the map so far. And Trisha Barrage does a fair bit of damage here to Diablo as well. This is the gold lead kind of slipping away.
They might need to be aware of Scout lurking. Scout's lurking.
He is still lurking. There's the Culling Doctor. I'm so dead. That unleashed power was all kinds of unnecessary.
I saw a Syndra on a place on the minimap that didn't look normal, so I was trying to let them know, but they can't hear me. You know, I always want to warn the players when I feel bad that things are going to happen to them, but it falls on deaf ears, as it were.
Yeah.
So Scout, he has vision here. He's on a control ward. We're not aware that he was lurking, and so he just popped Doctors. It's really unfortunate, but a lot of good burst damage, good synergy between him and Diablo. And they turn what was a little bit of reprieve, you know, a little bit of a good moment there for Duckdom, who got the turret, was pushing in, took away half of Diablo's health bar, and then he died, sadly. Yeah, don't put that up there. What are we trying to show here?
The gold difference over time graph.
Ah, okay. And also the Herald location, when it was taken.
Yeah, yeah.
As well.
Yeah, just thought I'd let you know.
Oh, okay.
That is that. I mean, we have seen that one before, but it is good to finally know.
Because we do have the gold difference at the current time at the top of the screen.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a second item, i.e. if I pressed tab and saw that right now, I'd pause the game.
I mean, it is a bit weird. It's Navari almost every single time for Evolution. Being able to skate around the rift does make a lot of sense, but I do like this for like the super like front-loaded, let's get all the damage out right now type build.
He's got the daggers just for the bling. He doesn't even really need those.
He also doesn't need shoes, man. He's running barefoot. Just doesn't even
Probably
need
should get shoes.
No. Not required.
Triple dagger Diablo. Oh, the maiden.
All right. Well, the dragon is also going to be taken here. Nongshim are going to be able to grab the first Hex Tech of the game.
Pretty big soul, like you were alluding to there, especially when it's really easy to proc it with Jace and Syndra. And running away from the Lucian is usually a good idea, but when you're slow, you can't really run away that easily. I guess since he doesn't have boots, it's a little bit easier.
I think he may have boots at some point in the future, though.
Yeah. Right now, he's just got that boot silhouette.
Yeah, it's kind of looking a bit sad. It's like he's completed, like, utilize the quest.
Showcasing that he doesn't have boots very effectively. This is where he would put his boots if he had them.
Yeah. We're letting everyone know that he does have a shoe, like a shoe cupboard, but just hasn't got anything in there yet. And that's okay. It's good to be prepared. Because Doctor not going to quite find that Mystic Shot, nor very much luck in this game. As we can see, 2.5k the advantage for Diablo. And
Purple.
at least Doctor does have shoes, though.
Purple up a whole level here, just trying to be annoying. The rest of the team is collapsing in very quickly. This jungle no longer belongs to DNS.
All right.
Marvel's been he's been farming a lot, right? He still has a gold lead, and somehow it needs to be utilized because right now 0-0-0 is really impact not found in this game so far. Not been able to find any big ults in the back line. Not been able to punish Diablo just yet. That's what you want to do with this draft from this far behind. Is just got to find a way to, when the Lucian goes in for a play, you pop out, get him. That's the simplest way to put it.
Yep, I think it sounds like a good idea. I feel like the execution could be difficult. But,
yeah, it's easier said than done, but it can be done.
Yeah, and I do feel like Diablo is the one to dash in more often than not. So if Dudu can find a good angle and just put him in a gully wall, then could work out. You know, Shovel's got a targeted ultimate. There are ways. Peter also makes it very, very difficult for Diablo to escape, as long as he doesn't die immediately.
He got 2 items at 21 minutes. It's a little bit late, but it's under 22, which is where it's doomed. That's the doomed timing. When you get the more amount of completion after 22, the game is definitely over. But he was able to do it.
Diablo went back and completed a Zeal, but didn't get shoes.
Yeah, he only does damage. He doesn't do the walking faster.
He's not doing the walking faster at all.
He is not looked at his teammates' inventories.
He's also gone for the build that doesn't give you like infinite dashes in a fight as well. It's like the least mobile Lucian we've had in a very long time. But he does do a lot of damage.
Well, the Vi is going to prevent the target that he's shooting at from moving, so that could be the reason.
Yeah. So kind of respect that as Lahen's going to be able to get the flash out of Dudu. Sponge is making his way over though, and he's got cease and desist. And I think that Dudu may just be dead. The Maiden comes down. I think Scout just threw it at him. That is so unfair. using his own maiden against him.
That's very annoying. He also flashed the Milio kick, but there was larger CC coming his way that he wasn't yet aware of. Well, he probably had sensed it, but it's a bigger problem. The Vi, which ulted at the very end to take him out and make sure the kill was secured before he could offer a little bit more damage.
We need the DN Supers to like group up for something.
Yeah, I mean, they need to like get together and look to burst down somebody, you know? Ideally Diablo, but you know, we don't always have to look for ideal. Could be a Jace, could be a Jace pinch. I mean, they have a little bit of topside vision control right now. It's swiftly being removed, but it's still up there.
Yep. The defensive vision is still definitely there as well. Might be able to catch Lehens going for a ward. Something like that. Shovel does clear this one out. Doesn't find the Dark and Daggers onto Sponge, who has now claimed an advantage for himself. Yes, he's still incredibly far behind in farm, but he's 3-0-2. So
look at this.
That is fine.
Glutinous Greaves for Duckdom. Still no boots
He's
for
like
3-item loot.
It's a massive shoes advantage
Is
for
he
Duckdom.
trying to become the first AD carry to complete a League of Legends game without shoes? Well, I mean, a professional League of Legends game.
I don't know whether he would be.
I don't think he would be, but maybe that's what he thinks is going to happen. Maybe
That
he can
could
check.
be a point. It's like maybe he's waiting for his magical footwear to come in. And he's like, hang on a second, did I forget the rune?
He didn't press C.
Yeah. He's like, Lehens, why did you get yours? Like, is the delivery running late? Like, I should check the app, I guess. It's really frustrating.
Wrong address.
Yeah, the coupon guy just really got confused. Sponge and Scout just going to siege down this inner turret.
You know, when we went into this game, we started this game, I kind of had the feeling with the low stakes and the standard draft, it was going to be, you know, less interesting than what I was hoping. But man, did I underestimate how this game was going to go. It's been Nongshim doing the right thing, not me. Hey, hold on, wait, Sharple, he's crazy.
There you go.
He's starting a Baron.
This is DNS. It stands for Do Not Snooze. Okay, Wolf, you might miss action like this.
All right, here we go, Lens. He's Emilio coming over here to check this. He's not going to like what he sees.
Yeah, he might be able to kick the Baron, but he's not going to smite the Baron. That's Shovel. Peter's able to soak the culling, and the Ghoulie Wall is brilliant. Diablo's just going to have to get out of there. Peter's almost dead. We can't show that on camera, though, because we need to show Closer getting the power unleashed on him. And that's not going to be enough, because he's got a Seraph stun. And the DN Supers just took Baron and got everyone out alive.
If Diablo had boots to get over there a little bit quicker, maybe you could have made something happen there. Oh, he's got him now. He had him, actually. Okay.
Shoes done.
Shoes complete. Okay, that was the one talking point we had. That was the one. That was the one joke we could keep running to the ground. Oh yeah, no back didn't have shoes yet. Got 3 items, still no shoes.
He was listening to DNS. They were saying do not shoes. And then he remembered that it's actually do not snooze. It's all right. Nongshim are going to try and put them to sleep again, but the Ghoulie Wall actually does a decent amount of blocking. Dudu in a little bit of trouble, though. He does have the support of his teammates. Hextech Ultimatum gets Peter in there, but Emilio is going to keep everyone safe for a very long time. Shovel just trying to navigate this whole situation as Kingin gets Realm Warped on, but looks like he kind of likes it. And the Soul Point should now be coming in. The Flash not going to be enough to get Shovel out of dodge. And the DN Supers still don't have a kill. And now they kind of don't have Baron anymore.
Yeah, they're just so far behind. Peter didn't ask Coffee first, try to get Diablo to go to Homecoming, and let's just say this time he asked for prom, but he hadn't introduced himself yet.
Oh, no.
As Duckdom was forced to flash away initially on this fight, and so who's going to follow up Peter's engage? It doesn't matter. Peter knows, I've got one job, engage. Duckdom actually almost is able to sort of follow up by queuing towards Diablo, but it's a similar situation to the last time we made this joke, because I'm now running to the ground a second time, about him engaging on this.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
Even the pet was like, no, get me out of here.
Yeah. He was just kind of commeted to death, and the Blackfire Torch then took him down.
There were a lot of things
for Scout. He is pretty dangerous.
A lot of things killing him there.
Oh,
Sponge going in alone.
Is it kill time? Let's see. Sponge is going to go down. Shovel with the first one for the DN Supers. And is able to dodge the Scat of the Week. No weakness here for this doggo. Look at that army of puppies.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Sharvel's like, look, I joined this roster late. I'm at least trying to keep my KDA as good as possible.
Hell yeah.
Gets an extra kill there. It's got a lot of money on that shutdown of the Vi. So Sponge just a little greed there, I think we could all say. Kind of
they're not that far behind.
Going in.
And they still have Baron for another 13 seconds.
They're not that far behind. Duckdom is that far behind.
Oh, yeah. But that means
Closer is
that Dudu can be ahead.
Closer is that far behind, you know what I mean? The damage dealers don't really do... They're not hurting the bad guys. That's my concern in this one, Atlas. Not to mention the Hextech Soul Point situation, which is also not
that is
very
problematic.
ideal, because even if it was an even gold state, Nongshim got that, it's potentially lights out. Now, if DNS get all the rest of the Dragons this game, and then they catch up a little bit in gold, and then eventually Ezreal gets his items online, and then they get the Hextech Soul themselves, and he's getting slows with his Qs, then, you know, we can have a conversation.
Well, I hope
like
we'll
at 28 minutes, there wasn't that big of a gold lead. And I'm hoping for that potential reality, right?
Well,
I think. I mean, is that what we're hoping for? I think so. We're kind of hoping for the game to be a little bit more close.
I want to see more doing battle and fighting and like even footing and ooh, gank brush. I like that too. That's kind of fun.
Party on bush.
Yeah. Well, Peter is over here. Going to be able to grab some crystalline overgrowth, and they'll get rid of some plates as well. Lehens, some vision in there as Closer just trying to go back home. Lehen spots him out. Diablo was rotating over, sensed bad guys, and now things go out onto Scout. He's pushing on the top lane.
Yeah,
and,
I
think DNS, they are just taking turrets. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do in this game.
Yeah, no, I mean, they grouped. They got a turret. That's something. You know, I mean, Nongshim don't make the mistake of walking in there because they were like, I don't think they're AFK, so they're probably in one of these bushes around the map. And,
pretty smart.
As it turns out, they were all still actively playing the game, just waiting patiently for someone to come over and maybe get a free pick. I mean, every kill is a shutdown, even on Tamilio. You know, it's some money to be had if you are able to land that pick, get that one target, get that rotating member, and then, you know, Rise is actualizing now. He is? Got his third item. He stalled it out a little bit.
I mean, Scout is so scary, though, man. 302. He's got a huge bounty on his head, but he's also got an arm guard now.
When you have Void Staff and Shadow Flame, and you are this, just in general, your whole team is ahead, so there's no way to really get on top of you and kill you or punish you. You're level 17. Yeah, it's frightening. I wouldn't want to interact with it.
Well, 50 seconds until this dragon. How did DNS manage to stop that one from just going to Nongshim? Because I think that's a bridge too far, right? 3,000 gold, not the end of the world.
Yeah.
You know, we're getting close.
Maybe they're trying to trade it for Baron. You know, that could be a thing. Oh, yep. Scout's like, I'm pretty sure he's not AFK.
I mean, his name is Scout. He should probably be able to navigate some reconnaissance. He's going to be able to do that.
They're going to try to see who's over here, and then Baron spawns in 8 seconds.
Wait, they're just going to give Soul?
No.
Hold on. Sponge is going to defend his Raptor camp, unless the Bleed actually took that down. Wait a second. Wait a second. Shovel's in there. They're going to get
They're
vision.
all in there.
And Nongshim, they're going to defend this. The dragon spawns, but who cares about that? The Baron down to 5,000 health.
Peter third time's the charm.
Yeah, Blast Cone angle. Maybe he can get on in there. Shovel is able to lock down the Baron, but can they win the fight? Cease and desist gets them in, and the Rise just explodes. Scout finding them here in the back of the pit. They do just scatter, though. It's a double for Kingen in the end. And that means Nongshim can get the Soul. And I don't know how this is good for
the side
DNS.
lane champions no longer have Baron, but the other ones have it.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
And 3 grubs.
Their names are Do Not Side Lane for a reason, Wolf.
No, I know.
Okay, Shovel is going to get hit by a bunch of rocks. He's going to answer, though, with the ulti. Scout breaks the arm guard and then also breaks the doggo.
Remember what I was saying about how, you know, he's so scary and you can't also kill him either? Marvel just found out about that. If he wasn't scared before, I think he's horrified now. And that is the Hextech Soul.
Oh, two-shot barrage for the not-steal.
He had vision on it too, actually. Pretty scary.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. I mean, Smite these days just makes it a little bit more difficult for those steals to come in, but it did look cool. Thank you to the observers.
Peter does not actually this time get to interact with Diablo the way he wanted to. Diablo's too far away on the left side. And Soul Laners just get deleted here by Nongshim. They get away with the Baron, but how well will they be able to utilize it? is a question for another time, because we're going to look at this replay first, where he presses R and then he presses Zhonya's.
Yeah, and all the orbs just kind of flew at the dog.
They don't turn golden and stay in stasis.
No. Was a little unfortunate. Now, I mean, it's Hextech Soul. Even though that Shock Blast did miss, it's still really rough. Diablo finding so much damage here, always dashing forward. He's got a cozy campfire, but that feels a little bit too passive for the way this man likes to play the game. Some Darkened Daggers do connect onto Sponge. It's actually a fair bit there, but you can see this lightning just zapping DNS over and over again.
Dudu's, he's not side laning, but he's front laning.
Yeah, he is singular laning.
Yeah, he's just pushing it, and that's a good thing. That's success.
Yeah.
That Baron power play is less than -1,000.
Success is only ever what you define it as, Wolf. And if we define success as how many turrets have you taken, then they're equally successful. Closer is going to get dove on here by Kingen and might actually be able to take him down. Sharble gets on in there. Closer will survive for the minute, and there is the shutdown.
Reset?
They managed to take out the hands. And now a GA is going to get proc. Sharble's interrupted. Oh, that was a sick outplay. The Sponge will be dying.
Sharble's going to hate Scout after this game.
Oh, yeah.
He almost got Kingen. Well, that is an even, near even trade, I guess, when you think about the end result. But it's 2 dead for the
Their
side.
base is still alive.
Yeah. So Kingen tries to play this one out, but unfortunately, he's just too low on health. Tries to go on the Closer there at the last minute when he gets his cooldowns back. Closer flashes away. And then Peter helps lock down Sponge. It takes a really long time to kill, but ultimately does go down. And then Sharble finds out about Syndra again. Yeah, it's really quite unfortunate. Okay,
All right.
Jack Show's done for this mid lane pushing Yorick. 4 items, Randuin's Jack Shows.
He's a
Diablo might actually have a small issue killing him. It will need a little bit more help, or just a little bit more space.
I feel like the issue might be that Diablo's trying to kill him.
Yeah, that would be that. Yeah, that's a.
I imagine he might be going for a different target. Closer is not afraid, though. He's gone Blighted Jewel, just maximum damage here for the Rise. We're teleporting in, though, as Nongshim looking for a fight, starting with Dudu. That's a great Ghoulie Wall to try and block him off, but he's not out of the woods just yet. There's the culling as down goes Sponge immediately. Okay, they're trying to turn it. Diablo's still looking to try and fight here, but Scout goes golden with that Zhonya's. Diablo dashing forward, but I don't know whether he really wants to. Soft arm starting to do work, but Diablo stays alive for a very long time. Still, it's Closer that finds the backline, and the DN Supers, they come alive!
A huge win here. They get the full ace. Only Diablo dies, and now a gold lead for the Supers as they push the top lane. This is the closest to the base that any lane is right now. It's only 1 plate left on that turret. They're going to try to end this game right now, and with this level 20 Yorick, I think they just might be close enough to do it. Let's see. 30 seconds on Diablo, 30 seconds on Scout. They may have just stolen this game away, Atlas.
I think they've done it. The DN Supers from the jaws of defeat just say heck no. And Closer, he actualizes, does so much damage. In goes Sponge, but down he goes. Hextech Soul be damned. The DN Supers are going to win another one.
Yeah. All right, turns out all it takes is 1 overextension on the top side jungle. And it was the second of such fights that DNS were able to take. And it wasn't even a Yorick that was deep in the top lane. It wasn't a Yorick that was destroying them.
wasn't listening. No. It's do not sleep.
Exactly.
Because at any moment, they could just win the game.
And it was just an unforced fight by Nongshim. They were just greedy. Frankly, they just looked bored. And they did not give up.
Wait, was it Colonel Mustard with the candlesticks in the space?
Sure. Might have been Duckers. I don't know.
Well, and I kind of thought that Nongshim understood. I mean, it's NS. But not sleeping.
Look at the damage. The damage numbers are so low.
And look at that gold graph, man. Remember you were telling us, like, don't put this gold graph on the screen.
No, you put it up here. Yeah, this is the one. This is when I want to see it.
Of a little blip. Oh, my goodness. Diablo tried. They got a Hextech Soul. And that was just not enough to take down the tenacious DN Supers. And you can see, I mean, there's not some big grins, but if they manage to win this next game, my goodness, I think that there will be some celebrations. Time for us to take a short break. When we get back, the space going to break down that surprise victory, and we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
네, 와드다.
여기서 가야 될 듯?
여기 봐도 돼, 여기 봐도 돼. 거기 막아, 천천히.
빼면서.
해도 돼, 여기. 너무 막으면 안 돼.
나 올린다. 해볼게.
바이바이. 야, 루시안 볼게. 에이스가 있으니까 제이스. 위에 제이스.
해볼게.
진짜 탈진.
야, 볼게. 야, 맞아.
야, 이거. 미드 말고 탑. 끝내만 해.
끝났어.
라인 앞에서 먼저 끌려가.
나이스.
얘들아! 이겼냐! 잠깐만, 일단 가봐.
이겼어.
일단 가봐.
끝났어.
아직 몰라. 끝낼만해. 삼준총이라. 아, 무조건 끝났어.
나이스.
와, 이 팔 운영으로 이겨. 아, 지렸다.
Original champions, items, and metas from the early days of League are back for you to rediscover. AP Master Yi. Deathfire Grasp. One of Rise's 17 reworks. It's all here! Welcome to the League of Legends Classic Spotlight. We've hit rewind on the roster to just 60 champions from the iconic early era. Not sure who to pick? Here are some good champs to get you started. Go top with a tanky Garen, or hard-hitting Jax. Hit the jungle to hunt with Warwick, or snag new friends with a Mumu. Run it down mid with big ults from Lux or Annie. Carry bot with Ezreal's mobility or Misfortune's damage. Or support your baby AD carry with the magical buffs of Sona or Janna. Or something else. Who knows? Anything could be good now.
Who needs a map?
That's right, they're back. Masteries return to the original offense, defense, and utility trees. For runes, you'll start with a basic page and unlock more as your account levels up, and much more quickly than before. Eventually, you'll be able to pick up the bonuses that matter most to you, rounding out your champ, or doubling down on a single stat. Starting out, you'll probably want boots and potions, but as the game goes on, you'll find all kinds of returning classics to build into, like Heart of Gold, Wriggle's Lantern, wards, and more wards. League of Legends Classic is just getting started. Jump in now to see what the good old days were all about, and shape the game's future by voting for what we bring next to the Classic experience. There's lots more to unpack, so check out the rest of the videos in this series for tips on laning.
I've seen your death. It was painful.
Jungling, runes and masteries, and item builds.
Yes.
See you on the Rift, summoners.
I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. I make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Tell me what you want. Better make live to learn how everything will work out. Always for the better. Don't get stressed out. No, never. Gotta be a hard worker, a little clever. I go all out with every endeavor. Take your time out, you be doing fine now. Let's go. Watch me ride out. I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. I'll make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Gon' get it, yeah. Let's get it now. Take your time out, you be doing fine now. Let's go. Watch me ride out, I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
You have not sleep and do not sleep battling it out here with DNS and Nongshim. Wadid has woken up. That's right. The DN Automotive Supers showed the grit and determination that their fans show every single game that they show up at. And somehow, in the face of a Hexexul, found the win. And it's up 1-0 DNS.
I'm pretty sure some of the fans just all tapped after Nongshim getting the Soul Drake.
Hell
but
yeah.
you just turn on the screen again, you see the score. DNS won the first game. How could that happen?
Every wins matter.
What do you mean? Like, what was that? You know, they secured the Soul Drake. It was the kill score was literally one-sided. There was no chance until Nongshim gave up so many free kills to DNS, and there was so many shutdowns. Really, like after the one team fight, the gold gap between those teams were completely disappeared.
Yeah, I mean, this is why we call sports. You never know until Nexus exploded.
Esports, baby.
Yes, sir.
Let's take a look at how those shutdowns got built up in the first place, because it all was Nongshim Red Force early on here.
I think Peter kind of tried to get the level 2 for Ezreal. So I thought if you use the exhaust on the buy and try to be vision out and flash into the turret, you could survive. That's how I felt like. I think they misplayed this one. And the next one as well, your Camille is on top side already, while he's not getting anything though. And like Dogtam is just dying alone on the bot side again. So I thought the game was literally over after this point.
And also good point is like also Jace was actually respecting their enemy making play on top side. He was not actually in the turret and not getting punished. And this is the first Drake team fight, and it's just pretty smooth, right? Like based on they had a lead from the early game, which is like they dove 2 times at the bottom, so that's why they had so much control around the bottom side, and support was able to move to mid and get the control vision out, and through that, I think it was a really smooth. Basically, I think it was a really smooth game.
Yeah, Nongshim looking good. Anytime that you're able to execute those dives early on, showing your team's in form, they're able to do what they're supposed to do, feels like a good game. And then they are able to take that lead and transition it into a Drake fight here. And again, this is after the sneaky Baron was taken by the DN Automotive Supers. Nongshim pick up this fight.
Such a good play from Scout. He spotted out the players who was sneaking into the brush. And I think after that, the fight was pretty much one-sided. Once again, Peter goes in, but there's nothing, no follow-ups from DNS, and you just don't have enough damage. Chevelle tries to steal the Drake, but it doesn't matter. Scout is gonna hunt you down.
The flash.
The depressing flash right there as well. So, like, we thought the game was over right there.
That's right. We're thinking, veg. Can we get some veg in there, right? It's like, all right, let's pack it up. It's good, right? They got soul, right? That's it, right? And then for some reason, Nongshim get caught out here, Realm Warp on in, and the punishes begin.
I mean, why are they so disconnected? Like, this is like it's late game. If you make like these type of the random death, like what it said earlier, it's just too big. Like, this hurts a lot. Like, especially it's late game. The death timer is above like 50 seconds.
That's not the only one mistake that they made, by the way. I think people should learn from the mistake, but Nongshim didn't. They literally did the same mistake, what just happened before, and they took the random fight on the top side, which is not great for them. Oh, of course, they're just chasing into the, like, some random place, you know, like you're just going in, and they just took the fight on the random place, and that makes DNS huge comeback after all. And early game leads, you don't need early game leads, by the way, if you can just win the late game team fight just like that, and you just go to the Nexus and you win the game.
This looks very similar to a certain game 2 that we saw earlier by T1 and Hanwha Life Esports, where it's like, you're in control of the game, you got it, but that one catch, I guess it was 2 catches here, end up spelling doom here for Nongshim, and we've said it time and time again, every single win matters to all the teams except one of them, where it's a sentimental victory. And a sentimental victory here for the DN Automotive Supers is great, but do you think they can close it out here, Huni?
I mean, as my predictions, my prediction says no. It has.
Oh dear. Oh no.
Wait.
Big Hoon.
You got nothing?
I'm so cooked.
Oh my god.
You
really got nothing?
Huni has gotten 0 of his predictions right, and he's on track for a.
And also, I'm still Nongshim believer. Please, guys, please.
But Huni's not alone. We do have a couple of others on the LCK Korea side.
Yeah.
Gogo as well, for some reason, has predicted exactly the same as Huni. But wait, there's more. Prince as well has predicted the same as them, except today, for some reason, he thought the DN Automotive Supers would win.
Well,
and he's closer to correct.
Guys,
I'm just saying, like, Huni, I'm sorry. As a prediction king for this week, I got 6 out of 7, right? And I predicted DNS. So we'll see what happens.
Guys, have you seen an 0-10? That question is for Atlas and Wolf, who's taking game number 2 right now.
Have we?
Are you talking about Lehenz's Camille game and Kespa Cup?
No, I was meaning the reverse perfect of the predictions. Because man, the predictions have been so terrible from us. Like these first couple of weeks.
I have 1 prediction correct this week, I believe.
Hey, at least you're not Huni.
That's true.
All right.
Or all of the other people that came up that I mentioned, who are also 0 correct so far.
Yep. And if Nongshim turned this around, then I think I equalized with Woodid. I think so. But I don't know. We'll see. Nongshim looked like the better team 98% of that game.
Well,
but if the 2% that you're better is when the Nexus is able to go down.
I laid it out for you guys, right? I told you guys, whenever you think Nongshim are in form, whenever you think they're in control, whenever you think they are looking good, that's when they disappoint you. But we've now moved that into the microcosm of individual games as well. So whenever you thought the game is over, whenever you think they're winning, whenever you think they're in full control.
That's why they're NS. Never sure.
Never sure.
Yeah.
I saw someone online post that DNS were "do not surrender," which that was
so good.
Because they voted no repeatedly.
I like that they're "do not sleep" because if you're caught napping, then you lose the game.
Yeah.
And we thought Nongshim were not sleeping, but they were. As it turned out towards the end there, and were lulled into a false sense of security. And
well, let's talk about this draft a little bit. It looks like now DN Supers are going to try hard draft again. Which, when you win the game, I'm like, yeah, okay, that was a good choice. Yeah, solid play.
Rumble Bard being banned away here is interesting.
Also interesting to see a lock ban, even though they have Scout on their team, and also Lucian is already banned, and so is Bard. But it is still a scary
Scout
champion.
Oriana. Okay.
Don't give Sponge Jarvan. They're going to play Cassiopeia into it with a little Lee Sin from Sharble, which is his best pick.
And you have the Cassio on your team. Kind of good.
Yeah, seems good. Pantheon, a little bit less good for you.
Oh, but
Rengar. No, Nongshim, you're not the team that's eliminated from playing this contention. You actually really need to win this series. It's very important.
Okay. I think Sponge realized that halfway through.
Okay, we're just going to pick Shen, even though there's no Camille, because that was picked in game 1.
I think the Shen flex is kind of cool. And also, Lehens was the Shen guy before Shen was even cool.
I'll give it to Lehens in this one.
And that does make some sense.
You think Shen has a Lehens mustache under that?
Oh, 100%. There is no chance he doesn't.
Okay, just curious what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah. No. I do think that, Shen, I don't know his identity because he's a ninja and a very good one. And so he hasn't actually shown that. But I think he probably looks the same as Sub-Zero under his mask. That's what I'm expecting.
What if every Shen looks different? Like, we had once 2 Shens that looked like...
that's a really good point.
Eric Longquist and Christopher Michaels.
Yeah, so I guess we do know what Shen looks like underneath. And they're just 2 American dudes. Okay, that does make some sense.
Okay, so what's going through the second phase here? The Shen is a flex. You have no bottom duo yet, necessarily, right, with the Shen there. Gonna ban Olaf. Kingen was like one of the OG Olaf guys, so I guess that makes sense. Very strong blindable top lane pick when you are looking to blind pick a top champion, so that makes sense. Now, on the other side here, what 80 carry are you worried about? I guess Sivir makes sense, as they already have the Alistair.
I would love...
Game scaling, wave clear, all of that.
Why don't they do the same thing that we just saw? Was it Gen G that did it? Yeah.
The Lulu?
Yeah, they just ban Nah. All they have to do is ban Nah, and then they see the next pick. Doctor's probably going to lock in Corki or something, and then they just slam Kog'Maw Lulu. I reckon that sounds really cool.
Okay. Ban on Kaisa.
That's weird.
Now ban Gnar and do what Atlas said.
Yeah. Just ban the Gnar. Let's get rid of it. No more Gnar.
Let's see what they're going to do. They're probably just going to ban an 80 carry.
Nah, ban the Gnar.
The only ban I'm not okay with is if they ban Duck Doms and Felios. Just because I want the fan service, but...
They ban Ziggs. It's a Yordle.
Ziggs plus Alistair lane. I don't think that was necessarily on the cards for DN Super, so they're just going to play Jhin. All right. Is it time?
It is.
Lulu Kog'Maw. Lock it in.
Lock it in! Don't be scared, Diablo.
He just had an amazing game 1. Even though ultimately he wasn't there when his team was fighting topside and couldn't save the game.
It's a really good way to make the game all about him. Just do it. Don't be scared.
He's got a lot of opinions about it, whatever it is. Oh, it's Forest.
Kog'Maw looks so weird. He kind of looks like 3 dudes. Oh, okay. Well, they're going to lock in the Gnar themselves, so at least we got the Gnar somewhere.
Okay. So, the counter pick, is it Vayne?
Ooh, Vayne is
Vayne. Vayne is up, you know?
And that's a real 80
Triple threat. No front line but an Alistair, but when Peter presses R, it becomes a front line.
Wait a second.
Hold on, the 2-0 incoming? Lee Sin plays through topside? Gnar doesn't get to play the game? Lock it in!
This is looking so good for DNS.
It actually looks really good. It's a pretty good comp. You know, it doesn't have... If it falls behind it, it falls over really, really bad because it doesn't have a front line and its scaling is a little awkward.
Yeah, it does. It's got an Alistair. That's the front line.
Yeah, so, sometimes.
And in the late game, Jhin may as well front line. Doesn't do anything otherwise.
Well, when you look at the comp of Nongshim as well, they have a Pantheon, Shen. You're trying to blow up a single target, but there's 3 targets that can hurt you bad. Jhin sometimes. But the Cassiopeia and the Vayne, you know, they're going to do a lot of quick damage. It's going to be sustained, and you've got to kill all of them. Otherwise, you also just get focused down. So that's a pretty good draft, I would say, here for the DN Supers. Didn't necessarily see it coming because I was so hyper-focused on the Lulu lane that didn't happen. But when you see the Gnar come through blind like that without protection, we see the Vayne. Like, it's always banned. If you're gonna play Gnar, you gotta protect it.
This is looking very dire for Nongshim. They are on the ropes right now. They need all the wins they could get. They could just be eliminated from play-ins. if they don't pick up the play. And the DN Supers, they took a game off them before, and they weren't able to win the series. This is looking a little bit like they could win the series. There is the Scout Oriana issue, and we'll see whether the DN Supers can deal with that and then win this game.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 2. I need to apologize. I know it was a bit of a rude thing to say about Jin and the frontlining thing. I'll try to be a little bit more pro Jin.
That's okay.
As this game goes on.
Ward went over for Peter to the top side so that the Vayne can shoot the Gnar in the bush. So that's good.
Yeah.
And
the thing that I'm really worried about, Wolf, is that Kingen did not have a great game on the Jace.
He's
and
not
this
gonna
is
have
a
level
hard
1.
matchup.
Yeah. Now, Peter, just make sure you don't ring the cowbell. He might hear you.
Wait. Make sure you do ring the cowbell. That's cool.
Voodoo is like angling here.
Yeah, the boomerang went completely wide, so Voodoo is very, very
It actually
happy.
just makes me very sad to watch Gnar try to play level 1 into Vayne. It's just not playable. Now, because of the Vayne topside control, Sponge is also finding this game a little bit unplayable.
Yeah,
it's how you use the Lee Sin when you have the winning top lane. We've already seen it before with Tristana. You know, you take over.
Yeah, that's a flash pulverize. I think Sponge might just be dead. He has to flash to get out of the way. Now the taunt into this bottom lane. Doctom does cleanse, and Lahens is going to go down. It's a disaster as Diablo, he might have to sacrifice himself, but he does get away from the turret aggro and at least saves the play there. But Kingen's also dead.
Yeah, I think that was a really slick flash play there from Diablo to patch the hole, but they're losing on both sides of the map somehow. And that's not ideal, as at least they deleted Duckdom's farm, so that part is the good part. And that's what they wanted to do with this play, but Duckdom has cleansed, so he cleanses this. Turret starts ramping, 4th shot's enough. And then Diablo, the turret is so ramped. He has to get the shot in and flash before the turret will pick him up.
Yeah, I think that was pretty slick.
Over here, yeah, there's not really much to say. Dudu gets the kill, though, which is the important part.
Yep, outplay this hee-hee, I think is how that one goes. As Dudu is still level 2, there's a big minion wave that was pushed in here by Kingen. And now Closer is going aggressive towards Scout. He dissonances and then flashes. After Closer could do anything, I think was worried the Closer was going to flash after him with another Twin Fang.
Yeah, with one more burn take coming through, that would have been enough to kill him for sure. So, all right. Scout's actually going to stay as well to catch that wave, which actually makes sense. He will be able to get away with it, won't be punished.
Yep, Closer is just going to go for a back himself. He'll teleport back in very comfortably, but the wave is at least taken here by a Scout before he does go back himself. This game is really going the wrong way for Nongshim.
No, this is really not good. Not good. Even Duckdom's making funny noises at them.
Yeah.
That's really bad.
Ignore the Sponge 2 and 9 Pantheon.
What should we try to show the Nongshim fans which is good about this game? Not this, I don't
Yeah, no. Sponge does pick up a ball from Scout, but that Raptor camp does not belong to him. There's another taunt on to Duckdom as the Lashens doing some work. Diablo finding some damage here as well. Has gone lethal tempo on the Varus, so we'll be doing a lot of sustained damage himself.
Not the same type of Varus we saw in our previous series. It is still starting a tier here, so...
Wolf, I am frightened for Kingen's life. This wave
it's
so big.
Let's see. I mean, he's got flash.
Sponge is able to deny that one, as Lahens doesn't get the taunt onto Duckdom this time. Headbutt pull from Peter, as Diablo will try and line up that lethal tempo. Does have to deal with these minions doing a lot of damage, though, as the Deadly Flourish does at least go wide.
That's a ton of minion damage on the Diablo.
Yeah.
Duckdom is like very... He wants to flash on
Woo.
that flash.
There's a nice taunt. Let's see whether Diablo can line up the piercing arrow as Peter, he's burning down. Lahens finds it. And Duckdom just not able to get over to Diablo to secure the kill. And Nongshim, finally some good news.
Yeah, Peter really wanted to line that up, set that up for Duckdom. He was looking for his 4th shot onto Diablo. It was like Diablo just kind of taunted them into making that play. And gets the outplay. And now Dead Cow. So that's a good. It's looking a lot more stable down there on the bottom side of the map here for Nongshim.
I don't think it puts out the fire, though.
Not all of it.
The real AD carry is here on the top lane, and Kingin fighting in the minion wave does hit that boomerang, so that's certainly good. But Scout gets flashed on, doesn't get stunned, and Lehens is right here. Standing on the miasma, though, so not going to be taunted up, able to get that taunt off as Peter Hex flashing. He has got so much Hex flash value so far this game.
Yeah, he's got Hex Flash aura. He is Hex Flash the person.
He is.
Yeah, this is not fun.
No. Kingin is...
I was like, are we supposed to play-by-play this, or are we just gonna...
Look at the wave, man. It's all kinds of ungood.
Like, Dudu still has his summoners, so Kingin really has to be very careful. Lens is just gonna camp this.
I mean, he just has to help this wave get crashed. And Peter is going to come up and defend. And so Dudu is able to hold the wave, and another one is going to be in an awful spot.
Look at this for Ducton. Fourth shot, wants it so bad, can't get it, and doesn't have enough damage because Lens is too healthy. Lens just...
And as they were going for the play, he was just reloading at them.
Yeah, no, I know. It happened in the previous moment as well. Lens is out here.
Oh, he gets the taunt flash. Sponge coming on over. He flashes on in, gets the stun. The orb comes down. Shockwave onto 2. And Scout will help claim the kill. The headbutt back from Peter, but he doesn't really get it in the position he wants. But then Shovel is able to grab it with that shot, that Sonic Wave. That was beautiful. Sponge, no place for him to go, and Dudu gets a second.
Disaster. And for Ducton, less disaster. He's going to be fine, but this lane is still a problem. But
Diablo's crazy, by the way, man. He still has Chains of Corruption. Look at him. Dance, Dance, Revolution, baby. 4th shot, just going for the wave. He lost confidence.
Yeah, well, after Diablo just, I don't know, did a crazy dance there, he was done with that. But the real AD carry, like you said, is the top laner. And I mentioned in the draft, if you kill one member, there are still 2 other threats. Kind of goes for the early game in terms of shutting down the problems. Yeah, they got the kind of delay on Ductom, right? He's been put behind significantly, but not as significant as this. And there's still one more late game carry in the mid lane that is doing just fine. As Lehens is once again going to come up here. Doesn't have flash anymore.
Does have a Twilight Refuge, but Dudu is just going to wait it out. Does get a lot of damage there with the tumbled auto attack.
Diablo's also topside now. They're going to try to make a punish happen.
Well, that is a nice little boulder toss to come on through. Chains of Corruption does connect here onto Peter. He's level 4. The will is well and truly breakable. They are
I don't know
able to take that one down. Kingin does get the kill, though.
Yeah, but I mean, the Jhin is pushing. The Jhin that has the disadvantage is getting plate gold and pushing for free in the bottom side. Like, is this actually a win? Especially not if Scout gets collapsed on by Peter here with the unsealed TP.
The unsealed turtle port. As he gets the flash bulb. Never mind, Wolf, you're exactly right. Scout now in no man's land. Gets a shockwave onto 2, but not the 2 that were important. Shovel locks him down. And not, like, DN Supers are on a 1.3k gold advantage and looking phenomenal moving into this mid game.
Looking very good. As, I mean, Ductom, he got all that extra farm bottom side. The top side Varus didn't really get too much done there, and they end up losing their mid laner. Dudu's still got this wave in a horrible spot, even though the kill went over to Kingin. He's just making sure no one can get this money. Nongshim gonna have to get it together a little bit here.
Yeah.
But I don't know if the draft allows for it necessarily. I mean, that's the problem. The whole problem with this early game is they blinded Gnar with Vayne up. This is why Vayne is always banned.
Yeah. You have to pay the tax.
Because they got Vayne Lee Sin also. It's really, it's the worst. It's the worst. It's not great. Got outdrafted by DNS with right of first selection.
Lehens is on vision. Ductom doesn't quite clock in on that one, though, as the taunt will connect. Does have cleanse, just decides not to press that button as Shovel was making his way down. Deadly Flourish will miss, but now the curtains are being called. Lehens gets tagged by the Sonic Wave, and he is likely to just die. Did get the Spirit's Refuge for a few moments. Chains of Corruption comes in. Shovel takes some damage, but Peter's here. And I don't think Sponge is going to be helping this play.
Did some damage to Diablo, too. Diablo needs to back off.
Yeah, it doesn't have his ult. He does have Flash, as Peter is just continuing to Hex Flash. I love it. Love the gusto. But it looks like Diablo will be able to at least get this wave.
Yeah, he's going to be fine, but everything is falling apart. It's all falling apart. Dudu's just roaming. He's like, I don't need to be top side to watch this Gnar. I'm going to see if I can come mid and gank Scout, who still has his flash. So that's a good thing.
Yeah, Ocean Drake going to be taken here by Shabel, though, who is really taking over this game. Diablo just cheeky little auto onto Doctor.
Yeah, he does not have his ult, so he's stepping up pretty far forward here. And I don't like it. Lehens doesn't have flash, is nearby, but I guess maybe he's trying to bait something there.
All right, there's the hop in from Kingen. Wants to get on top of Dudu. The Condemn does push him back. I feel like Kingen's kind of feeling himself now.
Yeah, he
Nabar is charging up. Exhaust is still up, does have flash, but the final hour is on cooldown here for Dudu. So that's why Kingen is able to push him out. Nicely done.
All right. Clean stuff to get some of that pressure relieved there on the top side. And obviously Dudu doesn't have teleport, so that's a really big delay and a stifle of the lead. They are sending everybody top side now, though, to see if they can maybe get the punch back on this one. As with flash and exhaust here, maybe the setup is just going to be that simple here for DNS. They're hiding Peter at the moment.
Yeah, the whole gang just
the cost
towards that top lane.
The cost of this play will be really high, though, in the bottom lane if this does not work.
Yeah, Static Shift done for Diablo, so he really does just eliminate these waves over and over again. Another one is going to go down, and no one is heading towards his top side yet. In fact, there are 4 people, heading towards the bottom lane yet. There are 4 people here in the top side.
Yeah, there's no TP to cover that bottom lane, so Diablo is just going to eventually get a ton of value.
And Peter is ghosting. Lehens spots him out. The hop gets Kingen out of there. He finds the fadeaway boomerang. And now the Pantheon comes down, looks for the damage onto Dudu, flashes out of the way. Diablo gets in here with a teleport, and Peter's already dead. A sick play here for Nongshim as they also got the plates down in the bottom lane for Diablo and then move him to the top lane to get even more fed.
Yeah, this is not a good situation at all here for DNS, and Charvel might even have to come up here and cover because they potentially had an angle to make something happen on the Duck Dom. No ult left, obviously, for Sponge. I think this is going to be the end of the play, but for a moment, it looked like maybe there was going to be a little bit more in the tank. Charvel wants to snap back into the mid lane here. At least that's what our observers thought. I kind of thought so too, but didn't have the angle. He's looking for scouts too far back.
Yep.
And it's still a bad game state here for Nongshim, but they did turn this top side around quite heavily with that last play there.
Diablo's also 50 CS ahead.
Yeah, he's been farming a little bit more.
Yeah, certainly been doing the picking up of minions. Closer doing the same thing on the other side on this Cassiopeia, having a very good time as far as farm is concerned. 20 up on a Orianna is no small feat, as she is definitely pretty good at getting the farm down.
Quiet Jin were trying to commentate the game.
Yeah, Jin was really he was getting loud.
He was whispering very loudly.
He was. It's like whispering into an ASMR microphone or something like that. All right, Flash Pove, and Diablo is going to be delivered to Doctom. Lehens trying to get over here to save him. Has the shield to come on through, and Doctom's dead. Diablo trying to stay alive, and Peter, he does get the damage down. But Lehens is actually booped the wrong direction for Peter's liking, but still, he is going to escape. The 1-for-1, though, I think you're happy about that if you're DNS.
Diablo has just enough damage to take Doctom out before he goes down there, and the kill goes over to the Alistair, so obviously some assist money is nice. Dudu does not want to be on the side of this lane.
Yeah, like final hour comes in. There is the ulti out of Lehens, and Dudu, yes, he does go a little bit invisible, but it's not going to help him out, and Kingen is going to kill him, get some revenge, and that gold lead is completely gone from the top lane.
Yeah, I feel like this Vayne might have just gone invisible for the rest of this game. In terms of irrelevance, after being picked here, as Closer's at least going to get some extra alone time with this turret. So that's good news, but all of these big edges for DNS are starting to be worn away by Nongshim on these plays.
Whittled down by the passing of time, Wolf.
Yeah, or like really rough sandpaper, which is kind of the vibe I'm getting for how Lehens is turning this game around.
Diablo's got like a full-on ultimate bravery build, by the way. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I hadn't checked in a little while, but I was...
Did I say... I meant Diablo. I don't know. This is absolutely crazy.
So look at this. Gets the charged Q there with the W in power and just bursts him down before he can do anything. Peter gets the kill back at least. And yeah...
What is happening?
We don't really know what is going on with that build for Diablo, but
maybe this is some new tech that I'm just not aware of. It's pretty exciting, though. I kind of like doing all of the things at once. As Nongshim, they're doing all the things at once. Sponge taking a lot of damage as he gets kicked away, but Shovel unable to actually get the kill. Closer does take down Lehens. As Dudu gets in here, that's a petrifying gaze, and Scout is removed. Kingen trying to be the hero as he just decides to kill Peter. He will successfully do that as it's a nice wallop, but he's still dead, and the DN Supers wipe them out.
All right, so now the pendulum swings back to DNS. This game is very silly, but it is also very entertaining because we continue to see outplays on both sides. The Sponges, who survived, was looking to get a bit of revenge.
Yeah, Doctom, I don't think he's even going to die here. There are 3 people, Sponge! And yeah, he does get him, but at what cost?
He actually was able to get the kill.
That buys a lot of time as well.
Jin shot comes through at the same time as he dies. Dudu is going to be able to get this top turret as well, so it's still a net positive here for the DN Supers.
Yep.
I guess getting Duckdom off the map doesn't really hurt DNS's chances of securing this objective.
All right, I'm just going to take a little bit of a moment to look up Varus builds.
Yeah, because
I want to see whether I've got something wrong.
No, I don't think so.
Because I don't think you're supposed to go static Shiv and like I'm playing on hit and then just not.
Yeah.
Because I do understand that Mirror Mana could be kind of cool, but not the other things.
Yeah. Sponge escapes here, which was unfortunate, but then Nongshim just go too deep, and then Closer gets this huge ult, and Duckdom's able to get the kill from far away, and Kingen can't continue to chase on the play, gets the kill onto Peter, but in live, Lehens is on the wrong side of the map.
Yeah, it's a nice little taunt to try and get himself out of there. He lasts a long time thanks to the Spirit's Refuge, but that's a great kickback. Dudu is popping off in this fight as well. The Pulverize from Peter is phenomenal. As they're chasing Scout out of here, the Deadly Flourish needs to be flashed as Sponge. He wanted to do more, but he's not going to be able to, and even Shelly is going to twist the knife into Nongshim.
So we jump into live where suddenly Lehens, okay, Sponge.
Oh dear, he's going to have to flash. Does manage to get the stun onto Peter here as Kingen does have that Nabal coming up pretty soon. There is the spike from the Q.
Kingen?
Yeah, doesn't have flash. Does have crush.
If he did, that might have actually been a big turnaround. So who is winning this game?
I
don't know.
Whoever really likes on-hit Varus and lethality Varus in tandem, they're winning.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point. But that's not one of that answer's not one of the 2 teams.
And actually, do you know who's definitely winning? And it's been written in our teleprompter. It's the team who has NS in their name.
Ah, okay.
There you go. Oh, of course it's Chemtex All Gamers. Shovel has found Lehens.
However, Lehens has friends.
He does.
And so Shovel needs to leave.
I'm like looking at Diablo's build and my brain is falling out of my head, Wolf.
Well, maybe it's like one of those Ziggs builds where you just build the tier for mana in lane, and then...
I think he's going to build Mirror Mana.
Are you sure?
I think that's going to happen. Yeah.
What if he builds Fimbulvinter?
Oh, then I will...
That'd be a curveball, wouldn't it, you know?
And I'll know that it is definitely Ultimate Bravery, and we should have asked him about what was actually on the list.
Gets the multi-man knock-up here, allows him to actually get the kill on a Diablo as Dudu shows up. We can't do replays in this game. It's not allowed.
No, that is very wrong. There was a nada come out here from King, and his Scout's going to come down and look to finish the job. The orb goes wide. The teleport comes in, though. They're going to use everything.
Diablo says,
in order to kill
money.
this snake.
Give it to me.
Yes, I must build my next item that the website told me to build.
Seraph's incoming.
Hey, there is some AP scaling. I wouldn't mind it. All right, they're just going to group into the mid lane here to grab some plates from this turret. DNS well and truly, just like they're grouping all the time.
Yeah, and I think that's... is that good? I think that's good.
Yeah, I thought I'd just leave it at that.
That was a big commitment to get that kill, and they did get it. But, you know, we go back to a pretty quiet game state where we're not doing Baron on Spawn, that's for sure, and there's no Dragon, so it doesn't actually end up being that impactful.
Now that you've said they're not doing Baron on Spawn, I bet they're going to do Baron on Spawn. As Sponge steals away the blue.
They do have a lot of control top side, Nongshim do right now.
Yeah. That will get pretty close to evening out gold here as the Q is going to connect. There is the award hop kick on to Lehens. He is going to try and get... Oh, the Mega Cone! and he's just fine. Never you mind, ladies and gentlemen.
Valdez just spat his drink all over the TV.
Oh, he certainly did. He woke up the baby, I think.
Yeah. Valdez, Bryce isn't supposed to hear those words.
Yes. If you could just pipe down.
All right, we're killing Closer again.
Yep, Closer is going to get Shockwave.
What is happening in this game?
I think the NS team is doing really well. This NS team is also doing well as they take the inner turret here in this top lane and the outer turret in the bottom lane.
You know who's doing a really good job right now?
Jonas
the
Strong.
Observers. Yeah, they are catching everything. All the cross maps. There's like the cross maps are 3-dimensional in this game. With like literally actually the Pantheon going like into the Z
I want to know whether there's like a YouTube video that Diablo's following. I can't get this Varus build out of my head.
It is Muramana, right? I mean, maybe he just goes Caulfield's Warhammer into Seraph's as well. It could be, but
also, by the way, Brennan was in chat and he just said disgusting.
Yeah, well, that's fine.
I hope that was all you said.
It's a good. Okay. It's a good thing to keep your rage on the keyboard. He also. Bryce might not even be asleep. I don't know.
I think it probably should be.
Yeah, but sometimes, as you know, the babies don't always
do
as
true.
they're supposed to do.
That is true. They tend to have a fair bit of autonomy. That's all right. So this is just Lethality Varus with Zappy Zap the Wave.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe I'm kind of okay with it. I don't know. I'm a bit confused.
I mean, the idea, I think, is just to constantly have Prio and also your Lethality Virus. Like, I think it's weird and unusual, and in the LCK we don't, unless it's Trophy, we usually don't experiment too much, but, you know, I think it might just be that simple. It might be that easy to explain.
Well, Scout doesn't want a frontline. You're going to miss that from Shovel, though. I'm getting so anxious because Baron's up, and these teams are crazy today.
Yeah. Dudu has teleport, so even though he's in the side lane right now, he can join at a moment's notice. And with triple DPS comp, you know, maybe there's an angle where he actually just helps them burst it down. But he's not going to. He's actually decided to go back to the wave, and they're canceling the idea of a Baron. Not happening. For now, because Peter's TPing back mid, and we're just going to keep K-ramming a little bit here.
Scout is walking, like, scarily far forward. They do have Stand United for Lehens. He's also prepared with his Ignite, as well as the teleport does bring King in.
He could have, like, insect Diablo to death there.
Which insect? A praying mantis?
I mean, I just mean insect the verb.
Past tense. Got it. Yeah. Oh, Lehens! Gets the taunt on Doctor, gets the cleanse. Out of Doctor. And there's the flash! Oh, the shockwave as well! The delivery system's so nice! But Closer, he yells into the air!
The turret's still alive!
have been called as Lehens trying to get out, but will fail! Sponge now trying to turn it. The pulverize onto 4 from Peter is just gorgeous! Zap goes the Varus, he grabs a couple of kills as Kingen just trying to keep himself alive, and the Q won't hit, the Deadly Flourish won't hit.
Baron time!
But the Baron will be taken, Closer's left alive.
That Muramana 3rd item spike gets a little different from the 2-item spike, I think. Diablo gets it now, but the fight is done.
Wait, teleport. Wait, Stand United. Wait, Kingen.
Wait.
There's
wait, Narbar! Wait, Narbar!
That's a big number! Okay, he's looking to get on top of Doctom. There's Lehens, he finds the angle. He throws them all into the wall. And Shovel will be able to take down the Gnar. He's looking to get in on top of the Baron. And Lehens, he'll just be eaten. Oh, never mind. Actually, just left alive. The Baron is going to be secured. As Lehens.
He's baiting them for a Sponge ultimate, question mark?
Yeah,
he's
maybe.
Baiting them for a Sponge ultimate?
Or he's going to die to minions, question mark? He does die to minions, exclamation mark. And Shovel tries to escape, but he's not actually able to do so. Relative punctuation.
The kick.
Diablo, can he actually get the electrocution? That's the question. Chains of corruption from downtown. And they are able to lock that one up. It's actually Scout that gets it.
That's Rice Group, baby!
Oh, yes, it is.
All right. We're frising hard. Get the cooking oil out.
Upside down
Get the
question
bags
mark.
out. This game is not supposed to be non-serious. It's really important for Nongshim to win.
It is.
They're 7-14. They need to go up to 8 wins. It's important. DNS is it's a negative Baron power play, but they still got Baron. They're still in the lead. It's 3,000 gold up. That static ship's annoying.
I need this game to keep going. I need to know what Diablo's going to build next. Is it opportunity?
Collector?
It's probably Edge of Night. Collector would be so funny.
No, I know. I'm just making
and
memes
so
now.
stupid. Let's build on-hit, crit, and lethality all at the same time. The best of all
He's
worlds.
covered all his bases. Oh yeah,
yes.
it's a third dragon here at 25 minutes. 25.
That's a relatively late.
It's pretty late, but it's not that late. I was being a bit facetious.
All right, well, Kingen throwing stairs around. And Nongshim group up to take down the outer turret in the mid lane. Baron is still there. The Rebel Baron power play is there's the Gnar into the wall. The Shockwave to pull back Shovel. The chain CC gets the GA as Peter with an unbreakable will is going to headbutt Diablo away. The exhaust is down as well as Lahens gets into the backline, gets a big old shield, but the two of them are on the floor and Diablo not being able to hit anyone was a big problem. As there's a deadly flourish, Duckdom throws down a fourth shot there on the Kingen as well. He gets the shield, and Shovel goes in. Down goes the Gnar, and Scout has to escape. Dudu is in the top lane as well the entire time. He wasn't even there.
Yeah, he's pushing hard with that Baron, and he's trying to open up this inhibitor turret. Diablo needs to run over there and see if his static shiv's enough to clear this Baron wave with a cannon attached. Because they need to defend this. They do not want their base open right now at 26 minutes. They are going to be able to defend that part, but now mid's open. And I think Nongshim are losing this game, Atlas. It's looking very likely.
It's what it's looking like to me as well, as Lahens will not be able to defend that with Scout. And Dudu is going to steal away their red buff as well. Shovel pushes a wave into the inner turret, and it went from a negative Rebel Baron power play to a 3K in the blink of an eye.
All right, so Kingen has been a true hero, right? I mean, this guy has... He laned in the vein as Gnar, okay, and he's still making the big plays in this game. But the problem is there's too many DPS threats. We talked about it in the draft, and now we're talking about it here in reality, as there's just too many targets to lock down that actually do giga amounts of damage at 25 minutes into the game. And unfortunately, he gets caught here by Duckdom's W. He gets rooted, and now he's just dead. And he wants to go left so the rest of his teammates can safely escape. When the dust settles, no inhibitors went down, believe it or not. Actually, that mid inhibitor also survived.
Serpent's Fang has now been completed from Diablo.
Okay.
Yeah.
He thinks it's good against snakes. Cassiopeia on the other side.
It is a Serpent's Fang.
Remember when I took this tooth from your sister? I've been looking for a second one.
I don't know if he's going to give him one.
I don't think we're gonna get to the second Serpent's Fang in this game.
If that's what Ultimate Bravery asks for, then I'm sorry, he's going to have to build it. All right.
Kingen is going to get a TP as a side laning Gnar at level 16.
Yeah, also get some plate money, so that's something.
Now, I want to remind everyone that this game looks very winnable for DNS. It looks, in fact, like it's almost on lock, right? I mean, you've got almost 4-item Jhin. The Cassiopeia is about to get a big third item spike. This Vayne is 1,600 gold ahead. The Lee Sin has GA and is 4,000 gold ahead. Was this a better or worse game state now than when Nongshim lost game 1? I think it's better right now.
I don't know.
So I just want to remind everyone that it's entirely possible that Nongshim are able to somehow fight their way through and get the comeback win. Never surrender. Do not surrender. That's DNS's motto. Nongshim just NS, never surrender.
I'm still just not sure. Like, I can't stop thinking about this Varus build.
Do you think the Swifties really tie it together?
Yeah, I love the Swifties part of it.
Yeah, no, that one's good. He could have gone cooldown boots, but nah, Swifties.
I didn't want to.
Sorry, I meant ability haste boots, excuse me.
All right, Nongshim, we're going to try and turn this one on to Dudu. Mid lane play safe, I guess, as there is Sponge making his way forward. Dudu does flash to get himself out of the way.
The base is open. Mid lane play safe behind no turret that doesn't exist.
Yeah, Diablo is just running down the river. So they are just going to go back. This inhibitor is definitely dead.
And maybe even more if they can delay these backs. It's always just an if. It's always just an if.
Ifs, buts, and maybes, Wolf.
Yeah. Okay.
35 seconds until the Chemtech Drake.
I'm starting to get nervous because I think at some point this game will end.
Wait.
No bar!
There's
On that Gnar!
Okay, well, I mean, there's a Lahen's coming. Kingen, can you survive? The answer is yes. I don't know whether it's a good thing. Is Shovel, will he be able to follow this one? The Pulverize under 3 yet again. Just give Peter the palm and get me out of here. What an incredible play from the DN Supers. Sponge gets knocked up, taken out, and they've got an open front door to just cruise through for a 2-0.
I think Kingen might have the opposite opinion of me, wanting this game to keep going, as he just sends it with no Narvar into the entirety of DNS. Scout's trying to buy time.
Well, I don't think he has enough money for a Wolf, as he does flash, but he's just dead. He's turned into cash for the DN Supers, and they've gone from do not surrender to something else, and I don't have an acronym on hand because I wasn't prepared for them to 2-0 Nongshim here today, but they absolutely did.
I think it means did nice sweep or something like that, because they got 2-0 over Nongshim. This guy in the crowd is loving it. Yes! For Nongshim, no! You cannot lose 2-0 to DNS!
And now we need to start doing the calculations for how does Nongshim get themselves out of this hole, because there are 2 teams that aren't going to make it to play-ins, and Nongshim really did just dip down into confirmed 9th place after that one.
Against their former support Peter! Against their much longer ago former AD carry Duck Dom!
This is rough, man, because they had the lowest game score out of everyone on 7 wins.
Kingen made a statement with that teleport. He said, "Don't you ever, Dandy, blind pick me. Gnar, again with Bane up."
And what did they ban instead? Ziggs.
Yeah.
I don't know, Wolf. I don't know what to make of it. I'm still, honestly, I think the reason why I'm struggling to process this series so much is that Diablo's build is still breaking my brain, and I still don't understand it.
I think that a lot of things happened in this game where there were a lot of trades, there were a lot of weird TPs, there were sometimes over commitments to TPs, there were fights in side lanes, there was a Gnar that was super far behind but that made big plays, but then made the biggest play of all at the end, and I don't know if they would have won the game if he didn't do that, but the game ended when he did, and it's a very strange game to quantify, but ultimately, Nongshim lost. And I think that is what people will remember more than DNS winning this one. On their last win, it was an emotional moment. The stakes were still high. They overcame very big challenges. They defeated Bro in a game where it looked pretty clean in the win. But today, I would say, and it's not just because of the stakes, more than DNS winning this game, boy, did Nongshim lose it! I mean, game 1 especially. But, you know, I don't want to take anything away from the DNS boys because it is a very important win for them.
Yeah.
Just not for their play-ins run. But
I think it's definitely far more of an important loss for Nongshim.
Yeah, that's the real story, right?
Yeah, it is. And it's also very difficult for Huni, who is now 0% with 1 day to go.
Oh my god, I am too! Oh my god, I'm a Nongshim predictor. I only got 1 right so far still. Oh!
Yeah, I was a Nongshim predictor as well though, Wolf, so I'm not doing super hard. And
nobody knows what's
I think
happening.
is still on like only 1 missing prediction, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, Wadid is actually a time traveler confirmed.
Oh yeah. But this was just weird. It was just crazy. And I don't really know what to make of it. Here's the insane teleport to start off the final moments.
He wanted to flank. And we're putting up the post-game stats, fusing over it. But, yikes, Peter makes a good play here. You guys might be surprised by my vote, actually, ultimately, in the end. I went for Dudu. His Yorick was pretty big in game 1. He controlled the early game with this counter pick with Gnar in game 2.
I think it's like there are good predictions in Dudu and Shovel, and the correct prediction, sorry, not prediction, the POM. The correct prediction, POM, is Peter.
Now, if DNS beat BNK, beat Bro again, beat BNK a second time, and beat Kiwoom DRX, then this won't matter for Nongshim actually.
All right.
So if they just win the rest of their games, it's like Nongshim didn't lose because everybody else lost, right?
Exactly. They just drag everybody else down with him. Yeah, I like it. Let's see whether DNS just become an unstoppable force here in the LCK. The thing that I really want to happen, though, is for tomorrow, for KT to win and Kiwoom DRX to win.
Okay.
So that Huni does the reverse perfect.
It's never happened before. Actually, no, that's not true. It happened on the Korean side last week. But it's never happened on the global side before that I know of.
So we need it to happen.
Yeah.
For Huni's sake. Shovel is going to be able to pick this one up.
His lead stone was pretty big in the second game.
1-16 is pretty huge, yeah. And honestly, for the vibes, Shovel definitely popped off. And I know that his Nefiri went 3-1-1. Doesn't look all that impressive. But he had such a massive farm lead in that game and was a large reason why Sponge was kind of kept out of it.
Yeah, and he was also the one who made the big play to punish Sponge at the end of the first game. And they had that trade that happened.
Yeah.
It was, look, I think you can go top, jungle, and actually I think you can go support as well. I really do think you can.
Yeah, I think Peter was definitely
game
in with
was
a shot.
insane, and he got a lot of engagements on Diablo and Camille even when his team wasn't there. So it's valid vote.
Yeah, and we get to have another chat with Shovel as well and see how the vibes are within the team. Obviously, they're doing fine because in this game, they were still looking hungry, able to put their best foot forward, and 2-0. Nongshim Red Force here today. A Nongshim that really did need the win, honestly. And it's crazy to think that they were also the first team to qualify in the Kesper Cup. It's just strange how things all fall together. As it's now time to throw it over to Dia with the interview translation of the Shovel interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, joined by Sharvel on the side of DN Supers. Congrats on the win since April 2nd in round 1. It's been 4 months since you pulled a 2-0, so how do you feel? Since last match, I've actually wanted this 2-win streak so badly, and I'm just really happy that we're able to grab another victory. And you got your POM twice in a row. You must be pretty proud. How are you feeling? Yeah, just being able to play in the LCK, and this is actually my 3rd match, and out of those 3 matches, just being able to get 2 POMs, it's so amazing. I just want to keep it up. And your opponent, Nongshim, was on the play-ins race, but you defeated them 2-0. So what was the driving force for today's victory? I think just from game 1, myself and all my teammates, we just did not want to give up. We just wanted to try as hard as we can until the very end. So that's why we were able to win. And game 1, we got a big dopamine rush where it was looking really tough for you guys, but that surprise Baron play actually flipped everything around. So whose call was that? Yeah, that sneak Baron play, I actually made that call. We tried. We made that attempt twice, and I think that was both of the times I actually made the call. And I think I just knew that I have to make a move in order for the game to play out in our favor. And honestly, it was quite nerve-wracking because the game was looking a little grim. But in the end, we were able to flip everything around, turn everything around with just one good team fight, which was all really thanks to my teammates who played out that team fight so amazingly. So I want to say thank you to my teammates. And in game 2, your Alistar went straight to the enemy Raptors from level 1. So did you call for Peter? Yeah, from level 1, I wanted to actually have my Alistar come to Raptors with me to set up the top dive, and that was just something that I wanted to initiate as well. So that actually played out pretty well. And yeah, you guys failed to kill the enemy jungler at that moment, but Duckdam outplayed the bot dive, which minimized the loss for your team. So how was it like? How was it in that moment? Yeah, I mean, Duckdam, he actually played off and shrugged off that dive really well. So I think that's the moment I knew that we can actually win this game. And even up until mid to late game, you were unstoppable with 0 death. So after game 1, with how DN Super's teamfight setup and macro elevated, how is this possible? Well, to be honest, whenever I am in game just playing out, sometimes I may make some mistakes, but I think it's just that in the end, I just want to make sure that, you know, I can keep having my faith in my teammates and just go for that clean gameplay as much as possible with the rest of my teammates as well. So obviously there is a little bit of pressure, but I think it's just I end up playing pretty calmly without really thinking twice. So I think it actually works out very well for us. And so your next match is actually going to be against Dongshim as well. So what is your mindset for that? You know, since we actually had to turn game 1 around, I hope that the next match up against them is a lot cleaner, and I hope that we can get another 2-0 with them. And it looks like the atmosphere on site is amazing with the fans rejoiced today. So anything you would like to say to your fans? Even during the match, I kept hearing my fans cheer for us and all the yelling and all the support, and I felt so proud while playing. So I just want to say thank you so much. And even for the next upcoming match, I hope that we can repay all of your support, and so we can continue winning. I just hope that we can keep it up. And that's all from Charvel, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Yaya, for another wonderful translation. Dear never misses. And neither does Charvel, as he goes 2-0, and the DN Automotive Supers go 2-0 for the first time in a long time. And also, Charvel is 2-2, 50%. All that 18 losses, that's not on him. And he's letting everyone know because he gets the POM every time they win.
He was not on the team, so it's not his fault. But, you know, I think not only because his gameplay, but also the positive atmosphere that he's bringing for his team is just the thing that DNS needed for so long time. And now, you know, whenever I see him like smiling, being so talkative, it feels amazing, you know?
I could see his like attitude, like bringing to the teams, and just look at his face when he's talking. Like, he looks so happy.
Yeah.
And that makes me happy as well.
Well, let's make Huni a little sad by pulling up his predictions.
I'm happy.
What?
This is crazy. I think this is like actually one of the
one of the worst prediction week.
0 out of 8. Yeah, it's for sure it's one of the worst.
Well,
experience, the prediction experience.
Yeah, that's all unfortunate. But you're not the only one.
But I'm not the only one. I got my. I have one. No, you know what? You know what? What's the worst part?
What?
It's exact same for tomorrow too.
Oh, true.
So either we go.
But tomorrow's matches, everyone has predicted the same 2 teams.
Oh yeah.
So all of us will be wrong. But then you'll be the most wrong.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I can't make the comeback.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry. We have a flip-flopper. Valdez Kiwoom DRX over BNK Furex.
Why?
When? I'm not sure. I'm not sure why. Valdez,
all right.
You know.
Okay.
Whatever.
He sees that something we don't see.
No.
Let's take a look at someone though who's been pretty correct. What did?
Wow.
Is
how though?
7 out of 8 in all of this chaos.
I don't even know myself, you know. Like you know, when do I do the prediction? It's like whenever I just walk up, you know, and like I just go on Slack and like just do the prediction, you know. That's the momentum.
That's a clean.
Yeah, that's the clean one, you know. Without any dots, like I just go for it.
I've been updated. Brendo did not flip flop. He was not a flip flopper.
All right.
He was gonna take out the sword and ban me. So.
But anyways, I mean, like unfortunately, I couldn't get the JNG versus HLE, but I'm still pretty happy about like this week's prediction. And also, I'm pretty proud of myself that I was the only one supporting Hanjin Brion as a true believer of Hanjin Brion, man. I'm so happy. I'm so proud of myself.
Fake.
I mean, of course, everyone knows it. Like, I don't even need to mention about it anymore, you know? Like, everyone knows it. Everyone on the chat knows it, you know? Now it's the fact, you know? He's just doing it for the branding.
Yeah, look at his face, bro.
It's so... Like, he's not even sitting on the Rise side, you know? We are on the Rise group side to support the Rise team.
Yeah, he's a legend.
He's just for the branding.
Because I'm sitting
he's so
where
fake.
they're going to be. Legends. They're legends. And also, you can't...
So that means they're not legends
You also... I couldn't give them the 2-0 curse after an 0-2 week. You got to steady our progression on up. And they went 2-0 anyways. So the best of both worlds. I love being wrong and the bros winning.
Okay.
Fake. Let's take a look at the highlight from that last one here at 22 minutes. Again, just a fantastic run of form here for DNS. Despite it being a little late, it's great to see them executing like that.
I just really want to bring this up for DNS because this is just perfect team fight from all the members from DNS. I think it all started from Nongshim though. They tried to wombo combo with their ultimate, but it was too deep and they were so far behind, so they don't have enough damage. So you can see Nongshim try to dive on the turret. I mean, between the turret, but it's not gonna work because they don't have enough damage. They are so far behind gold. And yeah, this was really cool. Flash into Shockwave, into Gnar ulti, into turret. But it's not
Close
good
the lives.
enough.
Yeah, I mean...
And the follow-up,
Peter
Alisar goes in. Overman airball into Orianna Toes.
Scout, I choose you.
And Dudu goes in, finish off the Orianna. And
that's a good League of Legends.
It's a good League of Legends that we are missing.
Maybe they could have done that a little earlier. They wouldn't be playing spoiler, but they're really good at playing spoiler. Ever since being eliminated, undefeated are the DN Automotive Supers. What? What?
Reveal his name. His name is Wolf.
Keck W Wolf. Keck WEN cast in the chat. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh wowies.
Oh no. He can't even predict the POM.
Wow.
Don't blind Gnar with my Vayne up. I mean, I respect it. You know, I think it was, how dare you to pick Gnar, you know, without Vayne ban.
That's true.
Into Dudu.
Had to.
Against Dudu.
Yeah, had to shout out. So.
Yeah, I still respect that though. I can see the reason.
I mean, even.
But you know,
you guys agreed.
There's more important thing.
Okay.
His smile can save the world. I just really like the atmosphere that he's bringing.
Show the world your smile, what did?
I don't think
I'm so happy for you.
Which one did you like did 3 different ones?
I don't think Wadid's smile can save the world.
that looks like an 0-8 smile right there.
Watch your pomade.
Let's keep going with his pomade. Now that his smile is
absolute Charvelous.
Wow! Oh my god!
Marvelous Charvelous.
That was pretty good!
Charvelous.
It hurts, but it's good.
Leaking.
Is this cooking or cooked?
I think it's cooking.
I think it's cooking.
You gotta admit it.
Let's go.
It's a little bit of cooked, which is what makes it really cooking. Oh my goodness. That was a good one. You should go 0-8 more often.
Yo!
You were just like a tiger, a Charvel-toothed tiger. That's cooked.
For sure. He tries.
I'm out.
All right. Let's see what else we have here. The treasure of the DN Supers, Charvel. Umpty keeping it safe there. Yep. Charvel's season has just begun. This is true. Cloud Templar with the facts. He's only got 4 series under his belt here. DNS isn't over yet, and the adventure of DNS starts from now on. Pony and Cloud Templar in the same mindset. It feels like a very different team with him in, even with some of the DNS craziness that was game one, that was falling that far behind, still finding a way to dig yourself out and win those types of games is huge for them.
I mean, we gotta talk about Nongshim a little bit because I think they had the literally same issue last year. I think they're tilting a lot after them like dropping those kind of games like today. You know, I think it's still there. You know, I think the bad vibes are still there, and I think this is gonna hurt them so much if they can't fix this issue. It's not about the gameplay. It's about them having a negative energy, you know, into the series, and this should not happen at all.
Yeah, it has to be criticized. It's like it has to be someone stepping up from, you know, in-game, also from outside the game. That's why staff has to be involved as well. I think if, you know, if the player can step up individually, that would help us a lot too.
Well, the first of the big four teams here in the Rise group now have hit 15 losses with Nongshim dropping this last one, and the LCK is in chaos. There is no streaks larger than 2 here. It is craziness here in the LCK, and I love it. As D plus Kia and KT, the 2 hot teams from last week who got smacked around in their first game this week, will do battle. We'll see who is for real and who is going back to the drawing board. And BNK Furex and Kiwoom DRX trying to keep pace here with the bros in the Rise group. Chad had a good point. We had Giddy Online and Sharveless. Which one's better?
Sharveless.
What do you mean? Gide Online.
Sharveless.
Gide Online. Beep beep.
Sharveless. Marvelous. Tune in, guys, if I can go 0-10 tomorrow.
Yeah, you got to make sure to watch that and see what those comments are going to be. One more day left here in not only week 11, but round 3. We're almost done. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow to close out week 11. Bye-bye.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.